Arc 7, Chapter 108, The Forthcoming Great Disaster. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop Art Sources, Nanana Rakaroka Nico Keiraziro Fanart. The final act of Keisha Gold, posing as the Emperor, was beyond comprehension. Having been ousted from the throne, Vincent Valatia began giving his name as Abel gained support from the people of Shadrach in the large forest to the east, and personally took the lead of a rebellion that had upheaved the empire. This was not what he had hoped for when planning for the future, but this was rather Keisha's plan, who had deliberately gone the full length, committing treason, thus driving Vincent away from the imperial capital. He would not do an about-face so easily. Therefore, he had taken measures to clearly inform him that his actions, that his motives were futile. Destined death, brought about by the stargazers, was something that Abel had resolved himself for long ago, from the time he gained self-awareness as an imperial prince of Valatia. When commandment and forewarning were received, it was foretold that upon the death of the emperor who had ascended to the throne, the great disaster, which was to bring about ruin, would commence. It was not as though he himself had been mentioned by name. However, once he laid eyes upon that forewarning, he had been convinced that he would be the one to ascend to the seat of emperor. He had been convinced that, were it not him, the Valatian Empire could not be saved. To his other brothers and sisters, he could not entrust that great duty. Putting the entirety of his capabilities and his potential into it, Vincent Abelux would take the seat of emperor, and as Vincent Valatia, he would take measures for the empire to not be undone. That was the plan that Vincent Valatia, that Abel had staked his life on. He had restored the system of the 9 divine generals, whom everyone worshipped in the Valatian Empire where the strong were revered, and upon their apex he had placed the unmistakable strongest. Distorting the way of being of the empire, rife with senseless barbarism as it was, he had guided them so that they would lose their reluctance regarding orderly violence, thus leaving as much potential as he possibly could so that the Valatian Empire would survive, even after his death. Everything had been part of the plan on which he had staked his life. Abel, the body, unable to do anything but lie face down, continued to spill vast volumes of blood from its chest, its heart having been pierced. Black hair and black eyes. Each time he looked in the mirror, his face made him feel anger and frustration at his lack of power, his lack of knowledge. That face had been deprived of blood, its expression soaked in blood as it gazed at nowhere in particular. His current body, manifested through the know which he had professed to have attained while on the verge of death, a time at which his color had vanished, did not return to his original form, even once his life had come to an end. Never more would he lay eyes upon that form, never more would that impudent speech strike his eardrums again. Never more. Abel, why? A question that ought not be asked, spilled from his lips. The one who was to answer that question would never open their mouth once more. Even so, the lips that were supposed to avoid all that their owner knew to be meaningless spilled that question. The prophecy of the great disaster, it was conceivable that it could be overturned, were one to be aware of its conditions. He had sought out that method in the past. He had conveyed so to him, that ought to have made him understand that it could not be done. And yet, as Keisha had still not been convinced, he had committed treason in vain. In this way, the confrontation they'd had within the throne room ought to have been proof that no means with which to avoid the great disaster existed. He had trained Keisha so that he could entrust him with the empire after his own demise. To think as he did, to arrive at the same conclusions as he did, in order for him to be able to fulfill being a proxy of Vincent Valatia. Therefore, were he truly Vincent Valatia, he was supposed to have accepted defeat with grace. Accepting defeat and lowering weapons, putting an end to this futile battle, restoring the throne to the returned Abel so the latter could welcome death. And then, with that, he would supposedly oppose the great disaster of ruin. That had not come to pass. A foolish gamble it had been. Even if he were to die in Abel's place, as Vincent Valatia, were the great disaster to not deem it acceptable, it would amount to a foolish gamble that had ended in naught but a useless death. That especially was what Abel abhorred, a death inefficient to the utmost extremes. Even though Keisha Gold had presumably been aware of that. Abel, why? Endless doubt and bewilderment stained a deep scarlet by the flowing blood. Even if he asked once more, there would only be another layer of silence piled on, gone without replies. That, too, was what Abel loathed, inefficiency to the utmost extremes, and then, well, ain't that just cause it was a bad plan? Immediately after, a second shot of white light was fired, zipping straight towards Abel, who stood bolt upright. Calling it light was no falsehood. The blow that brought death aimed for Abel faster than an arrow. To begin with, Abel was not a fighter. Even supposing the shock from the immediately preceding event had already passed, it would have been entirely impossible for him to react to the white radiance that had grazed the edge of his vision for nary a moment. Ergo, what had saved Abel's life in that moment was not a judgment of his own. It came to pass right, as Abel was on the verge of being run through by the light approaching him from the front, about to have his heart extirpated. A roaring sound and violent tremors furiously shook the throne room, nay, the entire crystal palace, and a tremendous impact destroyed its firm walls. The origin of the impact did not stop at just destroying the wall and wedged its way between Abel, who was standing bolt upright, and the corona zipping towards him. With a sound akin to a splash of water, the white light was scattered upon hitting that interference. And thus, that which had saved Abel's life by a hairbreadth was Abel. An enormous arm is that Meguro Haggin. Meguro, man at throne, protect. His Excellency ordered me. The wall-esque object that had made a sudden appearance before Abel's eyes was the right arm of Meguro Haggin, which had been thrust into the throne room. Meguro, a meteor also known as the very Crystal Palace itself, was supposed to be participating in a fierce clash unfolding upon the battlefield, having taken in the ramparts of the imperial capital of Lupugana as their own body. And yet, Abel, was it Keisha? Meguro's earlier statement was proof of the fact that they had received orders to protect Abel. Then, the one to direct Meguro to return from far away had been the one who sat upon the throne, possessing the function of exerting influence on the media. None other than Keisha Gold could have done so. That Abel's life would once more be targeted right after he himself had been shot had been his prediction. Abel, HK, Meguro Haggin, bring me outside. Meguro, who you? My priority, His Excellency Abel, the Emperor has died. If I die, his death shall be in vain. Meguro, taking in those domineering words from Abel, Meguro noticed the collapsed silhouette as they peered into the throne room. Meguro's state was such that it was difficult to tell where their eyes were present. Once the green orbs emerging from the city walls flickered, however, they too recognized the death of the Emperor, who had collapsed face down. Meguro, the body Abel, it is superfluous. Worry not for the dead. Shouting at Meguro as they attempted to retrieve the Emperor's corpse, Abel jumped towards the titanic right arm before him. As he clung onto one of the fingers of the hand-like shape, Meguro pulled their arm out of the throne room, causing Abel to be bathed in raging winds as he was extracted out into the sky. Meguro. Meguro had become one with the ramparts, having altered the latter's structure to allow themselves easier movement. Meguro's body was now that of an enormous golem greater than 50 meters tall, and riding on the arm as it was lifted, Abel's elevation was about the same. With the cityscape of the imperial capital in sight from that height, the path Meguro had taken from the third bastion that they had been protecting alongside the buildings trampled in said path was visible. It was apparent that they had bolted straight towards this place, devoid of any other concerns. Apart from that, though the battles at each bastion were still ongoing, the reasons for their conflicts had vanished already, and so those who needed to prepare for the upcoming battle were squandering their lives in vain. In vain, their lives were. Abel, HK. A disturbance arose in his thoughts, and Abel put strength into his arms clinging onto the gargantuan rock. This was not the time to cling to bygone events and have his thoughts dispersed into many fragments. Already, events were unfolding. It was just as he had told Meguro. If he were to die now, that death would be in vain. At the very least, he must ascertain whether that death had held meaning or not. Abel, I shall not die. Voice leaked as if being wrung out, and Abel bit down on his molars and stared downwards, intently. Even if he raised his voice here, it would not reach those whose lives were clashing on the battleground. However, he must inform them that the meaning in this battle had been lost. by any means necessary. Meguro, danger. As Abel was thinking, Meguro's gale-like voice struck his eardrums. Their difference in their physique was so significant that each and every single one of Meguro's actions was akin to a human's actions towards an ant. However, it was not as though Meguro had rocked his eardrums without purpose. Gyrating their colossal frame, Meguro turned their back on the crystal palace with Abel protected in their right hand. As sounds of successive impacts resounded from the exterior of the right hand he was held in, Abel's cheeks contorted. The sequence of strikes came not from one direction, rather, they were raining down from all angles. The enemy was simply great in numbers. No, a collection of magic users that could aim for their enemies with such precision would be infeasible on this soil of Valatia. That was to say, this was not a group large in number, but the mastery of a single person. A truly powerful individual who lent the illusion that a great number of people were performing a simultaneous attack from all directions, resuscitating the memories of the time when his thoughts had ground to a halt due to shock just before. Abel raised his face. That fighting style, the voice of that undesired reply, were present in his memories. That was Abel. Meguro twisted their body, defending Abel from the downpour of bullets, and descended. Looking up at the sky from within that fist, he saw the traces of a shadow moving too fast for eyes to fix upon. Albeit exceedingly rare, it was a form that could be seen within the Valatian Empire. Soaring by means of flying dragons, 'twas the acrobatic flight of the flying dragon riders able to control them, nay, there were currently no riders in the Empire capable of gliding through the sky at this speed. To be precise, that was the level of ability known as the utmost limits of flight, the domain where the Empire's strongest flying dragon rider was without peer. In an instant, white light dispersed, the sound of Meguro's enormous body being broken by the impact reverberated, and a part of the broken wall grazed Abel's cheek. Without distorting his countenance due to the pain, he saw it. The flying dragon rider passed by the vision of his black eyes covered by the Oni mask ashen-brown hair, cracks running through his features bereft of color, and dark eyeballs, akin to a moonless night, with a golden radiance looming therein. His form appeared far too unrecognizable, but even so there was no mistaking him. Abel, Balleroy Temiglyph, for what reason are you alive? Baller, I ain't gonna talk to you, Mr. Oni Mask. Producing a beautiful voice that gave off an elegant impression, he refused to reply while still affirming his existence. Fading from sight once again, the enemy that steered his flying dragon to slice through the air Balleroy Temiglyph was unmistakably the perpetrator who had aimed for the throne room of the Crystal Palace from the outside, the one who had shot the fake emperor through the heart. Known as the magical sharpshooter, he was the man who reigned supreme at the apex of all flying dragon riders. One, the former ninth of the 9 divine generals, who in the past, during a rebellion that had occurred within the empire, Meguro, Balleroy died. You fake. Their perception the same as Abel's, the giant Meguro fired a counterattack. With Abel enveloped by their right hand, Meguro swung the left arm of their huge body, and quite literally mowing down the air, they launched an attack towards Balleroy's flying dragon. People would tend to believe that big things moved sluggishly, but that was but an illusion originating from their viewpoints being far away from the events. In addition to protecting Abel from the magic sniping, they had blocked the entirety of the enemy's attacks until this point. Meguro's movements were keen, nimble, and precise. Meguro, fast, meticulous. However, even with Meguro's reflexes and agility, subduing Balleroy, who made the entirety of the sky into his domain as he flew around it, was unfeasible. The special trait of a flying dragon rider was not restricted to just speed, but extended to having the potential to move up, down, left, right, front, and back. To move in every conceivable direction was their greatest advantage that could not be taken away lest they were felled to the surface. On top of that, Balleroy was no ordinary flying dragon rider, he was their apex. Abel, he's clad himself in wind. Balleroy's tactics excelled in sniping while moving via the use of magic, but his strengths as one of the rare wielders of magic within the Empire were not limited to only offensive implementations. By shrouding wind around the flying dragon he steered, He actualized a maneuver that other flying dragon riders could not, increasing its speed and softening the impacts it took, making himself unable to ever be caught. However, in order to put it into practice, a strong coordination with his flying dragon was indispensable. Abel, has that flying dragon also soared back from the beyond? Flying dragon riders boasted tremendous strength in battle, but their greatest drawbacks were that it took time to cultivate them, plus that flying dragons would not let anyone apart from the one they chose as a partner ride upon their back. To kill a flying dragon rider, their flying dragon must first be killed. The cause of Balleroy's death was no exception. However, Balleroy had soared back. Quite literally, he was soaring through the sky together with his beloved dragon. Abel, the great disaster, it was not as though any clear or observable damage had arisen. However, since Keisha had lost his life as Vincent Valacia, there was no choice but to suspect that the events transcending human comprehension that had ensued thereafter were related to the great disaster. Even so, it was nonsensical for Balleroy Temiglyph to be the bearer of the great disaster. Of course, Balleroy was the apex of flying dragon riders, a truly powerful individual amongst the Empire's strongest. Were he inclined to do so, he would have no trouble in doing away with Abel's life. And yet Meguro, shaking, endure. Abel, it matters not, do it. The inorganic voice sent forth an intense wind, and Abel raised his own voice in response. The following moment, Meguro, lunging with the enemy as their aim, thrust their arm down to their own feet. Even if those were called feet, looking at Meguro's currently enormous body, it appeared as if they had become one with the street. Posterior to being plunged into a street of the Empire, the left arm produced a creaking sound, and after a moment of resistance, the street that had been uprooted was magnificently heaved into the sky. Abel, the sight of parts of a district being sent flying, was something that Abel had laid eyes upon a short while at Chaos Flame priorly. It had been an absurd sight back then as well, but it had been nothing more than the city's residents coming together to hurl demolished buildings. However, in Meguro's case, that was a feat of strength devoid of intricacy, an unmistakable act of violence. It was a sight that proved that Meguro Hagin was extraordinary, that proved that he was one of the 9 divine generals. Without doubt, Balleroy too was an extraordinary individual, but Meguro, in addition to the other divine generals, also possessed those same qualifications. Therefore, Balleroy could not be capable of being the bearer of the great disaster. Of course, were the street that had been ripped from the ground to be hurled and nothing more, the astute Balleroy would just evade and be done with it. Hence, with the block of the city that could be called a cannonball having been thrown, Meguro, pulverization. A slam of their left arm, and it was turned into innumerable projectiles, obstructing Balleroy's aerial escape path. Shrapnel scattered in all directions, each piece a mass of rock or clump of soil, even larger than a human. Thus dispersing with that singular blow from Meguro, it was such that an ordinary human would be quite likely to suffer fatal injury with even a mere graze. Naturally, if Balleroy were to be struck by it, even he, who had mastered the flow method, would end up showing a fatal opening in midair. In order to avoid that, Balleroy, Carolyn, in accordance with the sharp voice amidst the windstorm, his flying dragon soared in order to slip past the bullet rain of boulders. Flapping its wings as it diced the air, his flying dragon aimed for the one area in the world where the incessant downpour of boulders was slightly weaker. Abel. Obviously, that is a trap. Meguro had deliberately left a region in which the downpour was slightly weaker, however. Even if Balleroy and Caroline were aware that it was a ruse, they could not afford to be hit by the shrapnel, so they had no choice but to fly into it. What remained was whether Balleroy, riding his beloved dragon at a high speed, would be victorious in evading the blow expected from Meguro. With his flying dragon wrapped in wind, Balleroy accelerated, soaring through the sky as he obliterated the obstructive shrapnel with lights. Meguro gyrated the left arm they had drawn back, and a blow that could drill a hole through the world burrowed through the sky of the imperial capital. As mutual divine generals, a duel that could have never been realized in Balleroy's lifetime unfolded, and as both of them crossed with all of their might up high in the air, they began their showdown. That instant, faster than they could crash into one another, The clouds of the imperial capital were blown away with the sound of an explosion and its shockwave. Abel, HK. Though direct damage from the explosive power had been averted, the aftershock was so intense that it seemed like it would tear Abel's body away from clinging to Meguro. But no matter how harsh a situation his slender body faced, Abel would never close both his eyes. Henceforth, his eyes firmly grasped the events of that moment. Abel, Meguro's arm just before Meguro's gyrating left arm was able to display its might by pulverizing Balleroy. An interference occurred, and the part equivalent to a human's brachium was torn asunder. Spinning with vigor, the arm of Meguro, humongous enough to rival the castle's own size, danced through the air. Leisurely slipping out by flying under the damage, Balleroy had survived the rain of shrapnel. Not just that, he had escaped completely unharmed. Then the one that had destroyed Meguro's arm, thus saving Balleroy from his predicament, was, "Oh, oh." As a deep voice that rumbled the atmosphere was raised, there was a fierce collision, an impact from the side. Arm demolished and posture broken, Meguro's green orb scintillated at what had barged in. For Abel, too, this interference had been unforeseen, though it was something to be expected. After all, if the opponent was Balleroy Temiglyph, who had soared back from death. "Bastard, get the frig away from this dragon's darliang." Brandishing claws of a dragon, it easily tore through Meguro's body, fashioned from the city walls, and alongside a roar, a blow from its tail slammed against Meguro, destroying one part, the latter's mass being reduced in the blink of an eye. It was extremely abrupt, but that was a matter of course. The opponent was of the strongest life forms in existence. Abel, the cloud dragon Mesorea, is that which resides within Madeline Eshot, Mesorea, Rara. The howling dragon raged with its whole body, and with a collision caused Meguro's enormous build to sway greatly. With each blow the ramparts fissured, its broken pieces plummeting onto the imperial capital. The Crystal Palace, extolled as the world's most beautiful castle, had its gardens trampled upon, subjected to devastation, while the cityscape of the imperial capital, constructed in a well-arranged, orderly fashion, met its demise with each passing second. In addition, the catastrophes assailing the imperial capital did not end there. Abel, indistinguishable amongst the thunderous sounds of the dragon's wrath as it laid waste to Meguro's body. What had reached Abel's ears was the sound of destruction, akin to the world crumbling, originating from a distant location. Thus directing his gaze there, to behind the Crystal Palace, where a reservoir was present, a cistern which made use of springs amidst the mountains, and was utilized as a water source for the entire imperial capital, had its bulwark pierced through by Meguro's left arm, that had been cleaved just moments before. A beat later, fissures expanded from the point the arm had penetrated, and the water from the reservoir began seeping out from the cracks, gradually amassing vigor. Before long, the entire dam would crumble and become a stream of mud flowing through the imperial capital. Guiding the residents of the imperial capital, as well as the imperial soldiers and rebels participating in the battle, to refuge as soon as possible was Meguro, Blunder. Right after hearing Meguro's whisper, a mutter not all that quiet, a feeling of floating assailed Abel's body. Looking over his shoulder as he felt his insides rising up, Abel saw that it was not that he had been thrown, but rather that Meguro's arm, the hand of which Abel had been held in, had been crunched through by the dragon above the wrist. It was not that he had been targeted. Rather, it had been nothing more than a result of a foolhardy attack. However, Abel, engulfed by the momentum of his freefall, Abel's body spun around over in midair. His arms, which had been clinging onto Meguro's arm, had been detached from it, but even if he were still hanging onto it, given the arm had originally been the city's walls, it would have ended up being his cause of death, most likely. However, even if Meguro's arm had not become his cause of death, at this rate, Abel would slam into something that was very much similar to it, and similar his fate would be. Abel, I need to find something. Looking around, Abel's eyes were drawn to one point. However, that point was not a source of aid. What had entered Abel's vision was the large hole in the Crystal Palace through which Meguro had pulled him out. The hole led to the throne room. He was unable to peer inside, yet his attention was drawn to it. He had been the one to say, "Worry not for the dead," yet he too had pretty much drunk from the same poison. Abel. He did not know whether he had found a way to break through the deadlock or not, even with that sole second. But that he had not squandered that 1 second was proof of Abel's unrelenting spirit, the indelible scar engraved upon his soul for all perpetuity. Then again, if he were to plunge to his death like this, discussing the scar engraved upon his soul would have no merit. Pull! Abel, HK. Lost in what he ought to do, Abel arranged his limbs as to diminish the impact, but before that could happen, he was forcefully met with a soft sensation. Unconsciously holding his breath, Abel's body rebounded, and he fell on top of that sensation once again. Repeating that countless times for a brief moment, Abel came to notice he was bouncing on a spread-out cloth. Someone had spread out piles of cloth beneath the descending Abel, thus catching his fall. Digesting the reality of his narrow escape from death, Abel rolled off the cloth right away, and off its edge he placed a foot on firm ground. While on one knee, he raised his face in order to ascertain the doer of said deed. Wheel, tilde, the time for the commandment has arrived. Abel, are you His Excellency, or perhaps His Excellency? Either way, the great disaster has come around. Won't you fight against the great disaster together with me? Are you really so delighted with the fulfillment of the prophecy? Spreading his arms, both his demeanor and voice were joyful and far too out of place, with the battle between the titanic Meguro and the cloud dragon causing the demolition of the city to his back. The man Ubulk smiled, celebrating the moment in which the commandment he had been granted as a stargazer had without a doubt been materialized. The thunderous boom of the walls breaking reverberated, violently shaking the crystal palace. Upon being convinced that something decisive had occurred, Bastet's Fondalfin entered the throne room. And then, Bastet's, is that Kishidono? The wall of the throne room had crumbled, and amidst the freshly scattered dust, Bastet's found the form of the black-haired emperor toppled atop the scarlet carpet, thus lowering the corners of his slit eyes in gloom. Walking closer towards it, he saw that the body, collapsed face down, had been punctured on its chest. The heart that ought to have been beating within had exploded, the thread of life had been cut. Though he was not a military officer, he understood with a glance. It had been an instant death. There had been no time to even feel pain. Bastet's, considering what we have done, this could be said to be quite the merciful end. Ever since he had committed treason, raising a rebellion against the emperor, Vincent Valatia, Bastet's had resigned himself to the fact that his death would not be a peaceful one whatsoever. As an accomplice, Keisha should have steeled a similar resolve as well. But then again, Bastet's, though from my discussion with the Stargazer, it seems you had set your eyes on something different than me. Though a clear act of treachery, Bastet's had no intent of condemning it. Rather, his true feelings were those of admiration. In order to gain that which one desired, they must exhaust all of their strength in attempted pursuit. Such was the Empire's essence. Neither Bastet's nor Keisha possessed the fighting strength needed to abide by the Empire's mantra, but they were alike in the sense that they both compensated for what they lacked with their ingenuity. The new form of the Empire constructed by the Emperor, Vincent Valatia, had also recognized and certified that as a form of strength. Bastet's had also approved of that way of doing things in the Empire, and adhering to it, Keisha had made a magnificent example, with his own strength. As a man of the Valatian Empire, that was a deed of honor. Bastet's, although it seems it will be difficult to find the time to speak words of praise. Looking down at the corpse, Bastet's gazed at the hole in the wall where a gale was blowing in. On the other side, he could ascertain the presence of an enormous body, colored like rocks, in motion the presence of Meguro Hagin. Given these circumstances, it would be strange if Meguro had killed Keisha. In his position, Meguro was supposedly an ally of Keisha, the latter playing the part of emperor. Keisha's cause of death had been a blow through the chest, but it would have been impossible for Meguro's giant body to execute a strike with such precision. If there was concern to be had, it was of the strange words that the stargazer that Ubulk had left behind as he passed by Bastet's, the outside of the Crystal Palace, the place he was heading to. Bastet's, the great disaster and the ruin it brings. Just what is it that I am unaware of in the Empire? My, has nobody informed you? In that case, shall I fill you in, Bastet's? His cheeks stiffening upon suddenly hearing a voice, Bastet slowly turned his gaze back. His eyes, directed towards the large hole, turned back to the collapsed remains of the emperor. Then he cast his gaze further upwards, to the deepest part of the throne room to the throne. Even as the entire castle yet shook from the impacts, the throne went without moving, firm in its position. As the national flag depicting the sword wolf swayed in the wind, before it was a silhouette, resting chin in hand. Augustly sitting on the throne where His Excellency the Emperor ought to be sat, the figure looked down upon Bastet. Two Bastets. Wah! Properly speaking, Bastet should have raised a stern voice, should have reproached the disrespect of the person sat upon the throne. However, he was incapable of doing so. It was true that he had been rendered speechless due to the shock, but above that, Bastets did not possess the qualifications to reproach them. In this Valetian Empire, the position of Prime Minister ranked second after the Emperor and the imperial family in terms of authority. It was possible to say that the generals of the first class extolled as the 9 divine generals held a similar rank, but more important was the fact that there was almost nobody in the country that Bastets, with the position of Prime Minister, could not reproach. Nevertheless, Bastets had been unable to rebuke the other party. The reason was, "To think you would yet live, you're quite tenacious, Bastets. Say, who won the imperial selection ceremony? Vincent Niasama, or was it Priska?" Cracks formed on her pale and beautiful face. The member of the imperial family of Valetia spoke. The master whom Bastets Fondalfin had served priorly, the imperial princess who was supposed to have perished, having suffered defeat in the imperial selection ceremony, Lamia Godwin leisurely crossed her legs atop the throne. Translation note. 1. Balleroy's title of magical sharpshooter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, directly translates to marksman of magic bullets. However, the Japanese title is also the localized name of a German opera called Der Freischütz, which itself is based on a tale in German folklore of the same name. As the tale goes, a marksman obtains several magic bullets through a contract with the devil, which will always hit the desired target of the marksman. However, the final bullet is controlled by the devil. https://n Wikipedia org/wiki/fresh%c3% bctz2, though translated here as augustly, the Japanese term Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter can mean both gracious and discourteous. Arc 7, Chapter 109, Sword Wolf of the Empire. Machine translated by Archbishop Datchezem, Archbishop Kiln, Archbishop Archbishop 297, proofread by Archbishop #750 MPS Devil, Archbishop Japanese to English, checking by Isenkel Vinikayan, Archbishop Shig Maskbook GPM's art sources. Cover Sakural Section 2 and 3. Rakaroka. He was reminded of an aggravating affair. As per his recollections, Petra had been the one talking. Petra, the master, has a very bad personality. His speech is shabby, he pesters people, and he seems to enjoy being scolded, which is weird at times, but he is really good at teaching. Being unable to unfairly demean a person because she did not like them was Petra's nature, even though she was not willing to admit it. Garfield and Petra were close in age, so was it perhaps safe to say they were even friends? He liked Petra's noble nature. No wonder Frederica was so taken with her. In terms of loss-prone personalities, Garfield's love for Subaru and Otto was probably of the same vein. After all, blood proved the siblings. If so, Garfield had to admit that too. Roswell L. Mathers was a love rival, a malcontent in the camp who had plotted unforgivable misdeeds, and a natural enemy that he had never liked since long ago. Still, Roswell's teachings were spot on, and that had kept him alive. Roswell, Garfield, that's a shuriken. It's coated with poison. Even if you avoid it, it'll explode. What is the right move? Garfield, you're a tad slow, ain't you? Howling, Garfield stomped on the ground, and immediately afterward, the earth rose up to protect the two of them as a shield. The light sound of a shuriken piercing into the wall of earth, followed by the sound of an explosion, scorched the atmosphere. As Roswell had predicted, correctly so, damage could not have been avoided had it been parried with his gauntlets. His sharp fangs creaked due to that fact. Garfield, who's next? Roswell, I am. With an immediate answer to his question, Garfield turned to Roswell behind him. A moment later, Roswell used the sai in both his hands to knock away a kunai thrown at him. Seeing a shadow flashing above his head, Garfield launched his fist in its direction, bereft of hesitation. There was a ringing sound, and the strike of Garfield's fist was met with a kick with the outer part of a foot, delivered mid-flip. That attack had been unleashed by Albert, who had ceased his skull-shattering attack on Roswell's head. The monstrous old man countered Garfield's fists with his legs, all while saying, Albert, "Damn, this really is turning out to be a problem. Ain't two against one unfair. Garfield, don't try and change the rules now, old fart. Albert, kaka, I'm free to say anything I wanna." Drawing back his foot from where it had impacted the fist and using it as a springboard, Albert leapt towards the back. For a moment, Garfield was about to step forward to follow up Garfield. A shuriken, swooping in from his side, passed right under his nose as he stopped, slashing through the air. Letting it sail by, Garfield exhaled deeply. Roswell, right next to Garfield, changed his expression as he regripped his sai. Garfield's lips curved at the sight. "Garfield, what you smilling at?" "Roswell, nothing. Well, I was just admiring the remarkable speed of your growth. Even without me saying anything, you've managed to anticipate the surprise attack just now. You're learning things as you fight. Garfield, you're saying I'm just being sly, ain't you? And my amazing self ain't gonna be as shitty as you or that old man. Roswell, it takes talent to be nefarious, you know. The way I see it, you don't have the predisposition to be nefarious. You're about on par with Emily. Garfield, of course not. Don't put me in the same basket as her." He snapped at Roswell's remark, but after he himself voiced that out loud, he reflected, concluding that that reaction would have possibly hurt Emilia had she heard it. Either way, his mind was on Emilia and the other members of the camp who were probably on the battlefield like Garfield, and on those who were fighting alongside them. He took a deep breath as he thought of Heinkel and the Shadrakian women, as he thought of Ram's safety as well, the latter having joined them. "Albert, you got a lot of time on your hands, don't you? Your people are in a tough spot, ain't they? I'm sure we got a stronger lineup than you do." "Garfield, HK." Albert's words frustrated Garfield's attempts to regain his composure and face the situation. The feeling of having one's mind read would make one suspicious that their intentions could be predicted on the battlefield, a situation most undesirable. But next to the impatient Garfield, Roswell shrugged. "Roswell, your opponent wants you to get heated. In your case, that could eliminate any hesitation, but it's not good to mix impurities into your fervor. In addition, Garfield, Roswell, he's been quite chatty to begin with, but haven't the number of attempts to deceive us through words increased? Seems like the old man is also getting quite irritated. Albert, you're a disgusting young un, ain't you?" As he spoke, the glint in Albert's long, brow-covered eyes took on a shine of vexation. And after hearing Roswell's statement, Garfield realized an obvious truth: his opponent was as annoyed by this battle dragging on as he himself was. Albert laughed, provoked, teased, not because he could afford to, but because he wanted his opponents to believe that he had room to, so that he would gain the mental upper hand. Whereas with Garfield, his feelings could immediately be seen in his face, voice, and fur. Thus, in this sort of psychological warfare, one could win in the blink of an eye by leading their opponent by the nose. Roswell, even so, you can win provided you surpass your opponent's strength and they play on the same field you do. However, Garfield, I know, if a bastard stronger than my amazing self only fights in the field you're good at, then no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to see a way to win. But the fact that Garfield was now fighting in the Valetian Empire was the result of a rather unfortunate combination of various coincidental events. However, what the dice had rolled mattered not. There was no denying the reality before him. And in the years to come, battles comparable to this one in the Empire could befall him without end, as long as he was with Emilia and Subaru. That was to say, Garfield, done with winning. Roswell, MHM, that's right. That's good. This is the end of your boyhood. Garfield wrinkled his nose at Roswell's histrionics. For Garfield, being congratulated or praised for his growth by Roswell was nothing to be happy about. However, he liked that expression, end of boyhood. From this point onward, Garfield would continue forward as someone who had matured. Albert, dear, oh dear, this is why I hate young'uns. Unlike this old man who's got no room to grow, y'all can reach enlightenment on a dime. As he twisted his neck and shook the ankle of the foot that he had off the ground, Albert sighed. However, the vicious old man's light-hearted derogation contained genuine hostility. Yes, hostility. Up till this moment, Albert had considered Garfield to be of a lower rank, aiming to eliminate him. It was proof that Garfield had finally been recognized as an enemy. Garfield. Finally. Garfield's blood was red-hot with enthusiasm for earning the right to go toe-to-toe with Albert. He breathed in through his nose again, loudly and deeply, and exhaled through his mouth. Then he became conscious of the blood circulating in his body and his power that could not be seen. Albert, on. Suddenly, a dumb-sounding voice was uttered, disturbing Garfield's concentration. It had been uttered by Albert standing in front of him. For a moment he believed it to be a shinobi technique to disturb his composure. However, it was not, because that opening had been born in Albert, rather. Garfield, he was the head honcho of the shinobi. The opening that had arisen was as small as the eye of a needle, but Garfield could not help but gasp, as he had never shown such laxness before. What in the world had brought it about? Wait. It's unfair to withdraw in the middle like this. It's a waste. You're not reading the mood. Pretty sure I'm right on the mark on you being even more unable to read the mood than I, aren't I? There was a figure running across the battlefield, raising a noisy voice and leaving behind a cloud of dust. A small boy who gave the impression that he was out of place on the battlefield was calling out in a shrill, high-pitched voice from a considerable distance, however. The speed at which he ran was unusual. The screaming boy was looking up at the sky, chasing a huge being as it flapped its wings. Garfield understood at first glance that it was the dragon that had landed on another battlefield a distance away from here. He understood that, but this situation where boy and dragon were playing tag was one beyond his comprehension. A battlefield where anything could happen, although he had a strong hunch on that. Albert. Why's that bastard Sese so small? Garfield's eyes narrowed at the incomprehensible sight, but a subdued voice reached his ears. Albert, standing on one leg and still yielding an opening akin to the eye of a needle, was distracted by the dragon and the boy, or rather, the screaming boy. And then, Albert. Well, Cheshi, you've taken my color, haven't you? The old man's clouded eyes filled with surprise and suspicion, after which they eventually turned clear and were instead filled with anger. It was an emotional change that had lasted less than 10 seconds, yet he had no idea what thought process had brought forth this change in Albert. But if it was one of only a handful of openings that the vicious old man had made in his life, the devious Roswell was not going to overlook it. Roswell, you must really be unaware of the situation if you can afford to look away from him with how he is right now. Thrusting the tip of the sai he was tightly grasping, Roswell stepped into the needle-thin opening which had arisen. His immediate reaction disturbed. The strike grazed Albert's left shoulder as he twisted around. The speeding mass of iron had connected with Albert's shoulder, causing the old man to gnash his teeth as his diminutive figure melted into the ground. It was the technique of swimming through the earth, which he had displayed several times during this battle. But Roswell, Garfield, I know. As irritating as Roswell's advice was, he could already see the strategy in the making. After all, Garfield's divine protection of earth spirits was a divine protection that drew mana from the ground via the soles of his feet. In other words, it connected him to the earth. Even if an opponent was under the ground, if he concentrated, tracking their position would be. Garfield. Suddenly, all the hairs on Garfield's body stood on end as he was seized by a strange sensation. He felt a repulsive sensation, as if his neck was being licked by a tongue which felt strangely coarse. That sensation was not coming from Albert in front of him, but from a much larger, wider area. Roswell, Garfield. In response to the motionless Garfield, Roswell raised a questioning voice. Not entirely in response to Albert's earlier comment, Garfield also yielded an opening that the monstrous old man would surely have exploited. However, there was no attack. On the contrary, Roswell, the traces of the old man, they vanished. Roswell muttered, frowning his shapely brow and going without relaxing the grip on his sai. He was correct. Signs of Albert's presence were supposed to be there, but none were present. Of course, the opponent was a shinobi. He likely knew how to hide his presence to the greatest possible extent. Yet that was not the case. Albert's presence below ground seemed to be getting distant. He was moving away from Garfield and Roswell at breakneck speed, and then Garfield. What the fuck's this feeling? Roswell, Garfield, the old man is Garfield. It's strange, disgusting. Even it's like the winds of Ahia corrupt the water. Roswell, still wary of Albert, did not share the sense of danger with Garfield. If he could not feel it, then it was probably not mana that was causing the disturbance. It was a huge, tremendous sensation which Garfield could feel underfoot drawing near. It was a feeling that Garfield, who possessed the divine protection of earth spirits, noticed most quickly. Garfield, the soil of the battlefield, no, the earth of Valatia is running wild. Garfield could feel the horrifying screams of the vast earth. Any resentment that the battle had been left unfinished, or that the opportunity to break one of the walls had been lost, dissipated before the weight of what stood in their way. Garfield, Roswell, fly right now and let everyone know. Roswell, Garfield, forgetting the pseudonym he was meant to use in the Empire, called out to him. Roswell did not interject, perhaps out of respect for the urgency of the situation. Garfield shouted with a sense of urgency in spite of his hatred of the other party. It was, Garfield. All of Valatia's gonna turn into enemies. Lamia Godwin was one of the daughters of Dryzen Valatia, the 76th emperor of the Valatian Empire, an imperial princess defeated and killed in a conflict against Vincent Abelux and Prisca Benedict in the imperial selection ceremony. In the imperial selection ceremony, brothers and sisters were forced to kill each other until a single one remained. Yet she had formed an alliance with her other siblings to defeat Vincent, who had been viewed as the one most likely to take the emperor's throne, as she excelled in cornering her opposition through the excellent usage of schemes and traps. However, her plan had failed to disprove what had been speculated at the start. The alliance collapsed, and in the end, she had lost her life in a duel with her sister, Prisca, being that there was no love lost between the two. Among those involved in the imperial selection ceremony, it would often be stated that she would have won the throne given her age and capacity at the time, had it not been for Vincent. However, defeat was still defeat. Upon facing a cold, hard, and irrefutable reality, Lamia's body was reduced to cinders by the flames of the Yang sword. That, too, was supposedly a cold, hard, and irrefutable reality. And yet, Bastet's, Your Excellency Lamia, but how? Bastet's would normally keep his eyes closed and narrow, but now they had opened just enough to allow one to ascertain the grey coloration of his pupils, betraying his astonishment towards the person before him. What Bastet's trembling vision beheld was none other than the countenance of his master Lamia Godwin, a countenance still vivid in his memory, but now sitting on the throne with the flag fluttering in the wind to the back. Excepting, however, the cracked, bloodless white face she now donned, and the beautiful red irises that had transformed into an eerie golden glow standing out amidst pitch-black darkness. Lamia, Bastet's, did you not hear my question? Has Vincent Niasama won the imperial selection ceremony? Was it Prisca? It cannot be. Was it Palladio Niasama of all people? It would be nightmarish were anyone else besides those two to vie for the throne after my defeat. Bastet's, His Excellency Vincent Abelux ascended to the throne after the defeat of Your Excellency. To the present time, he has continued to reign for 9 years. Lamia, however, he has died. Is that the answer to what is lying beneath my feet? Cutting off Bastet's words, Lamia looked over the prone corpse as she rested her chin upon her hand. While unable to discern the face from her position, she was able to tell the body apart from those of her other blood siblings. Technically, Bastet's had surmised that the fallen Vincent was in fact not the real Vincent, but rather Keisha Gold in disguise, though that was beside the point. Bastet's, with all due respect, Your Excellency Lamia, but would you lend me an ear? Lamia, what is it, Bastet's? You have been a faithful henchman of mine. If you have any questions, then I shall answer them. Bastet's, for what reason have you returned? If I may add, the throne is reserved for none other than the Emperor of Valatia to sit upon. You do not possess that qualification, Your Excellency. Bastet's uttered this fully aware that it would have been disrespectful and that it would give rise to displeasure within his conversational partner. At one time, He had served and had done everything in his power to raise her as the worthy successor to take the throne of the Valatian Empire. Back then, he would have been delighted had he witnessed Lamia sitting on the imperial throne in such a manner. Welling up in the depths of his chest were boiling, unbearable hatred and anger. Bastetts, make a wise decision, Your Excellency. We were defeated. With a reverent hand against his chest, Bastetts advised Lamia as he had once done. When she was still young, but beautiful and intelligent, Lamia had the flexibility to listen to Bastetts's recommendations, take them seriously, reflect and digest them, and let them guide her to the right answer. This cunning, poisonous virtue of Lamia, you have fallen sick, Bastetts. No matter how much you love and devote yourself to it, this country will never repay you. Tilting her neck, Lamia responded, her expression unchanging as if frozen solid, and Bastetts acted immediately in return. The ring on his finger had glinted mysteriously once he turned his hand on his chest toward Lamia. A meteor it was, given to Bastetts as a mark of being the Prime Minister. Bastetts, prepare yourself. Bastetts' will had elicited a response, and from the glowing ring's jewel, a fireball shot out. It was something Vincent, too, possessed for the sake of self-defense, and it released the mana accumulated within it as magic, an attack towards the one whom Bastetts had once sworn fidelity to know, towards one who bore her likeness. Just like that, Lamia, defenseless on the throne, was engulfed by the fireball. Lamia, fool. Of all things, you employ fire against a member of the imperial family of Valatia. The subsequent moment, dazzling red light illuminated the throne room, and the flame was bisected diagonally, going in two different directions. Lamia and the throne avoided the blast, given its momentum, which in turn crashed into the wall upon which the flag had been draped, giving rise to flames. If left unattended, that conflagration could spread to the flag, then engulf the entire crystal palace in flames. However, Bastetts's attention was focused on what was in front of him rather than on the crystal palace's future. Rising from the throne, Lamia held in her hand a glowing, treasured sword of crimson. That unmistakable form was the pride and joy of the Valatian Empire, Bastetts, the Yang Sword Valatia. Lamia, it is only natural for someone of Valatia's imperial family to possess it, yes. Once more Bastetts opened his eyes to a width on par to the width of a normal person's squinting eyes, and reflected within them was Lamia leaping toward him, holding the brilliant Yang sword in her hand. With a swing, Lamia's slash loomed. Were that dazzling crimson no forgery, Bastetts's existence would be torched. Not even ashes would remain. He had to move, but he was not able to. He had not been trained in that way, and more importantly, he was blinded by the radiance of it all. The radiance of the Yang sword, symbol of the Valatian Empire. Lamia, goodbye, Bastet. A flash of light fell upon Bastetts, and even he himself understood at that moment that the life of this wicked man, who had pretended to be a loyal subject and had shaken the empire to its very foundations, was arriving at its terminus. New one. The great door of the throne room was suddenly smashed open from the outside, and something flew in from the other side with tremendous force. Its speed unchecked, it flew directly into Lamia, who had been swinging her blade at Bastetts, blowing away the imperial princess's thin body with a ga. Lamia. Wah, feeling that his imminent death was growing distant, Bastetts came to see that what had collided with Lamia was a battle-axe which had been thrown. It was one of the weapons held by a set of armor arranged in the hall of the Crystal Palace in front of the throne room, a gleaming piece with ceremonial decorations. Even so, the battle-axe had always been well cared for, kept ready to be used on the battlefield, since not displaying weapons that were actually useless was not the imperial way. And thus, it had stopped Lamia on her tracks from her front, blowing her away towards the back of the throne room with terrific momentum. Bastetts, who has thrown that axe, was the doubt Bastetts harbored. He turned around, but before he could confirm who it was, loud footsteps approached him at once. Traitorous retainer, Bastetts Fondalfin. I was against keeping someone like you as Prime Minister the whole time. Bastetts was grabbed by the collar and lifted to his feet by a huge hand, which forced him to face a bearded giant of a man. The Titan was endowed with a loud voice that befitted his large body, and a stern face that looked as if it had been tailor-made especially for him. His naked upper body was covered by an armor of well-trained muscle, and his vigor had not diminished in the slightest, even though he had been in captivity for more than a month. Bastet's General First Class Gars Ralphon, Gars, you will be tried in public. Of course, General First Class Keisha, who planned and carried out this treason, is just as guilty. Regardless of your true intentions, you are guilty of plotting against His Excellency and your own allies. Bastet's Gars, in the first place. Do not underestimate us officers and our soldiers. No matter how many hardships we may face, the great disaster will be crushed by our combined efforts. The giant who had spoken loudly, Gars Ralphon. He was one of the 9 divine generals of the empire, ranked 5th. A man who, due to his loyalty and unfortunate timing, had become the second victim of Bastet's and Keisha's schemes, Vincent being the first. However, as his interference had aided Vincent in his escape from the imperial capital, Bastet's could not be lenient on him for the sake of his own objective. It was the way of the world, and the imperial way itself, that one side would win and the other would lose when both sides gave their all for their own cause. Therefore, he did not feel even a bit like apologizing for that. Bastet's, why are you here? You were supposed to be chained up in the basement of my mansion. Gars, a brave girl rescued me. She possesses a strong heart. You were out of luck to have trapped her alongside me. She is a lady the Valetian Empire should be proud of. Bastet's, I see, it was her, huh? Bastet's mind flashed to the blue-haired girl he had been holding captive in his mansion. She was a valuable user of healing magic, and according to Madeline, she was a young girl from the Oni clan. He had intended to make her a candidate for Empress Consort, both in terms of her abilities and her race. He had evaluated her as a strong-willed and vibrant woman, but apparently that had still been an underestimation. He intended to not get too hung up on that, though now that the failure of the plan had become apparent. However, what was worrisome concerning the truth of Gars's appearance, Bastet's, General First Class Gars, have you already heard about the great disaster? Gars, I have not heard the details. However, I have heard that it would happen at the cost of His Excellency's life. I must inquire Keisha about that as well, but my priority is His Excellency's life. Where are you keeping His Excellency? You, responding in an unnecessarily loud voice, Gars announced his intentions to Bastet's. Internally, Bastet's had admired, and even resented, the fact that Keisha had kept the great disaster completely to himself, even though it had reached even Gars, but that was all he felt. Halfway through his words, Gars had noticed something, his eyes widening. And then Gars, wah ah, hi His Excellency, His Excellency. With a scream, Gars crumpled to his knees. Bastet's, thrown by the momentum, fell to the floor on his buttocks, but Gars did not care as he clung to the corpse before him, to the corpse that had collapsed on the red carpet, the corpse that would move nevermore. From Gars's widened eyes tears streamed, absorbed by his thick beard. The tears pressing down his beard, he pounded his large fist against the carpet with force. Gars, Your Excellency. This Gars Ralphon was too late. What folly, what an act of folly. No longer can this folly be atoned for except by death. Bastet's, General First Class Gars, please remain calm. That man is, Gars, this is no situation to remain calm in. Damn you, Prime Minister Bastet's, are you satisfied with this? You have taken the life of His Excellency, and now this very empire itself. Bastet's, the deceased is General First Class Keisha. Bastet's loudly silenced Gars, who had been furious at the Emperor's corpse, which had been pierced through the chest. Opening his eyes wide towards Bastet's, who had let out a yell seldom heard from him, Gars then carefully examined the lying corpse. Gars, this is General First Class Keisha. Ridiculous. If so, then what happened? Bastet's, even I do not know the details of the situation. However, I think that the death of General First Class Keisha in the guise of His Excellency in this unprecedented situation may have something to do with the great disaster. Having calmed Gars and his flurry of emotions, Bastet's had also organized his own thoughts. Perhaps his death as emperor and the rebellion he had committed with Bastet's were all part of a plot hatched by Keisha Gold. And this had not been unrelated to the events of the great disaster that had popped up time and again. If anyone did know anything about the great disaster, it would be. That is just awful all of a sudden. I have not been treated like this in all my life and in my death. Gars. A quiet voice could be heard from the back of the room. Lamia's voice. who was supposed to have been blown away, felled by a blow from violent throw of a battle-axe performed by Gars barging in. Before proceeding, let it be clear that her presence had not been forgotten. Despite his subsequent boisterous exchange with Gars, Bastetts had not bothered to mention her because the power in that battle-axe had been, without a doubt, deadly. Gars Ralphon was a general admired by many others in the troops, second only to Keisha Gold in terms of commanding large armies, but he was also possessed of outstanding individual combat skills in comparison with the latter. Were Gars to unleash an attack with the intention of defeating an opponent, the body of an average man would be maimed in a single hit if said average man were on the receiving end. However, for Lamia, that had not been so, at least not strictly speaking. Lamia, well, this body, it does not seem to feel any pain, so I guess that is a relief. Saying this, Lamia stood up and tilted her head as she slowly connected the right half of her body together, which had been shattered like pottery. No jest nor metaphor in that expression, it had been spoken in its truest sense. There had been no blood flowing from the wounds, the crushed parts wriggled and combined together like ice filling out a lake. But things did not end with the fact that someone who was supposed to be dead had come back to life, suddenly reanimated. Gars, Prime Minister Bastetts, if I am not mistaken, that person is Bastetts. This is Her Excellency Lamia Godwin. She passed away 9 years ago during the imperial selection ceremony. Gars, why is Her Excellency the Imperial Princess, who is supposed to have died in the imperial selection ceremony, doing this? And I even attacked Her Excellency Lamia. Do not tell me that His Excellency the Emperor kept his sister alive. Bastetts, that cannot possibly be the case. His Excellency Vincent Valatia has no attachment to such sentiments. Considering her strange appearance, it is Her Excellency Lamia who is the problem. Having corrected Gars's reflexive short-sightedness, Bastetts took a close look at Lamia, who was still restoring her body, and arrived at this conclusion. If possible, he would prefer prolonging the conversation with Lamia to obtain more information. Bastetts, it was no one else but me who closed the window for negotiations. Lamia, yes, so it seems, even though I was intending to talk this out in proper fashion. So what happened? Bastetts, that is a good question. Perhaps I was getting desperate, thinking that my allies would betray me as I take on this last great challenge in my life. I am quite surprised by this side of mine. Gars, this is not the time to say that. Your Excellency Lamia, I am Gars Ralphon, a general first class serving His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valatia, if you would oblige and let yourself get tied up. After Gars had launched a preemptive strike, Lamia would likely turn a deaf ear even after stating her willingness to talk. As Lamia affirmed this, Gars took a large step towards her. Even with his battle-axe no longer in his hands, his arms were still as thick as logs. Even with the power of the Yang sword and the physical enhancements that accompanied its wielding, Lamia's ability should not have been sufficient to stop Gars. Even though Lamia was not supposed to be the type that was unable to understand the difference in strength between both of them, Lamia, I refuse doing such a thing. I am not going to have my freedom taken away right after awakening again. Gars, then, by force, Lamia. Besides, thinking that she was not willing to listen, Gars was already about to take an even larger step forth, and it happened. Lamia's bewitching golden eyes flickered, and the situation changed. As shadows dwelling in the selfsame pitch-dark goldness arose around her one after the other. Gars, what the hell? Gars cried out in horror. Bastetts also lost his voice as he choked up. As if shadows had risen from the ground, more eerie-looking figures with the same eyes and cracked skin, which had lost their color like Lamia's, appeared. That alone was astonishing, but Bastetts' and Gars's shock did not end there. There was also the fact that they recognized everyone who had risen. Lamia, I pity you for clinging to an empire that will end regardless. As she stated this, Lamia raised the Yang sword to the heavens. In the same manner, more than 24 figures around her all reached for the heavens as well, unsheathing their treasured swords of crimson, all members of the imperial family in possession of the qualification that allowed them to not be burnt away. The battle between the 8th, Meguro Hagin, and the previous and current 9ths, Madeline Eshot and Balaroy Temiglyph, continued raging in the Crystal Palace's proximity. The extraordinary battle that unfolded within its immediate vicinity was a clash between gigantic ramparts in the shape of a human and a cloud-clad dragon. And with the addition of the Empire's most powerful flying dragon rider, it turned into a fierce battle that would go down in the history of the Empire. The thunderous roar, the rumbling of the earth were the very screams of the Valatian Empire, the water streaming out of the destroyed reservoir, turning into a wave of mud flowing into the imperial capital. The imperial capital of Lupugana, or rather, the sacred Valatian Empire itself, was in the midst of an unprecedented upheaval that foreshadowed its destruction. And yet, despite these circumstances, are you His Excellency, or perhaps His Excellency? Either way, the great disaster has come around. Won't you fight against the great disaster together with me? The stargazer, with his arms outstretched and a broad smile on his face, not looking at the crumbling streets of the imperial capital, was more than out of place. He was nightmarish, carelessly trampling on the understanding of ordinary people. But alas, the one confronted with the stargazer's eccentric smile was the one person who had the least permission to be ordinary in this empire. Abel, for a moment, Abel glanced behind the curtain at the miracle that had saved his life. What had saved Abel from falling from a great height was a cloth stretched to the max placed exactly where he had fallen, an improvised cushioning material gathered from the rooms of the Crystal Palace and the surrounding buildings. He could understand the mechanism that had saved him. The question was, why could it have been prepared? This sort of preparation would be unfeasible unless one knew that someone know that Abel would fall there. Abel, how much did you know? The moment he reached that conclusion, Abel's outstretched hand grabbed the smiling Ubulk by the chest. He pulled him to his feet forcefully, and Ubulk bellowed an "oh wow," his eyes widening. Face to face, directly in front of him, sparing no quarter, Abel stared at Ubulk. And Abel, Keisha's plan, no, that is not it. How far in advance did you know whose death would bring about the great disaster? You said that it would be my death that Ubulk. Yeah, I did say that. That Vincent Valetia's death would be the beginning of the great disaster that will bring ruin to the empire. Abel glared at him. From a distance, their breaths could be felt, but Ubulk's relaxed demeanor did not falter. Perhaps it was not so much composure, but rather it was a different kind of disgusting anticipation or exuberance. In fact, Ubulk was in high spirits, as if at last the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. But Abel, Vincent Valencia is I, Ubulk. No, no, Your Excellency, that's wrong. That's nuot tilde true. I'll say it out loud. That's incorrect, Your Excellency. Abel, Ubulk, General First Class Keisha Gold has unquestionably fulfilled the role of Vincent Valencia. His Excellency himself, of all people, had molded General Keisha Gold to do so. Abel, I. It was not for that purpose that he had kept Keisha Gold by his side. Upon the great disaster's arrival, he would need someone with the ability to take charge of everything within the empire to replace the helpless emperor who would be unable to be present. That was his belief. Someone who, after Vincent's death, would cooperate with a worthy successor and save the empire. Abel, why did you take part in this plan? Ubulk, what's that? Abel, as a stargazer, you are only interested in the fulfillment and implementation of your commandment. Then, if you wish to ensure that the great disaster would happen, you should have made use of my life. Why did you decide to go along with Keisha's uncertain plans? It is nonsensical. A stargazer was a commandment's puppet in human form. No matter how much they could possibly have pretended to be likable or accommodating, what lay inside was naught but an obsession with their commandment and a fanatical desire to fulfill it. His priorities should have been clear. So why had he sided with Keisha's plan? Abel, what was your reason? Answer me. Ubulk, tilde, I think you'd be offended if I were to say it, Your Excellency. Abel, speak. Ubulk, well, it doesn't really matter to me whether it was His Excellency himself or General First Class Keisha. It'd be good if the great disaster happened, and it'd be bad if it didn't. If it didn't happen even after General First Class Keisha died in the guise of His Excellency, then I'd have to do something tilde about His Excellency himself. Do you get what I'm saying? Abel, in that case, is this situation what you had hoped for? With that, Abel quietly gained an understanding, as Ubulk stuck out his tongue in a mischievous manner. At the same time, he comprehended that talking to Ubulk any further would be of no use. Releasing his grip on Ubulk's collar, Abel slowly turned around. Reflected in his eyes through the Oni mask were several figures holding the edge of the cloth that had saved Abel. None of their faces had ever been seen at the Crystal Palace before. But Abel, these people, are they also a part of your faction? Ubulk, there aren't enough of us to call it a faction, though. Ari Tilda there. Shrugging his shoulders, Ubulk spun around and spread his arms in front of his accomplices. The crowd of roughly 10-odd people, assembled without regard for their age or gender, were presumably stargazers just like him. Even if one were to try and cull them, their numbers would increase. Since it was unknown how the pawns of the observers were selected, he had left them alone despite knowing of their existence. Ubulk, as I said, were moving in accordance with the commandment. What are you gonna do, Your Excellency? Abel, what am I going to do? Abel tried to put his thoughts across his tongue as he pondered such. However, in the middle of responding to Ubulk, the ground was shaken by a particularly loud impact. Some distance away from Abel and everyone else, a part of Meguro's body fell to the ground, making a large sound. The battle yet raged on. However, since it was 2 against 1, Meguro's disadvantage was undeniable. Balaroy Temiglyph, a man who was supposed to be dead, had been resurrected alongside his beloved dragon. The worst possibility one could deduce from this was that it was just not limited to the two of them. Ubulk, the turmoil in the imperial capital and the crisis in the empire, events that defy reason, are truly a manifestation of the great disaster. As Abel shielded his face from the dust sprinkling down, Ubulk cocked his chin to point to the sky. The resurrected dead and the dragon ran amok, foretelling mounting damage that would probably not end there. Ubulk, the witch of the kingdom, the night weeping of the city-states, the collapse of the Holy Kingdom, and the great disaster of the empire, the 4 disasters that will destroy the world. Their time draws near, even at this very moment. Abel, Ubulk. Oh, and Your Excellency, this is just my personal opinion, but Ubulk deliberately clapped his hands, as if speaking of something that he had failed to mention. Then, the stargazer pointed overhead to Meguro's battle. No, he was pointing to something else. He pointed not to the battle, but to the throne room bearing a sizable hole, which laid in the Crystal Palace, the latter being rocked by the shockwaves of the fierce fight. Ubulk, why did I cooperate with General First-Class Keisha's scheme? Waz Tilderit. I'm sincere in saying that I would have been fine with both, but I thought that with Your Excellency, our odds would be better. Brazenly laughing, Ubulk lowered the hand that pointed to the Crystal Palace, and in the same motion, pointed it at Abel. Ubulk, I prioritized the fulfillment of the commandment. My goal was to start the great disaster, and Thean Tilda to hold back the destruction it'd bring. I haven't wavered in my priority. A stargazer was obsessed with the realization and fulfillment of their commandment, a living puppet enslaved to their goal. That perception remained the same. And without that perception being altered, Ubulk presented the reasons for his actions, the rationale for his choices, and the future that he pursued. He said that, in order to save the Valatian Empire from the great disaster, he would prioritize Abel. Abel, Keisha Gold, you. What kind of future, what kind of expectations had these disguised black eyes, imbued with the color of Vincent Valatia, imbued with his color, painted? Why had he not understood that words like hope and dreams were not more but silly escapism from reality? Ubulk. Oh, an unexpected explosion roared in Abel's ears as he put his hand to his face and grabbed the cheek of his Oni mask. Ubulk let out a silly voice in response, followed by a heavy sound of something falling beside them. Upon looking at it, Abel came to see that something had fallen onto the cloth that had caught him earlier. However, unlike him, the cloth had not been stretched to help, and it did not fulfill its purpose as cushioning material. However, you were correct that this cloth would be laid out. Prime Minister Bustetz, are you alive? That took quite the toll on this old body, but somehow. Shaking off the cloth that covered them, a large man with his upper body bare and a white-haired old man carried in the former's arms emerged from under the cloth. Both of them looked familiar. Abel had never thought that he would run into them here. Ubulk, oh Tilda, if that isn't General First-Class Gars, and Prime Minister Bustetz is safe too. Bustetz, one would think you would have long since absconded, yet you are still here. Gars, you. You are the stargazer who instructed General First Class Keisha and Prime Minister Bastetts with all these superfluous things. Because of you, His Excellency is, as the large man Gars Ralphon, who had apparently jumped down from the large hole in the Crystal Palace, so stated, he approached Ubulk while carrying Prime Minister Bastetts in his arms. Now that he knew what Keisha had been attempting to do, he thought that Gars would not have been killed. But how was it that he had appeared here in this state following the events that had taken place? Just how much had been shared between Bastetts and Keisha? Gars, the turmoil in the imperial capital and everything else. It is all caused by your schemes. You should die in order to atone. Ubulk, wait Tilda a minute, please. I wasn't even all that involved in it, nor did I have anything to do with what happened to General First Class Gars. Because, you see, as far as the commandment's concerned, Gars isn't someone to pay much thought about. Gars, how dare you, you bastard. By once again running his mouth, Ubulk incurred Gars's wrath more and more. Bastetts writhed in pain, as if Gars had forgotten that he was carrying the former. Moreover, the changes in the situation did not end at just that. You The closer I get and see, the more puzzling everything becomes. I ran after the dragon that ignored me, only to find out that the one replacing it as my opponent was a big golem. Sure, it might serve as a decent show, but I don't think it's capable of acting as a substitute. Abel. And right after he heard a yapping, high-pitched voice, the owner of said voice made their entrance wrapped in a tremendous wind, while a cloud of dust spread behind him. Gliding on the soles of the zori he wore, he looked up at the sky with his hands forming a brim. A boy who had been uncalled for, sporting blue hair and a kimono, had arrived. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of his raucous demeanor, speech, and conduct, but above all else, because he looked like a mere shrunk-down version of a familiar figure. Gars, see Cecilis Segmund. Cecilis, did you call me just now? Well, I'm quite embarrassed for having managed to do something so grand that my name has spread with lightning speed. To be honest, I thought the best moment would be me cutting down that dragon, but I hate just how much of a star I am. Gars, no doubt, it is General First Class Cecilis. The boy, who was watching the battle between Meguro and the Cloud Dragon, turned around and uttered those words with an unmistakably unique sense of distance. This was, without a shadow of a doubt, Cecilis Segmund, the strongest of the 9 divine generals, the first, who stood at the peak of the Valatian Empire's military might, but his state that of a child. It had been at about this age when Abel had first picked up Cecilis as a subordinate, taking him under his wing. Since then, his mind aside, his body was supposed to have grown up. Abel, but you, why are you small? I can only believe that this is the work of Albert Dunkelken. But if that is the case, then contradictions with Albert's behavior during their meeting at the demon city of Chaos Flame would arise. Albert was, some way or another, unaware of the fact that Keisha had been masquerading as the Emperor. But supposing that Albert had been employing the same technique he had utilized on Natsuki Subaru, medium, and Al, with Cecilis as the target, he could not help but cast doubts on the actions taken. Why would the Emperor himself have Cecilis infantilized? He wondered. A logical explanation for it seemed improbable. Cecilis had gone without being corrected for over a decade until now. At this point, nothing could shackle him down. In other words, you're way too light-footed for a pipsqueak, ain't you? Can't believe someone's getting such a large lead on me. I'm really starting to feel my age. Immediately after the thought crossed his mind, a petite shinobi Albert Dunkelken made his appearance right there and then. He had supposedly been entrusted with a bastion to defend the imperial capital, yet he had abandoned that role, returning to the Crystal Palace. When it came to the reason as to why had Albert, the shinobi head honcho, done such a thing, Cecilis, I thought I'd shaken you off, but I actually didn't. That's great, old man. Still wanting a stage role even at that age, how admirable. Bravo, Albert, so loud. At this point you forgot stuff altogether, haven't you? Cecilis forgot stuff. Well, I got no idea what you're talking about, though. Albert, Ceci's small, so if I didn't do it, it's gotta have been that oss's fault, Cheshis. Though I like to steal others' skills, I don't like it when they steal mine. Cecilis, that's an amazingly selfish complaint. I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. The old man, his lips curved in dissatisfaction, was laughed at by the much younger Cecilis, who was barely taller than him. The stargazer Ubulk was still being pressed for answers by Gaz, while Bastet's had been stolen of his freedom, being carried by Gaz's brawny arms, his mind more focused on whether the consequences of the still-raging battle between Meguro, the Cloud Dragon, and the resuscitated Balleroy were about to befall him. Abel, just, what is this? One after the other, people gathered at this place. The majority of the 9 divine generals of the Valatian Empire had come to this location, he came to realize. Had this, too, been brought about by Keisha? Having been trained to perform all that Vincent Valatia could as well, just how much had Keisha Gold surpassed the latter's expectations? He had given his own life to keep Abel alive, and what was to come after? Cheshire, my apologies, but I am afraid I would not. Abel, once upon a time, faced with a query from Vincent Abelux, Keisha Gold had replied thus. Upon being asked if he was willing to die for Vincent, he had returned the frank answer that he would not. Then, the one for whom Keisha had laid down his life was not Vincent Abelux. Certainly, it had not been for Abel's sake, nor for Vincent Valatia's either. It had not been for a play on words of the sort, for that which Keisha had laid down his life for was, Abel, heed my words. The great disaster is nigh. From here on, you shall abide by my command. Grinding his molars together, Abel lifted his face, leaped atop the rubble, turned around. Then, viewing the entirety of the ensemble present, he thus asserted for all to listen. Upon Abel's proclamation, each and all of those in their self-centered doings observed him. At that moment, with the exception of Ubulk and Bastet's, who were in the know, the eyes of everyone, divine generals included, had the utmost doubt flash across their eyes just who in the world is this man. Taking that in, Abel reached for the Oni mask upon himself, seizing its cheek. His visage had been covered with an object by Keisha in the latter's final moments. Now removing it, Abel bared his real face. And finally, Abel, I am your emperor, Vincent Valatia. The apex of the sword wolves of the Empire. Arc 7, Chapter 110, Congratulatory Words. Machine translated by Archbishop Datchesem Archbishop Kiln Archbishop Proofread by Archbishop # 750 MPS Devil Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Ice Archbishop Paper Art Sources. Cover Rakaroka Part 4, Yuki Artasuan Part 5, Rakaroka Part 6, Keyed. Digging into the ground powerfully with their bestial claws, they launched their body forward with such force that they seemed to be pulling the ground out. Their companions, using their wits and martial prowess, were scrambling to take control of the battlefield. As to aid them, Frederica Baumann raced across the battlefield. The beautiful, golden-haired leopard sailed through the wind, fulfilling her role as messenger through and through, being that she was the second fastest among all those roaming around the battlefield. Against the overwhelmingly superior quality of the regular soldiers of the Imperial Army, the rebels, who were, to put it bluntly, a patchwork of people, had been able to bring the situation to a stalemate thanks to the information gathered by Otto Suwon, Abel's management of that information, and Frederica's ability to transmit said information in a quick manner. Regardless of whether Frederica had been aware of her contribution or not, now armed with information most important, she kicked the ground away. The impact that intel would bring about was of particular significance. It was, Frederica, a message from the Master and my brother. There are signs of a change within the land. With ragged breaths, pushing her exhausted, beastified body, Frederica, undoing her beastification, announced her arrival at the main camp in a hurry, not hesitating in exposing her bare skin to all. While she had been traveling across the battlefield, Garfield, having survived a fierce fight, had communicated those words to Frederica bearing a passionate expression, one not proud of the outcome of the battle. Ragged and bloody, Garfield had lived through a fight to the death, a battle that Frederica could not even begin to imagine. Her sisterly feeling of wanting to sing her brother's praises for his struggle had to be postponed in the face of his desperate plea. Fortunately, Roswell, arriving with the Flying Dragon Squadron as reinforcements, had been by Garfield's side and had been able to lend him proper assistance, regardless of Garfield's feelings about said assistance being given to him by his love rival. That wasn't very specific. Any more details? Frederica, I do not know. I can only say that it was a gut feeling from my brother's divine protection. It is just. Frederica, my brother's hunches are usually right, regardless of whether they are favorable or not. Garfield's instincts were as good as a wild animal's. Even though he had never been wild, one could call them his wild instincts. Garfield's instincts did not work well in everyday life, and his unrefined behavior would often come to the fore in front of Ram. But when it came to fighting, the reliability of his instincts was unparalleled. That was why Frederica had, without any hesitation, rushed to the main camp. Hearing Frederica's plea, the beautiful Serena Dracra, a high countess of the Empire who had come to their side with her flying dragon squadron as reinforcements, looked to be deep in thought. Rumor had it that she was an acquaintance of Raswal's, who the latter had gone to request help from. Since she was Raswal's acquaintance, she was probably a woman of strong character. However, it was also a common characteristic of Raswal's acquaintances that, personality aside, no doubts would exist in regards to the excellence of their abilities. This was evident in the fact that she was currently serving as a substitute for the absent commander-in-chief at the main camp, where the movement of the rebels, now a large army, was being controlled. Frederica-sama, here is a cloak for you to wear. A red cloak was draped over Frederica's shoulders from behind as she looked thoughtfully at Serena's profile. It was a cloak that only generals of the Valatian Empire were allowed to wear, but the person who had done so with grace was not familiar with the meaning of that adornment. Because of this, Frederica smiled, happy for the gesture of pure goodwill. Frederica, thank you, Schultz-sama. I apologize for my unseemly appearance. Schult, no, not at all. Frederica-sama has worked hard, running around amongst so many people. I think it is very admirable. Pulling the cloak tighter around her, Frederica thanked Schult for his hospitality. But it was Schult who was the one who was bowing before Frederica, his small body filled with charm. Schult's feelings of being left behind in the main camp and having to watch the progress of the battle with a sense of dread must have been even more painful than Frederica's, who was at least able to fulfill the role of a messenger. Still, it was admirable of him to give Frederica words of appreciation upon her return. Yeah, Frey is great too, who wanted to go fight like crazy with Mir and the others like crazy. Next to Schult was Utakata, whose black hair was dyed pink at the ends, nodding with her arms crossed, flinching at the little girl's warlike comment while saying, I wonder about that. Frederica turned her attention back to Serena. Serena stroked the large scar on the left side of her face, which had been engraved by a sword, and spoke, Serena. Signs of a change within the land of Valatia, yes. How foolish it would be to disregard the words of one whom Raswal values so highly. Frederica, so, Serena. While maddening, it also fits with what the man who disappeared with the Stargazer said. It was a selfish thing to say, to entrust me with a great task that only I could fulfill. It was as if, Frederica, as if. Serena, it was pride as if he were the emperor himself, even though we're in a position where we've come to bring him down. Serena, her arms crossed, sighed with a complicated expression that was neither angry nor bemused. She spoke of the man in the Oni mask Abel. He had originally been in charge of commanding the rebels at large. However, he had left the main camp, entrusting Serena with that role. In regards to that, Serena had not disclosed any details regarding the kind of conversation that had taken place at that time. Frederica, before he left here, what did Abel Sama say to you, Serena Sama? Serena, that the conclusion draws near. However, Serena paused, her almond-shaped eyes now filled with indignation. Her well-shaped chin indicating the battlefield, her eyes glowing with resentment, the scorching lady, known for her fiery presence, continued, Serena. The conclusion won't be favorable to either side, the imperial capitals and the rebels. It'll end up being undecided. Frederica, it will end up being undecided. Serena's expression suggested that she would not even be able to say it, which perplexed Frederica. What kind of situation could possibly be expected when the outcome of a battle of this magnitude taking place would end up being inconclusive? In the first place, it would be inappropriate to use words that could be taken to mean that all efforts would be in vain when addressing the person whom he had entrusted with the command of the battlefield. Abel, who had left that unsaid, did not understand the human heart to a fatal degree. That much must be said. In any case, Schult, does this mean that the battle has concluded? If so, does that mean that Priscilla Sama, Al Sama, and Heinkel Sama will return? Frederica, Schult Sama, with melancholy in his round eyes, Schult stood up on his tiptoes and looked out over the battlefield. The boy's eyes were drawn to a corner of the increasingly harsh battlefield where the red sky and the white sky, two battlefields that even Frederica was unable to traverse, laid. Merely approaching them instilled a feeling of dread in her beastly instincts, instilled a certainty that her body would not be able to withstand them. Frederica. For that reason, Frederica did not feel herself capable of speaking words of comfort so readily. What had been happening under those skies was surely a phenomenon that transcended Frederica's imagination. She felt ashamed, lowering the corners of her eyes. Yudhakata, Shu, don't worry. Pooh and Yor are both strong. They're as strong as Mir and Tar. Schult, Yudhakata-sama, Yudhakata, Uchan is fine. Schult, Yudhakata-chan-sama, puffing out her chest. Yudhakata stroked Schult's pink curly-haired head with violence, utilizing her hand. It was a childish and baseless assertion, but it had resonated with Schult because Yudhakata had not hesitated in speaking it. Once Schult nodded his head, Frederica's lips parted slightly. Once again, turning to face Serena, Frederica, what are you going to do, Serena-sama? If you choose to not abandon my brother's intuition, then you need to deal with what Abel-sama said. Serena, I'm in a quandary. Needless to say, there's no time for hesitation. Behold. Serena once again cocked her chin, directing Frederica to look toward the battlefield, to which the latter responded with a ha. With her emerald green eyes, Frederica witnessed, even from afar, a change in the battlefield, a rampaging giant castle wall shaped like a human. One of the 9 divine generals had turned their back, rushing toward the imperial capital. Frederica, is that, headed towards the Crystal Palace. Serena, the more things go on, the more they go, as he says. Though I don't know the truth of your brother's statement that Valatia will become the enemy. At the reckless action of the steelman, Meguro Hagen, Serena frowned with a face that seemed to have an idea of what was going on. And then, Serena, tell everyone. As soon as there is anything abnormal at the Crystal Palace, cease all the fighting. To prepare for things to become inconclusive, where this battle, the blood spilled, and lives lost were all in vain. With a shrill sound, the dao, an axe, and a barbarian sword struck each other in midair, sending off sparks. All of those were steel, steel wielded without mercy for the purpose of reaping the life of their opponent. One person's senses had been growing duller, but once something was directed at them once more, feelings of dread welled up from within their skin, from within their bones, due to their life being threatened. They had never thought of themselves as mentally fragile. Rather, they had always believed that, compared to other children of their age, they had been blessed with superior courage, combined with the experience of having survived scenes of carnage. However, upon experiencing the sizzling pain of being scorching by a blast on their skin, upon feeling as if their lungs had contracted due to the tension of the moment, causing them to suffocate, it seemed like the foundation of that trust directed at oneself was wavering. The most important reason for that feeling was, even amidst that fierce battle, a contemptuous gaze would be directed toward them. The man's gaze was the biggest factor that increased Petra's feeling of suffocation. It was as if it was saying he had not forgotten about her and holding a knife against her. The man was an imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head, wielding an axe. This person, whose name she and her companions did not know, was the true identity of the formidable foe that was currently tormenting Petra and her comrades. As long as one lived, death would always be adjacent. Regardless of the situation, circumstances could change in the blink of an eye. Petra ground her teeth together with force, as the man in front of her seemed to be an example of that absurdity. Kneeling on the ground, Otto struggled to breathe. Having taken the brunt of the blast from the magic stone used for the emergency evacuation, his fatigue was quite high. That was why Petra could never afford to be weak on the battlefield, where both the strong and the weak alike put their lives on the line. Medium. Ha, Alchin. Al, yeah, lil Miss Medium. The one person with the high-pitched voice, a voice unsuitable for this blood-scented battlefield, and the one person with the dispirited voice worked together, exchanging sword blows with the one-person possessor of a pitch-black murderous intent. Cooperating with Medium, who used her small body to the fullest, Al waged battle with the Imperial soldier. Their fighting ability was not enough to overwhelm their enemy, however, and so their fierce bout continued. No offense to Al being who he was, but Petra was disappointed with him as a reinforcement. Petra, if only it were someone like Garfsan or Emily. Not only were they reliable allies, to put it plainly, but they would surely have overwhelmed their opponent as far as fighting ability went. Al's ability, being unlike theirs, was not very high in Petra's estimation. Even though he was better than non-combatants like Petra and Otto, she felt that he was weaker than any of the people of Shadrach. However, in the sense of possessing not so outstanding strength, the same was true of their opponent, the Imperial soldier. Without a doubt, that Imperial soldier was weak compared to Emilia, Garfield, and the 9 divine generals of the Empire. Even still, Petra was terrified of him. Overwhelming magic would not be needed to shoo away a bug that had perched itself on a flower. It could be brushed off with a finger or even with a bit of water. Thoughts of the sort were apparent in the attitude of this Imperial soldier. On this battlefield, Petra and the rest of her group were nothing more than hard-working little bugs. Soldier, you're a pain in the ass, man. Suddenly, the man's voice slipped into the cowering Petra's ears. For a moment, her shoulders jumped. But the one who the other person was calling out to was not Petra, nor was it Otto. The man was calling out towards the pair he was crossing weapons with, which was also the direction Al was in. Al, ha, Engar, take this. The man swung the axe in his hand, aiming it at Al's thick neck. However, the moment the dhow in the one-armed Al's possession met it, the man immediately turned himself around, delivering 2, then 3 heavy attacks in quick succession. By means of some bizarrely risky sleights of hand, Al managed to parry the barrage of blows. Petra was not at all at ease, even letting out a couple of little screams of Kaya. And yikes, as she watched. Otto, I would like to support Alson somehow, but Otto seemed to be similarly anxious. There had been more impatience than fatigue in his voice. There was clearly a sense of urgency in the battle waged by Al, who had made his entrance with much fanfare. Although he was fortunate to have been able to survive up until now, there had been 5 times where one wrong step could have resulted in his death. The possible existence of a 6th time, to Petra, seemed to have some terrible odds. Soldier, you're still a pain in the ass. However, it seemed that the opinion of the Imperial soldier was slightly different from that of Petra and her comrades. The man, who continued to shrug off the attacks, even though it was by the skin of his teeth, took a large step backward, whereupon he raised his axe-less hand, casually waving it in the direction of Al and Medium. Immediately after, a fireball burst to life in the air, rushing furiously toward them, incinerating the sky. Al, or your Medium. Here, Tilda. She did not understand why, but a spirit was being forced to obey in an unjust way. Al and Medium ran to try and escape the fireball approaching them in great troubles. The fireball missed the 2 of them, going onto the trees in the surroundings, then spreading to the grass on the ground, causing a swell of flames. Otto, this is bad, HK. Petra understood what Otto had just muttered. From what she saw, the flames brought about by the fireball did not burn Al and the others, instead consuming their surroundings. The blaze surrounded Petra and everyone facing the Imperial soldier, blocking any escape. The rising fire created a circle, trapping them. The Imperial soldier could have possibly been aiming to block their escape route, even in case he had missed. But that situation had Petra's group grinding their teeth in frustration. Their opponent tilted his head. Soldier, I don't like this. To that quiet, totally inappropriate remark, Al raised a ha. His dhow in hand, he pointed to their surroundings, now in flames. Al, after all this, what are you saying? Cherish what you got, your resources. How hard do you think plants gotta work to make oxygen so that humans can take a deep breath and be aight? Soldier, I should V killed you about 6 times so far, but I haven't been able to kill you even once. Even when I've pushed you into spots you shouldn't be able to dodge out of. It's disgusting. Al, I can't believe you just said that. Man, today's a real pain. Al's response was met by the man shrugging and growing even more distrustful of him. Not knowing the limit of Al's strength, the Imperial soldier seemed to be quite confused. To be honest, it was very disgusting to agree with that person, but Petra had the same doubts about Al. Al looked like he was going to die, but he still did not. He was meeting the attacks of the Imperial soldier, but managed to avoid fatal wounds with his high-risk movements. He had surely avoided fatal wounds, and fatal wounds only, but it did not give off the feeling that he was hiding his capabilities. It was all inconsistent. That was why the Imperial soldier could not get a decisive blow to cut his losses as well. Soldier, even if you're on the same level as I am, I get the feeling you've got no training at all and that you're just winging this. In that sense, that guy over there is probably more in my class. Arto, do you mean me? If so, I would like to raise an objection on my honor. Medium, that's right. Your evil character is different. You're more dangerous and sneakier. Arto, even though you are on my side, you still stab me in the back. Arto, having unexpectedly been pulled into the discussion, gave a wry smile. His demeanor made Petra somewhat frustrated, but that quickly faded. Petra. Arto glanced and winked at Petra. She thought about it, sensing something other than bitterness in his expression. He was plotting something. Without saying a word, he wanted Petra to try to guess. Soldier, this is taking too long. Just after Petra had surmised this, the Imperial soldier, with a cold voice, snapped his fingers. Right after that, about 10 fireballs, each smaller than before, were created all at once. They scattered in all directions at unreadable speed, which ignited not Petra and the others, but the trees and ground surrounding them. He did that to expand the formation of flames encircling them, magnifying it with more flames and black smoke. Medium, Hathathathot. It's burning, it's burning. Al, calm down, Lil Missy. Come here before your braids burn. Surrounded by flames, a fiery medium jumped up and down, holding her long braids. She crossed the line of flames, jumped to Al's side, and looked back at him with tears in her eyes. Gripping her barbarian sword tightly again, she glared at the person who had done this to her. Medium, ha, Al, is this for real? Medium's surprise was matched by Al's exasperation. The cause of their reaction was the disappearance of the Imperial soldier who had created this spectacle of flames. Medium, the figure of the Imperial soldier had vanished amidst the flames and black smoke. Had he retreated to hide from the flames, or was he simply waiting for them to slowly burn to death? Al, Tusk, Medium, he's totally gone. We gotta get out of here before we burn too. Al's helmet-covered vision swept around, searching for the figure of the man who had disappeared into the flames. All the while, he held his dao against his own neck in a strange stance, his eyes looking for the Imperial soldier. Beside him, Medium also looked around a bit, impatient with the enemy she could not find, pleading for them to escape the growing fire. It was certainly natural for a person to give priority to getting away from a dangerous place, rather than obsessing over the man's whereabouts, thus avoiding putting carriage before ground dragon. However, Petra. His body supported by Petra, Otto placed a tad more strength into the hand of his that was placed on the former's, squeezing it. And that tight grip was taken as a silent instruction by Petra. Petra vehemently agreed with his wariness. They should not let their guard down. Furthermore, Petra put her other hand on top of Otto's hand. Otto, thank you, Petra-chan. Immediately after uttering these words of gratitude, Otto shifted in place and fell onto his back. A moment later, an axe, cleaving the air sideways, narrowly missed him. Petra, the killing intent of the Imperial soldier, approaching covertly amidst the smoke emanating from the spreading fire of the camp, struck and missed. The man, having missed in that moment of truth, widened his eyes in amazement ever so slightly. But as if quickly regaining his composure, the man attempted to pull back the axe he had just swung Petra. Jeweled. Soldier. Gah. Petra, holding up 5 fingers, released from all of them a low-powered jewel that caught the Imperial soldier in the face, drawing an arc. One of the 5 rays had seared their opponent's right eye. Petra's attack had aimed to suppress the enemy, sacrificing pure power. It had achieved its goal in splendid fashion, the man who'd had his eye burnt crying out in agony and recoiling. Then, a spinning figure leapt at him from above. Medium, let's go. Beyond the flames, Al hunched over, and from his back, using it as a springboard, Medium leapt. Spinning vertically, Medium flashed the barbarian sword tightly gripped by both her hands, driving it into the Imperial soldier, his posture shot without relent. Medium, Ariar Tilda. A hard sound echoed, and a shade of vermilion different from that of the burning flames mixed with the latter. The sound that had echoed was not the sound of a skull being split by the barbarian sword. Raising her head, Petra took a glance, and came to see that the man had, by his own volition, met the swing of the barbarian's sword with his forehead. That hard sound had probably been from armor that he had placed under his bandana. That was how he had taken Medium's blow. Of course, he was not completely unscathed. Swinging his axe with vigor, his shaking free hand on his forehead, awkwardly he dodged the follow-ups, stepping back, and further back, and further back, soldier. Shit. A bandana stained with blood fell from the man's head. Even with the armored bandana there, the man's forehead had been cut open. The bleeding from his split forehead did not seem like it could be stopped. The man, bleeding profusely, glared towards Otto and Petra. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking how his surprise attack had been detected. Otto, I will not tell you. I am not your parent, nor am I your brother. Even though Otto was lying on the ground, he still spoke up as if he were proud of his victory. In response, the imperial soldier clicked his tongue. He clicked his tongue, wiped the blood from his forehead with his palm, and Medium, wait. It'd be so unfair if you just run away. He did not choose to be reckless and rush at Otto. With his right eye closed, occluded by heat and blood, the imperial soldier disappeared amid the flames. Having become unable to be seen once more, Petra was wary of yet another surprise attack. Al, he ain't coming back. He doesn't seem desperate enough to continue fighting with such a disadvantage. Petra, I disagree. Wasn't it like we were the only ones who were desperate? Al, I know how you feel, lil miss. But it's the other side that ran away without leaving any final words. We win, we win. It's our win. Medium, we win. Facing the direction the imperial soldier had just disappeared into, Al and Medium shouted a victory cry. Petra's heart was lightened a little by the two of them, although she was not sure if their cheering would actually pester that imperial soldier. In any case, Petra, in the end, how did you know how to read that man's moves? It was a gamble, wasn't it? Otto, it was not my doing, it was thanks to you, Petra-chan. With Al, who had sheathed his dao, lending him a helping hand, Otto was helped up and spoke of Petra. However, she was unable to take credit for everything. Otto, in the first place, I was his target, so I knew that the last move would be aimed at me. It was the sound of footsteps that told me the time and direction of the attack. Medium, footsteps. Petra, Otto-san's channel let him hear from the little ones under the ground, correct. Otto, correct answer. With her guess proved right by Otto, Petra put her hands together in front of her chest. From the start, the reason Otto had been targeted by the enemy was due to his use of the divine protection of the soul of language to maintain control of the entire battlefield. However, they had no idea how that imperial soldier had appeared while avoiding Otto's divine protection, as he could grasp the entire situation by hearing the voices of animals and insects. To perceive such an opponent, the same method as before was not enough. Petra, so that's why the little ones under the ground, they were useless as Otto-san said, since they don't have eyes to see what's going on outside. Otto, I just wish I had chosen my words a little more carefully. Anyway, I took a listen to the animals and insects in the ground and determined where he was by the sound of his footsteps. It was a bit hit or miss, but Petra-chan was able to help me pick up the voices with her yang magic. Petra, Otto-san, you had a bad look on your face when giving me the signal. What Otto had requested from Petra, back when he had gripped her hand tightly, had been the support of yang magic. With her help, Otto had employed his divine protection, and thus he had guessed his opponent's position from the sound of his footsteps, avoiding the latter's final ambush, and conversely, they had inflicted a painful blow on their opponent, forcing him to retreat. Otto, to tell you the truth, I wanted to make him unable to continue fighting. Petra, I agree. He wasn't strong, he was just good at killing. More importantly, Medium, Harthethart, we've got to get out of here fast, or we're gonna get cooked. Having a dangerous enemy retreat did not necessarily erase the situation of having their environs on fire. Hearing Medium's appeal, Al lent his shoulder to Otto and said, "Yeah, you're right." Petra, along with Medium, led them along, looking for spots where the effects of the flames were less severe. And so, the group attempted to leave before the flames engulfed them. Otto, let us get out of here as soon as possible. There is now a reason to return to the main camp. Al. The way you just put it doesn't sound like the prelude to a heroic tale in which you brag about surviving a dangerous opponent. Otto, yes, it is bad news. Things are getting very time-sensitive. Earlier, I was trying to listen for footsteps, and this is just a secondary piece of information that I happened to hear. It was an unpleasant preface, one spoken just as one hardship was about to be over. Chased by the heat of the flames, but still unable to overlook his statement, Petra turned to see a grim-faced Otto behind her, or rather, he was looking out over the entire battlefield. Otto, I got indications that the whole battlefield is going to become even more dangerous due to something completely different from the dragon and the burning sky and whatnot. In fact, it is right in front of our eyes. By complete coincidence, at the exact same time that his bro detected it through the divine protection of earth spirits, Otto Suwon had obtained the same information through the divine protection of the soul of language. He now voiced it. I have heard that there is a so-called great disaster drawing near which will endanger the Valatian Empire. As I am a general first class of the Empire, as I am a general that still survives though living in disgrace, no matter what it takes, I shall not die without being of service to His Excellency the Emperor. Being thus informed by the large man that had been chained to a wall, underground the person that had introduced himself as Gars Ralphon, Rem understood that problems aside from the rebellion would soon shake the imperial capital. Although Gars had been quite weak after having been given only one meal every 2 days, after Rem had healed him as a mere stopgap measure through her magic, he had become surprisingly energetic, his vitality regained. She had believed the majority of that effect to have been brought by, most likely, due to his own pre-established notions. Gars, girl, your treatment has saved my life. Normally, I would have liked to invite you to my home as to introduce my savior to my wife and children, but I must now head to His Excellency's side. I shall repay you for this. Rem, yes. Gars, if possible, leave this place and join up with the regular army. General First Class Maguro, Hagin, or General Second Class Kafma Urulux shall do you no harm. Avoid the other generals of the first class. Your words will not get through to them. Having been released from his chains, Gars thus declared in an extremely loud voice. He leapt out of the basement with tremendous speed, and after rebuking the soldiers guarding the mansion, ordered them to accompany him to the Crystal Palace, which was visible from a distance. The opinions of the guards were divided in two in regards to that. It seemed that even the mansion's soldiers were split between those who knew of Gars's existence and those who did not. Those who had been kept in the dark were not amused, while those to whom the information had been disclosed felt the deep trust placed in them by Bastetts. Therefore, Gars, I see, you lot will stand in my way then. With nothing to wear and his bare upper body covered with an armor of muscle, Gars fixed his eyes on the guards who had drawn their weapons, blocking his path. Gars was unarmed, and the time he had spent in confinement was not limited to merely 1 or 2 days. He was far from being in perfect condition. However, the guards had opposed him, not because they stood a chance of winning or whatever. Gars, very well. Just as I am loyal to His Excellency the Emperor, you lot are loyal to the Prime Minister. I shall certainly see that honor through to the very end. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was clear, even as he looked at the soldiers who opposed him. Gars's bare-knuckle fighting style in the one-sided battle that followed, too, was clear. There was a swing of one of his huge fists, and in one blow, several guards were sent flying. The slight advantage in numbers had not even made a difference. They had been instantly and overwhelmingly suppressed. Rem. I'd heard his name from Abelson as one of the 9 divine generals, but, actually, the only ones of the 9 divine generals that Rem had seen in person were Arakia and Madeline, back at the fortress city of Garrel. Even when compared to both of them, Gars's presence would not be outdone. He might have been at a disadvantage at this moment, but only in what could be accounted for in weapons, equipment, and exhaustion. Gars, you have fought well. That is why you are sword wolves of the Empire. Thrusting his arms up in the air, standing right in the middle of the battered soldiers, Gars passionately uttered his praise. If she was not mistaken, she had heard that he was the person who had risked his life, sacrificing himself so that the true Emperor, Abel, could escape. However, he was so lively that it seemed like a lie that he had been exhausted from having been tied up. In the first place, it was unclear why he had been tied up in the basement of the mansion. Gars, once again, Prime Minister Bastet's Fondalfin, I shall not let things go according to your plans. You too, General First Class Keisha. You. Before they could discuss things in detail, Gars boldly dashed out of the main gate of Bastet's mansion, with the guards on his side in tow, overwhelmed by the valor of the Lion Knight. Rem could do nothing but watch his back as he left. However, Rem, there's no need for me at that palace. In an unexpected turn of events, the mansion's soldiers were now gone. No longer were there any obstacles before Rem checked to see if the soldiers who had been struck down by Gars were alive or dead. After applying only minimal treatment to those who had been seriously wounded, utilizing one of the long swords as a cane, she moved around the mansion, heading to a room which she had entered many times. And then, Rem, Katia-san, it's me, it's Rem, please come out. Katia, I absolutely don't want to come out. What was that loud voice just now? Rem, I understand how you feel, but the person with the loud voice has already left. I think we should talk about what we're going to do from here on out. Katia, what we're going to do, Rem's voice urged Katia, who did not allow Rem to see her, to make a decision through the door to her room. At present, Gaz's bravery, for better or worse, had wiped out the mansion's soldiers, so the urgency to leave the mansion had diminished. However, Rem, the great disaster, that was the reason as to why Gaz hastened to meet the Emperor, who was said to be present at the Crystal Palace. To be precise, the main justification for Gaz heading to the Crystal Palace was to confront the impostor posing as the Emperor. Nevertheless, it was true that his purpose was to prevent that mysterious disaster. In any case, Gaz had advised her against sticking around. If that was the case, Katia, there's no reason for me to leave here after all. I'm a hostage. Rem, there are no more guards left to detain us. There isn't a reason for us to continue being held hostage any longer. Katia B, but still, Rem, I understand. Please at least open the door. I'd like to check if you are safe. Though Rem was at a loss, Katia, who had been undaunted by her insistence, finally folded. After a few moments of silence after that final request from Rem, the wheels of her wheelchair were heard moving and the door was unlocked. And so the door to the room opened. Rem, excuse me, let's go. Katia, huh? Hey, wait. Rem, I'm sorry. Me just wanting to check if you were safe was a lie. After entering the room, Rem found Katia by the door and then, quickly walking behind her, she pushed her wheelchair out of the room. A panicked Katia attempted to resist, but she was powerless to stop the wheels, unable to resist Rem's forceful action. And like that, she was pushed along. Katia, wait. I have someone I have to wait for here. Rem, I understand that perfectly well. But waiting here isn't safe. Even if we're to wait for your fiancé, let's at least go somewhere safe. Katia, safe. A place safer in the imperial capital than this place doesn't exist, or so was Katia probably going to say next. But Katia, who was in the middle of speaking while twisting her head left and right to glare at Rem behind her, abruptly widened her eyes round, staring towards the sky. Prompted by Katia's reaction, Rem gazed upwards, only to lay eyes upon a titanic shadow overhead as they walked down the hallway of the mansion. A colossal castle wall in the shape of a human straddled the mansion, stepping toward the center of the imperial capital. Rem, in comparison to Gaz's rampage, or even in comparison to any of the attacks perpetrated by the rebels trying to breach the imperial capital, seeing a giant foot stomping and bounding through the city, passing close by them, had been heaps more shocking. Feeling the wheels of Katia's wheelchair lifting off the ground due to the tremors of the earth and the impact of the feet, Rem and Katia looked at each other in alarm. And Katia, it doesn't seem like this is a safe place, for sure. Rem, yes. Let's hurry. As expected, the giant step just now was one of the few things that were an exception to the norm amidst this whole uproar, but it would be foolish for Rem to go out of her way to say that and incur Katia's displeasure. With Katia now meek and obedient, Rem, who was pushing her wheelchair, headed for Katia. Your companion is still recovering, isn't he? What are you going to do? Rem, he really shouldn't be moving around too much. However, I can't say that. Responding to Katia's words with that, the two reached the room Rem had intended to reach. Inside this room was Flop O'Connell, who had been brought to the mansion alongside Rem. He had not fully recovered from his serious wounds, and he was still under house arrest. As per her answer to Katia, he should preferably be left to rest if at all possible, but Rem, Flopsan, it's me. May I come in? MHM, is that wife-san? I'll open the door now. She received a response immediately after she had knocked on the door, and subsequently the door opened. The seemingly near-instantaneous reaction from the door made Rem and Katia's eyes go round. It was no wonder, however, as Flop had apparently been lurking by the door, tightly holding a small hand mirror. Rem, Flop-san, what's with the mirror? Flop, well, to tell you the truth, it was kinda meant to be a weapon. You heard a very loud voice earlier, didn't you? The city's getting noisy, so I thought someone hostile might come barging in. Flop answered as he twirled the hand mirror, reminding Rem and Katia that they were there as prisoners of war and hostages, so there had been no tools in their rooms that could be employed as weapons. However, a mirror as a countermeasure was not ideal. Rem, you mean you can fight using that mirror? Flop, unfortunately, this is about all there was in this room. But I've never fought with a mirror before, so maybe I have a dormant talent for it. What do you think, wife-son? Rem, sure, why not? I'd like to stop talking about unnecessary things and do what's necessary, however. Flop responded to Katia's scornful eyes in his usual tone of voice. It was reassuring that he was behaving as he normally did, but at the same time, Rem wanted to put this aside for a while, as they were in such a dire situation. Regardless, Rem, this is Katia-san. I met her at this mansion. Flop, I'm Flop O'Connell. You must be the friend of wife-sans that I heard so much about. Katia, I don't remember becoming friends with this girl, but Flop, if that's the case, then you should prepare yourself to become friends with her. Making good friends is the key to a better life. Even if it isn't, there's nothing wrong with having a lot of friends. Katia, I'm probably not as good at that as you are. As per Rem's expectations, Flop's personality was one that Katia was not very comfortable with. Nevertheless, Flop's disposition was such that he did not mind if Katia was frank with him, so it would be the best situation if Katia was just bitter about it. Rem, Flopsan, the situation in the imperial capital right now is Flop. I've more or less understood it. Madeline Kung came to meet me right before she left for the battle. Rem, Madeline-san came to meet you. It was an unexpected personal connection. She knew that Madeline had been visiting Flop, but she had never expected that they would become friends, even going so far as for her to come to greet him before going off to battle. However, if one of the 9 divine generals had spoken to him directly, it was even possible that Flop would know more about the situation going on outside than Rem. Well then, that makes the conversation faster. The guards of the mansion are already gone, so we should be able to stay or escape at our leisure, but I say we should escape. Flop, I wonder if that has anything to do with the loud noises and the terrible tremors from just now. Rem, yes, but it's not just that. Something even worse could happen. Katia, doubly worse than that. Are you kidding me? Rem answered Flop with concern, and upon hearing that, Katia turned pale, shaking. All of that had not been about scaring Katia into obedience, but rather about a real, though unconfirmed, possibility of danger. On the other hand, it was no more than something could happen, so it did not provide any assurance off of which they could act. Flop, still, I think we should leave this place, wife-son. Rem, indeed. With that question from Flop, Rem nodded without hesitation. Despite the fact that they were under house arrest, life in the mansion was not so uncomfortable. Although they were not allowed to leave the premises, they were allowed to go to each other's rooms. Flop's wounded body was being taken care of. Rem had been able to meet Katia, and there was no reason for any great anger or hatred toward Bastet's, who was supposedly their enemy. As for the reason for Bastet's rebellion, Rem had a suspicion that Abel, or rather Vincent, was the one at fault all the more. Nevertheless, leaving such circumstances aside, Rem's emotions were probably the most decisive reason as to why she wanted to leave the mansion. Staying in captivity like this would worry a number of people who had shown kindness towards Rem. That was the reason as to why she needed to get out of such an unjust and dishonest situation as soon as she possibly could. Flop. Okay, got you. I have no objection either. Wife-son and Miss Katia, let's get going. Rem, are you sure? Flop, even if I stay, there's not much that I can do other than lie in bed. I'm still a peddler, so I have to be somewhat physically active or I won't feel at ease. As to keep Rem from getting upset, Flop made a clenched fist as he smiled. Then he interjected with a besides, Flop, actually I've been entrusted with a message. If I accidentally overslept and missed the opportunity to tell it, I wouldn't be able to face the world, or my sister for that matter. Rem, a message. Who is it from? Flop. From a sword wolf of the Empire who has taken on the stigma of a traitor himself, and who, in my personal opinion, has taken a great gamble. Flop winked, and Rem looked daunted at his reply. Apparently, it was not the person that Rem had in mind, but it was nice to know that Flop would be coming along. Rem, as you can see, it'll be no small feat to push Katia-sen's wheelchair while carrying Flop-san on my back, so. Katia, you're asking me what to do, but you have no intention of letting me do it, do you? Rem, as long as all of you aren't in danger, I'd be happy to leave you alone. As long as it remained unsafe to take them out by force, they were left with no other choice but to do so. As expected, Rem did not intend to save them beyond the extent of her ability, but if she could do so, then she had no choice. She would do so, even if she had to manipulate their feelings, even while knowing that it would not shine well upon her. Rem. For a moment, Rem felt like she was doing the same thing as she had done to the hand that had been extended toward her, and her heart fluttered due to her complex feelings on the matter. Quickly shaking off that feeling, Rem nodded to Katia and Flop with a well then. Rem, let's be careful when leaving the mansion. If we encounter someone, be cautious. We don't know the people who are coming into the imperial capital, either. Katia, don't say such scary things. Aren't you injured? Can you even go? Flop. Ha ha ha, thanks for your concern. Fortunately, Wife-san has been casting her healing magic on me devotedly. The gouged flesh is filling in nicely, and I think my blood's starting to replenish. As for my physical condition, I guess I'll just have to ask you to give me a shout when running is needed. Rem, I'll take that into consideration. My legs aren't in perfect shape, and Katia-san's in a wheelchair. Once again, she realized that each of the three gathered here were physically impaired. Still, it was crucial for them to join forces, as losing any of them would be unacceptable. And so, with much enthusiasm, Flop, by the way, Wife-san, what about all the other people who are being held prisoner besides us? Rem, that eluded my mind. Flop pointed that out, taking the wind out of her sails, prompting Rem to put a hand to her forehead. There was a separate building in the mansion, and in that building were held captives other than Rem's group. Among them, there were several people who claimed to be the black-haired crown prince, the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Valatia. Most of them had apparently been used as a justification to raise an insurrection against the Emperor. However, this was not a problem unrelated to Bastetts, who had rebelled over the issue of the Emperor's heir. So they were being taken as prisoners of war whenever possible and kept to ascertain whether they were truly the Emperor's child or not. Rem, they can't be said to be either our enemies or our allies, so I want to ignore them, frankly. Currently, setting Katia aside, Rem and Flop's situation was a very complicated and difficult one. Even though she had no strong cause or claim, she had reluctantly joined the rebels led by Abel. However, she had been separated from that group, and she was not acquainted with the group of crown princes being kept captive. Rem and her group had no idea if they were friend or foe, and their attitude towards them was also unknown. Rem. That was why. Her real opinion was as she had just stated. However, leaving them in the locked, detached building, while Rem's group left the mansion to escape from the looming, incomprehensible great disaster, also brought Rem distress. Even if saving all of them was a difficult deed, she wished to diminish casualties as much as possible. That was why the guards who had been beaten down by Gars had been given the minimal amount of treatment. Katia, why don't we just find the key and place it where they can retrieve it themselves? Rem, Katia, I don't know. I don't know, but if it's dangerous, I don't want to get involved. But I can't help but hesitate. Is that strange? Rem, no, it's not strange. Right. Seeing that Rem was worried, Katia offered a compromise. Rem only had one of two options in mind, to help or not to help. She felt saved by Katia's words. As the latter had stated, it would be fine to locate the key to the detached building, making sure that the captives had only a little trouble obtaining it. That would ensure the captives' safety along with her own peace of mind. Flop, seems like you've got everything covered. With Rem's and Katia's conversation coming to a close, Flop nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, He had been braiding some of his own long blonde hair, before then gently placing his hand on the door. As he pushed it open, flop. Well, for now, we need to find where the key to the detached building is. Let's wait a sec. Flop, who was about to go through the door, closed it while withdrawing his earlier statement. That sudden action of his caused Rem and Katia's eyes to widen, astonished. However, Flop put his finger to his lips and said, "Be quiet." Then he opened the door slightly as to peer outside. Standing beside Flop, Rem also looked out. Rem, Katia, hey, what is it? I don't have a good feeling about your reaction at all. Once Rem found out why Flop had closed the door, her breath hitched. Frightening due to the signs the two gave off, Katia's voice quivered. But Rem was unable to find words to relieve Katia's anxiety right there and then. That was because, for Rem and Flop both, it was a scene that was outside the realm of their imaginations. In the courtyard of Bostet's mansion, figures other than the soldiers were standing there. They were Flop. Somehow they look sickly pale, don't they? Maybe they aren't getting enough sleep, I wonder. The looks of the figures, enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura, were so strange that Flop's joke had come out as dry. Darning pale complexions with no signs of life, cracks running across their visible skin, a group of people, bearing features that could be recognized at a glance as bizarre, were occupying the mansion of the Imperial Prime Minister. Flop. At a glance, they all appeared to be Imperial soldiers, didn't they? Shutting the door without a noise, Flop muttered, holding his breath together with Rem and Katia. In frankness, the scene they had put their eyes on had been so alien that Rem, bereft of the composure to do as much as to pay attention to the details, was unable to affirm Flop's irresponsible claim. It was just that, Katia. There are creepy people entering the mansion. Doesn't that mean someone from the rebel army is trying to kill His Excellency the Emperor? Rem, they seem like they'd be impossible to communicate with, and they also gave off a different air. It wasn't like they were angry or overexcited or anything like that, rather. Flop. It's like they're creatures that aren't human, but take human form. I also got the feeling that it'd be difficult to gain an understanding by talking to them. It feels like my wounds are spiking with pain. That's a bad omen. Whether she wanted to or not, Rem agreed with Flop's opinion. As she had not checked what lay outside, Katia had not seen or understood the people the other two were referring to, but she surely would have been shaken had she looked. Looking at her friend, who she felt had quite a different sense of logic, Rem had a sudden brainwave. Rem, don't tell me that's the great disaster. She had only heard of the expression great disaster from Gars, but she supposed it was something nefarious regardless of its exact nature. Having heard about it being imminent, and having laid eyes on the beings outside, she could not help but believe there was a connection between the two. Moreover, this was just Rem's intuition as a practitioner of healing magic, but Rem, it didn't feel like there was life in them. It was as if Katia, why you're not going to say they're dead people, right? Calling them something like hollows is ridiculous. One Flop, though it may be too soon to laugh that off still. The ones outside took the appearance of Imperial soldiers, and come to think of it, their armor, as well as their faces and napes, seemed to be somewhat tattered. Perhaps there's a chance they still bear the wounds they received in life. What do you think? Katia, what do I think? I have no idea. Flop's expression, true to his nature, caused Katia to lose her head and dart her eyes about in bewilderment. But the fact that she was rejecting it vehemently served as undeniable proof that she too had perceived that something abnormal was happening from Rem and Flop's behavior. Even worse than that was, Jaya, Ga, Small wails of pain were heard in succession, wails from the guards outside who had been put to sleep due to having been beaten down by Gars. Rem had deferred their treatment for later, yet they now spilled their death cries. In frankness, though, it was not as if she had ascertained it with her own eyes. Flop, seems it's going to be hard to talk and reach a mutual understanding with them. Flop's words, his cheeks tightening greatly, told of the undeniable ultimate fate of the soldiers. Those enigmatic forces, their faces pallid, had bestowed the collapsed soldiers with the coup de grace. There had been zero margin for discussion. That Rem, and everyone else, would be an exception to this rule was difficult to envision. Rem, had she at least put the soldiers in some room, would it have been different? Had they, in their unconscious and defenseless state, been moved to a safe place, their arbitrary demise could have been avoided. That being the case, the onus for their deaths would lie with Rem. She had not done everything possible. Katia, HK, is this the time to be thinking about that? Rem, K. Katia-sen. Katia, if you get depressed now, it won't just be those three who die. I don't want anything like that. As Rem cast her face downwards in chagrin, it was seized by both of Katia's hands, one hand on each cheek, and the former's head was raised by force. A teary-eyed Katia snapped at Rem as to reproach her, attempting to obliterate Rem's faint-hearted disposition. Katia's momentum and wholly honest words made Rem catch her breath. Nodding quietly after that, Rem, Flopsen, the situation has changed. We have no choice but to go unlock that one separate building. Flop. MHM, indeed, wife-son. I was thinking the same thing. I dunno if we'll be able to get on friendly terms with the crown princes who have been detained in that building, but there's always the train of thought that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rem, yes, with a common enemy, there's the possibility that we can work side by side. With that declaration, Flop immediately approved the change in course. Seeing the consensus between Rem and Flop, Katia shook her head up and down in agreement and spoke. Katia, if that's decided, then get on with it. Get on with it already. Please do your best at breaking the lock to the detached building already. Why, you can do it right. Rem, fortunately, I picked up a sword to substitute for my walking stick, so I can use that. The sword would likely break, but in exchange, she would be able to destroy the lock on the door at least. No longer would it be possible for them to traipse around the mansion searching for the key. It would be too difficult. Flop. We need to get there before they turn their attention to the detached building, but the problem is Rem. Katia-sen's wheelchair. All eyes were on the wheelchair. The wheelchair, which had been a gift from her fiancé, was a very well-made, high-end one. But that notwithstanding, it would not be possible to conceal its sounds, those of the wheels turning and those of its many parts operating. It was not ideal for situations in which one had to move without being detected. Katia, faced with the same tough challenge, Katia's gaze faltered as it flickered left and right, upwards and down. However, seeing as she possessed a physical disability, Katia and her wheelchair were inseparable. She herself was aware of this, and after a few moments of anxiety, Katia spoke. Katia, leave me and go open that building. I'll wait for you alone, Rem, alone. But I can't let you do something like, Katia. I'll lock myself in my room. They won't know I'm there if I shut myself in there and stay quiet, right? If those people are undead or anything of the sort, it's probably safer to stay hidden and not do anything stupid. B. But I'm not telling you two to go and do something dangerous. The fact that she was speaking so quickly and that her voice had gone up in pitch was no more than evidence that her innermost thoughts were frantic. But that Katia's proposal came from her mustering the entirety of what paltry courage she possessed, was something Rem and Flop comprehended to a painful extent. They understood that her feelings, her faith, ought not to be rejected. Rem, Flop-san, stay with Katia-san, and Flop. No, you've got to take Miss Katia's determination in mind, wife-san. The chances of success are higher if the two of us were to deal with it. Worst case scenario, one of us could serve as a decoy. Rem, that truly was the worst-case scenario. But if she were to avert her gaze from that which she wished to not think about, she would have no escape from being overwhelmed by the horrible situation once she actually found herself in it. Therefore, despite taking into account the possibility that that worst case would overwhelm her, Rem assented with a nod. Rem, without fail, I'll unlock the detached building and return. Katia, do it properly. It's no good if you don't come back too. Promise. Rem, I will. Grasping Katia's hand, Rem exchanged words of firm promise with her. Bearing Katia's concern, so clumsy as she was, Rem kept its weight within her heart so that she would not forget it. And with that, Rem and Flop nodded to each other, and they exited the room. Flop and Rem. While stifling their breaths and concealing their bodies, the two of them made their way out into the corridor, and as they surveyed their surroundings in search of those eerie enemies, they managed to advance towards the back of the mansion, where the separate building laid. As they made their way, wafting in the wind was the scent of blood belonging to the soldiers that had been slain. A deed performed by the enemies, numbering over 10, wandering through the mansion paying no concern to any danger. Flop. Seems like they're looking for something. Rem, People who are alive, perhaps. Flop. No, I get a feeling like taking out the ones on guard duty was something they just did while they were at it. There aren't enough people for them to comb the mansion that thoroughly. It's likely they have a much more definite target. Keeping their bodies low while en route, Rem and Flop exchanged opinions on the enemy's behavior. Hearing Flop's keen insight brought Rem some vexation, feeling as if she were always off mark every step of the way. Flop, not too sure of this idea either, it's something I just thought of. And to have Flop smooth over things frustrated her. At the very least, she would contribute to freeing those imprisoned in the separated building, thus making up for it. Rem, that wouldn't be enough, would it? Something that ought to be called fortunate, however, was that the sensory functions of the strange-looking enemies did not seem to differ much from those of humans, nor had they been boosted with incredible abilities beyond Rem and Flop's grasp. Thanks to that, somehow, they had managed to approach the separate unit while avoiding detection. Though a problem arose then. Flop. As expected, they didn't fail to notice it completely, huh? Having witnessed the same sight Flop had, Rem nodded in silence, agreeing with the former's words. As they hid behind the building and examined the unit's surroundings, the problem, three figures belonging to enemies, could be seen. As they were searching for something, it would be unnatural for them not to stop by such a conspicuous structure. The problem was the building's interior. If the crown princes were truly confined within, the enemies would massacre the former without a word, edgewise the moment they broke through the door. There was no time to lose. If they did not act this very instant, their lives would be forfeit. Flop. Wife-san, I'll attract their attention. Can you do them in while I keep all three occupied? Rem, Flop, I don't mind if we reverse our roles, wife-san, but I think it's more likely that you succeed than me with my lack of nerve. I'd like you to decide now. A forceful declaration, but a decision was necessary. Taking that in, Rem closed her eyes for a second, then quickly opened them. And then, Rem, let's do it. I'll go around the back. Flop-san, it'll take only a second. Flop, yeah, I'll leave it to you. I don't want to boast, but serving as a decoy is one of my strong points. Rem nodded to Flop's answer, speaking of himself as reliable, and they then split up. With the three enemies right in front of the building's entrance, while they planned to breach the large door, Rem and Flop separated in different directions, as if to sandwich their foes. Rem. Squeezing onto it, Rem ascertained the feel of the steel sword she had carried for the purpose of breaking the lock. Never had she had experience wielding the sword, nor was wounding another her forte. If anything, breaking Subaru's finger was all Rem's battle experience amounted to. It was possible to say that it was far from a solid foundation for her self-confidence. But whether she had confidence in herself or not was irrelevant. She had to do it. Do or die. Flop. Hey, gentlemen, are you all doing well? I'm a peddler with nothing to sell. At present, I just want to make myself known. Abruptly, Flop slipped out from behind the building and started a conversation with the enemies. Although he had to draw their attention on the spur of the moment, and although there had not been any major preparation done in advance, and speaking of Flop's demeanor, it was far too assertive as to slip by them. Enemy. Who the hell are you? Riveted by Flop's entrance, the enemies turned around, one of them apparently uttering so. Their voice was cold and devoid of warmth, yet in it dwelled definite intelligence, which had come to Rem as a fairly large surprise, having presumed that communicating with them, let alone negotiating, would be impossible. However, Flop, oh my, perhaps you can speak. Assuming you can, then maybe I should change my attitude, don't you think? Enemy, you've got it wrong then. Everyone in the Empire's gonna die. Flop, I see. Turns out there's no margin for negotiation after all. So did Flop loudly assert, as to veil over the savage reply given by the enemy. An unequivocal cue for Rem's heart to melt, in whom hesitation had emerged for a moment, so that she would stir. Having heard things thus far, Rem did not hesitate in her subsequent action. Rem, the moment she resolved herself to make her move and initiate her assault, albeit she knew she ought to be silent, she emitted sound. Was she to forego raising her own morale in that manner? From within, she would not be able to continue with said subsequent action. Pulling the sword from its scabbard, she held it aloft, and with might and main, she thrusted it at an enemy's back turned to her. They raised a shriek of wah, but twice, Thrice she swung the sword in a daze, not granting the enemies who had turned their attention to Flop a chance to turn around. A chaotic series of strikes ensued. She knew not what it would take to incapacitate her opponents from doing battle, nor how long it would take her, hence she swung the sword with reckless abandon. She had conscious awareness of the solid sensation of her hand rebounding, though everything besides that was rather blurry. Nevertheless, Flop, wife-san, it's okay now, you've done them in already. Rem, having been called out by an earnest voice, Rem came to her senses and saw Flop's figure in front of her. Then looking for the enemies that were supposedly between the two of them, Rem came to find them at her feet, defeated, or rather, she found the pieces of what used to be those enemies. Upon gazing at that, at the completely unexpected way they had been felled, Rem's eyes widened with a ha. Flop. To me, it looked like they were shattered. In fact, looking at the remains like this, it looks like they shattered like pottery or glass. Rem, do you think they're dead? Flop, at the very least, I think it's doubtful that they were even alive before they were smashed into smithereens like this. Crouching down, Flop answered, holding scattered pieces of the enemies between his fingers. Hearing his answer, Rem got quite the unpleasant feeling upon realizing that, exactly as if it were the answer she had been expecting. For Rem, taking the life of a living creature was something abhorrent that ought to be avoided as much as possible. Consequently, she realized that she had held a shameful expectation. She had wished to protect her mind through the doubt of whether the enemies she had vanquished were defined as a living being or not. Flop, wife-sen, their companions will notice it before long as well. Let's hurry to the detached building and open it up. Flop made the decision to put off Rem's sentiments for the moment. She did not object to Flop's course of action as well, believing it to be the correct choice. At the minimum, she attempted to give legitimacy to her actions, and as she was on the verge of unlocking the separate unit, she noticed something. Rem, ha! Beneath her feet, the fragments of the enemies she had ground to a fine powder wriggled unnaturally, the wriggling different from how it would occur when caused by the wind or an earthquake. We won't die that easily. Cause we're dead. Rem shuddered, and the moment she experienced a sensation of unease, the voice of an enemy slipped into her awareness. Turning around, Rem and Flop witnessed the supposedly been enemies regenerating. The broken pieces of pottery fused together as if time had been reversed. Though fissures with the appearance very much as if they were seams were visible, they had been restored to their original state. Rem and Flop. Petrified by that impossible spectacle, Rem and Flop both froze in place. Rem promptly decided to do the reverse of what Flop had done back in Garrel, where he had protected her, and put strength into her legs, hoping that she could at least shield Flop. However, the unrest in her mind caused her knees to stay rigid, and her crippled legs would not let her actualize it. If anything, it produced a fatal collapse of her posture in front of the enemies. She had to raise it. She had to raise the sword. She had to do it, faster than her opponent, and yet she would not make it in time. Rem, HK. There was a flash of a grey light of dull hue with a swish. An enemy was about to strike Rem and Flop down, devoid of any mercy, with the sword in his hand, and it happened at that exact moment. L. Minya. Two high-pitched voices overlapped, ushering in the extraordinary phenomenon that occurred immediately afterward right in front of Rem's eyes. Before her eyes, purple crystals scored a direct hit on the three sword-wielding enemies from behind, running through their chests. Furthermore, the astonishment did not end at that. Enemy, Ga. And then, in the moment immediately subsequent to a howl of pain from one of the pierced enemies, they had their entire body morph into the same dark purple crystal that had penetrated their chest, and once more they shattered. If a difference did exist, it was that the enemies, now in purple fragments, displayed no signs of reviving, and the one who had successfully saved Rem and Flop just barely was. Kept you waiting, Rem. The real star has stepped on the stage. Bravely announcing so, a small silhouette jumped off a large horse that had leapt over the outer wall, infiltrating the grounds of the mansion. And thus, a boy of black hair with nasty-looking eyes, holding up a little girl in a dress in his arms, turned to Rem, closed one eye, and flashed a toothy smile at her. Rem was left speechless due to his flamboyant appearance and announcement, and finally she spoke. Rem, who are you? The young boy who had so gallantly made his appearance was someone who, to Rem's eyes at least, was unknown. There was a loud, violent knock on the door, which caused Katia to feel a chill run down her spine. Katia, no, 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 don't come in, don't come closer. Pushing her wheelchair to the back of her room, she clutched her curly hair and prayed frantically. She had sent Rem and Flop away, having declared that she would wait alone for the time being. Katia was going to stay hidden as long as possible, even breathing as little as she possibly could. And yet, an enemy had noticed her existence, and now she was frightened to death. Katia, I'm unlucky. I've always been so unlucky. The fact that an enemy had stumbled upon this room was purely the result of random chance in their attempt to find survivors. Seeing as they had found her so easily, her luck was awful. Maybe Rem and Flop would not make it back in time. Such a convenient thing would never happen to her. Katia, brother. Obviously, she was unable to see the other party outside the door. However, according to Rem and Flop, the third party wandering around outside, who were neither Imperial soldiers nor rebels, had the appearance of the dead. When it came to the dead, the first person that came to Katia's mind was her own big brother, Jamal Orili, the brother whom she had thought unkillable and who had met an untimely demise. She could not help but think that she would like to see him at least one more time, even as a hollow. However, when it came to the inexplicable situation of the dead actually being out and about, what came to mind was not an obsession with her brother, but rather self-pity. It was wholly unsightly. She could not even have such lofty compassion as to pray for Rem and Flop's safety and hope that they would survive in her stead. All she had was a sense of self-preservation, which she could not help. I'm just an imperfect and helpless person, one who doesn't deserve to be loved by anyone. Katia, I'm kind of like. Anticipating, hoping, and wishing to be saved was a mistake in and of itself. Due to her thinking such impudent thoughts, Rem and Flop would possibly end up as collateral damage. Was this not the result of Katia's bad luck and ineptitude, which had ended up getting Rem and Flop caught up in this? Katia's throat froze as those endlessly desperate thoughts were interrupted by a creaking sound of the door, finally beginning to show signs of being broken into. Faced with such a hopeless situation, she cursed her body, seemingly incapable of even screaming satisfactorily. However, Katia, just when she thought that the door was about to be breached, it happened. On the other side of the door, the enemy that had been trying to break in ceased moving. Or more precisely, they had been forced to stop their destruction, because the entire body of the enemy had burst into flames, enveloped in vermilion. And then, the micro-spirit I scared into doing that was my last one. A new voice, one different from that of the burning enemy, reached Katia from the other side of the door. Katia looked up as if she had been startled by the sound of the cursing voice. Then turning the wheel of her wheelchair, Katia took hold of the door herself by her own volition. With a trembling hand, she unlocked the door that she had been so afraid to open, and opened it. Behind the door stood a man, kicking the burnt and charred corpse of the enemy. Kept you waiting, Katia. Let's get out of here. He had lost his familiar bandana, and his normally upswept hair was hanging down. Katia's eyes widened at the man, his forehead and cheeks covered in dried blood, who was reaching toward her. Then, as she wheeled toward the man, Katia, late, you're so late, you idiot. I would have killed you if I died. And then she tearfully dove into her fiancé, who had ruthlessly made his appearance. At the crystal palace of the imperial capital, at the star-shaped ramparts, and at the rebel stronghold, various situations were unfolding. There were some who were aware of the circumstances, and others who knew absolutely nothing at all. Those people were all jumbled together on a battlefield transformed into a crucible of chaos now. The Valatian Empire was what had been transformed, where bloodshed was rife, where the loss of life, akin to leaves falling from a tree, was revered, where taking action for the sake of blossoming ambition was considered the right thing. Its vast lands pulsated, and those engraved into the history of the empire rose, one after the other. What could it be called, if not a nightmare? The Great Disaster. Indeed, if not to be designated as a nightmare, then it could only be designated as a great disaster. The stargazers, who infested the Valatian Empire, had loudly proclaimed this to be one of the mass-scale disasters that would drive the world to ruination, as declared by the commandment they had been bestowed with. That in itself was a matter inconsequential to the crux that had brought about the circumstances known as the Great Disaster. The important thing was that this disaster induced the ruin of the empire's soil, and at its terminus, the wish would be fulfilled. For that purpose, the moves to be made, the measures to be exhausted, absolutely everything would be expended. Dying and bringing death, killing and being killed through those means, amassed on the vast lands of Wallachia, were mountains of corpses. If the entirety of Wallachia's spilled blood was the foundation of the plan, all that remained was. All that remains is to carry the plan out to the end. Deliberation required. With that, the bearer of the great disaster, the symbol of ruin, congratulated herself very, very quietly. For more context on this last section, you can read some of the added contents within the light novel release of Volume 33 here. Translation notes. 1. Hollows are the ray. 0. World equivalent of spirits of the dead. The thoughts and regrets left behind by the dead in the world of the living, unable to return to Ard Lagna. Though the author has not officially confirmed it in the web novel yet, the light novel synopsis confirmed that Volume 33 is the end of Arc 7. Thus, this should be the last chapter of the arc, meaning we will be moving to Arc 8 next. Of course, we at Witch Cult Translations will be there to translate it once the author starts writing, so make sure to stay tuned. And once again, thank you everyone for your immense support throughout the years. Currently, we're also recruiting for machine translators and Japanese, English checkers for Arc 8. This is a paid opportunity. If you are interested and would like to help the translation effort and get early access to the chapters, please contact IceHash6557 on Discord or leave your contact details in the comments below. Update. In the April Fool's chapter we received this year, the author has given a statement about the end of Arc 7 and beginning of Arc 8, which is translated below. Once again, I will begin to update the main story again soon. I've said this already in the book publication, but the current part is the end of the developments under Arc 7. Arc 7, Land of Wolves, has come to an end, and from here on out, it will become Arc 8, Vincent Wallachia. The production of the third season of the anime has also been announced, so after this, please continue to keep supporting Ray. 0. Now that Arc 8 has begun releasing, we at Witch Cult Translations will of course be translating it, and you will be able to find out Arc 8 releases here. Also, if you'd like to support us, we do have a Patreon. Click the image below to access it. Arc 8, Chapter 1. Change of Victory Conditions. Machine translated by Archbishop Do Jasmine Datchezam, proofread by Archbishop Hash 750 Blade, Japanese to English, checking by IceGPM Senkel, paper art sources. Cover Rakaroka Section 1, Oshisuka 1. The battle between the imperial forces and the rebels that had begun with the imperial capital of the Wallachian Empire, Lupugana, as the battlefield, had entered its final phase, scattering the seeds of chaos throughout the country. The death of Vincent Wallachia, who had been killed by a bullet of light in front of the throne within the Crystal Palace, at the innermost part of the imperial capital, seemed to be similar. The 9 divine generals, ordered to guard the city walls protecting the imperial capital, had abandoned their duties, and the sudden arrival of unknown fighters in the battlefield, in addition to the mysterious group from the west that had opened a massive hole in the front line, most certainly had contributed to the chaos scattered throughout the city. There was no doubt that these two were seeds of chaos. However, currently, the location of the seed that had grown the most in this situation of war was Vincent. Abide by me. The situation is no longer remotely close to that of conflict between the imperial army and the insurgents. The intervention of a third party has changed the conditions of victory. Standing upon a pile of debris, a man raised his voice on an impromptu stage. He was a handsome man, with sharp black eyes, tinged with a heated intellect, dried blood clinging to his black hair, and a voice that carried well even on a roaring battlefield. In a battlefield dominated by violence, no, in the Wallachian Empire dominated by violence, one might only wonder what could possibly attract people to the impotent figure of this man. No one ridiculed the man, even if they wished to. They just turned their attention and listened. The blood flowing through their veins as people of the Empire, Their way of being that had been defined by none other than this man himself would not allow them to turn their ears away from the voice that was raised on an unshapely pedestal, would not allow them to turn their ears away from the one exclaiming from his throne atop the rubble, Vincent Valacia himself. Everyone. Vincent's loud declaration had been heard by a distinguished lineup of people. Lined up were Gars Ralphon and Albert Dunkelken, both members of the 9 divine generals, as well as Bostet's Fandalfin, the imperial prime minister, and even Ubulk the stargazer, who had been allowed entry into the imperial palace with the special role he held. Considering the faction each one of the attendees had been on during the conflict just before, it was more than possible to say that being face-to-face with them, at a distance such as to make him defenseless, was rather deadly. However, Vincent, Meguro Hagin is suppressing him, but the one they are facing in the sky above is Baloroi Temiglyph, who is supposed to be dead. Somehow he has risen with his own beloved dragon. Bostets, I have a message for you on this matter. I encountered Her Excellency Lamia Godwin in the audience chamber. I believe it is the same person as she was back then. Gars, why you? That report should be raised by me, Your Excellency. It was not only Lamia who was present, but also other members of the imperial family who perished in the imperial selection ceremony. To Vincent's words, Bostets and Gars responded. Gars, who had remained unchangeably loyal to Vincent despite his disappearance, was still vexed by Bostets's switch. Nevertheless, since Bostets's original concern was the prosperity of the Valacian Empire, the old man's attitude could be described as natural when it came to a situation where the very existence of the empire was at stake. Once these ramblings had been dismissed as trivial, Vincent's concerns were narrowed down. Vincent, Ubulk, you had some advanced knowledge of the cause of the great disaster. That being the case, do Baloroi Temiglyph, Lamia, and the other imperial family members reviving constitute the great disaster? Ubulk, regarding that matter, I can say yes and no to that, Your Excellency. The whispers told me that Vincent Valacia's death would be the trigger for the great disaster, and I plotted all tilde kinds of schemes to prevent the downfall of the empire. Vincent, you are not aware of the details. Ubulk nodded with a carefree look on his face and answered, Yees tilde, that's right. The answer had been somewhat expected, but the certainty gained was beneficial to Vincent. Ubulk and his fellow stargazers were in opposition to the great disaster, which was evident in the fact that they had saved Vincent from a fall. Vincent, if that is the case, in the current situation, your presence is currently outside of our consideration. Maneuver only not to die. Gars, Your Excellency. Please leave this situation to me, and put your own safety first. I, Gars Ralphon, will do everything in my power to redeem myself for my absence, Vincent. Silence. Gars, HK. Glancing at a heated Gars, Vincent, with a single word, crushed his momentum. Gars wanted a chance to prove his loyalty to the Emperor and redeem himself for being late at a crucial time. But having allowed Vincent to escape from Keisha's rebellion in the first place meant his performance had been sufficient. Had Gars not put up a tough fight, Vincent would have been captured by Keisha, and it was highly possible that even preparing the current situation in the imperial capital would not have been possible. Indeed, the current situation had been prepared. Vincent. Vincent placed a hand on his chin and drew a mental map of the imperial capital, piecing together the situation. Although the loss of blood and the exhaustion of his body were affecting his ability to think, fortunately, the pain in his collarbone from being struck by Keisha in the throne room was jolting his consciousness. His determination, too, remained at its peak. He did not think that even this pain was part of Keisha's plan, but Cecilis. Sorry to interrupt while everyone's chattering, but I have a role to enchant the world in my own way. Is it okay if I excuse myself? Gars, wah. General First Class Cecilis. What are you talking about? Cecilis. Well, I do hear about this General First Class person from time to time, but I'm not really interested, so it doesn't really stick in my mind. Maybe you've mistaken me for someone else. It would be quite a pity for this General First Class person to get compared to me in that case. In this situation, it was not just Vincent's mind that was whirring and spinning around. Moreover, within a radius of several tens of meters, which was a mere single step for Meguro's huge body, The battle against the dew of the cloud dragon Meserair and Balleroy continued. Water flowed out from the shattered reservoir, which could be seen to have been broken from a distance. It was only a matter of time before waves surged into the entire imperial capital. In addition, Cecilis, who had been making a fuss, had become tiny. Although Gar's, Bastet's, and even Albert's attitudes on display were that of waiting attitude for Vincent's decision, only this young thunderbolt did not fit into his plan. Not only his appearance, but also the contents of his mind seemed to be biased towards immaturity, so Cecilis did not have a trusting look in his eyes towards Vincent's declaration. Cecilis, that was quite a splendid speech earlier. I'm sure it's a fact that you're the Valetian emperor, but unfortunately, I don't bow down to others just because they're an emperor. If you want to change the path I take, you'll have to prepare a Hanamichi for me. 1. Vincent. Just like Natsuki Subaru did, is that so? Cecilis. Unfortunately, I don't know who that is. The name sounds similar to the name of someone I know, but I can't quite recall. I feel like I talked about this earlier with a beautiful woman. While twisting his neck and fidgeting his short legs, Cecilis answered. He was not sure who the beautiful woman Cecilis was worried about was, but once the young Cecilis entered the battle for the imperial capital, Vincent had been convinced. Convinced that Natsuki Subaru was the one who led the unexpected group that ravaged the battlefield from the west, and that he was also the one who had brought Cecilis with him. And then, Vincent, it is not restricted to the current situation. It is nothing new that you do not follow mine orders. Feel free to run around as you like. Cecilis, oh, you are very understanding. However, I have no intention of obediently following someone's orders regardless of what I'm told anyways, so I'll take my leave here if you don't mind. Vincent, Cecilis. Cecilis waved his hand at Vincent, who had decided to let him do as he pleased, and was about to dart away. When his name was called from behind, the young lightning turned around with a yes. Vincent's gaze met Cecilis's eyes, which still carried the same difficulty in handling as when they had first met. Vincent, as per our former agreement, I shall prepare the stage for your grand moment. Cecilis. Cecilis left with a small laugh after Vincent's short declaration. The speed of his lightning-fast movements, not even leaving a trace, with him still in his unfinished state, was why the title of Valetia's strongest belonged to that man, and why that title was unshakable. In any case, Bastet's, your excellency is everything all right. As for General First-Class Cecilis, Vincent, I do not have time to waste on trivial matters, very much like you and Ubulk were treated. More importantly, the handling of the disappeared Cecilis was less urgent than addressing the current problem at hand. Vincent faced Bastet's narrow eyes and spoke in a voice that could be heard by Gars, Albart, and the others behind him. What he said was, Vincent, we shall abandon the imperial capital. We shall retreat while maintaining as much of our military strength as possible. Riding atop a red gale-wind horse, the group rode through the imperial capital in a whirlwind of confusion and chaos. The flag-bearers were the familiar faces of Natsuki Subaru, flanked by the cavalryman Idra Misanga and the powerful young girl Tanza, with whom the Pleiades battalion's breakthrough ability remained strong. Subaru, plus now we add the two leading stars there, Beatrice and Louis, and we're the ones with the momentum. In front, Idra was holding the reins, and at his back, held in Subaru's short arms as if being sandwiched, was Beatrice, then Louis, who was nestled on Subaru's back. Unexpectedly, the four children were led by the adult Idra, but Beatrice, Minya, Louis, Yuo, Tanza, I beg your pardon. Beatrice's hand held up as she fired purple arrows, Louis's unrestricted attacks as she teleported through space, and Tanza's fists as she effortlessly reaped through the ones blocking their path. After jumping over the destroyed city walls into the imperial capital, Subaru and company were aiming for the Crystal Palace, which could be seen in the distance, a gleaming castle where the fake emperor presided. The fake emperor that was in that castle, the one who impersonated Vincent Valetia. If they could be defeated, it would put an end to this great civil war in the Valetian Empire, in which Subaru was inevitably embroiled. So believing this, he plunged in, ready to go wild and wreak havoc. Idra, Schwartz, these guys are springing up no matter where we go through. What is this? Idra's voice, though not quite a scream, was throaty with a deep-seated fear. Perhaps his consternation was felt through the reins in his hands, as the gait of the Galewind horse began to falter, but it would be unreasonable to expect him to just endure it or forget about it. Anyhow, Subaru, what's really going on with these pasty-faced guys? They knew that once they rode into the imperial capital, they would naturally be met with determined resistance from the imperial soldiers. However, it was only during the initial stages that Subaru and company actually encountered imperial soldiers in the imperial capital. From then on, Subaru and the others were confronted by strange-looking beings, all of them with pale faces. Those with pale faces and golden eyes, with glass-like cracks all over their bodies, obstructed Subaru and the others with a cold, heartless demeanor. No, they were not standing in the way of only Subaru and company. Tanza, Schwarzsama, those ones, they're also attacking the Imperial soldiers. Tanza kicked a group of pale faces and slammed them against a wall, throwing out a report as such. As she said, what was unfolding at the edge of her vision was the presence of the enemy, who was not attacking Subaru and company, but rather the Imperial soldiers who were guarding the city. Of course, these enemies did not care about Subaru's feelings, unlike the Pleiades battalion. They were relentless in their attempts to take the lives of Imperial soldiers using the weapons they wielded. That was why Subaru, Tanza, if you please. Tanza, I understand. Hearing Subaru's unreasonable request, Tanza accelerated as she kicked the ground. She charged like a speeding ball into the ranks of the enemy, the Imperial soldiers, and caught up with those who were about to take their lives, cleaving them in the back with her thick-soled shoes. HK. A short cry of pain could be heard, and the kicked enemy crashed into the buildings on both sides. Tanza glanced at the destroyed buildings, the Imperial guardsmen whose lives had been spared beyond the thick plume of smoke, and then said, "Go ahead," as she let them off. Fortunately, the soldiers who were saved chose to leave the area instead of attempting to target Tanza's back. Subaru, that is helpful, but what about these guys? Tanza's efforts were averting unwanted deaths. However, Subaru suffered the brunt of her blow and was left gasping at the devastation caused by the enemy that crashed into the buildings and shattered them. The reason why the enemy did not get up was partly that Tanza's kicks were so powerful, but more importantly, because they were in no condition to get back up. The body of the enemy was shattered and in pieces. However, their body was not a grotesque corpse, but rather had been shattered as if they had dropped a china cup on the floor. There was no blood either, as if there was no blood in their bodies. Subaru, how do they work? Is it like a puppet or maybe a robot? Beatrice, it can't be the sacrament of the immortal king, in fact. Subaru, do you have an idea, Beatrice? Subaru did not miss the words spun by Beatrice's cute cherry-like lips, who was resting her body on Subaru's chest, completely trusting him. Beatrice lowered her head in response to Subaru's reaction. Beatrice, a kind of magic that upon death returns the soul to the body from which it has left. A forbidden technique, I suppose. It was originally researched by Mother, but it was supposedly left incomplete. Subaru, a forbidden technique for raising the dead, so like the type of magic of a necromancer then. There's a part of my head that's still a little fuzzy, but man, your mother is a good-for-nothing. Beatrice, this is not the first time that Subaru has spoken ill of Mother, in fact. But Betty will get upset if you keep saying it, so be careful, I suppose. At Beatrice's suggestion, with her eyebrows raised, Subaru stuck out his tongue and closed one eye in reflection. However, the opinion of the cute Beatrice was not to be dismissed. What if necromancy, with a name like the sacrament of the immortal king, was what was creating these enemies? Subaru, you mean there's someone like a necromancer in the 9 divine generals of the Empire? 2, Beatrice. If that's the case, then Abel is out of line for not having talked about such things beforehand, in fact. Plus, it would mean that we wouldn't be able to distinguish between friend and foe, I suppose. Subaru, I guess that's also possible in an empire with buggy ethics, but wait, you know who Abel is? Beatrice. Betty knows, in fact. Hearing this unexpected name from Beatrice's mouth caused Subaru's eyes to widen. At Subaru's surprise, Beatrice affirmed it with a bitter look on her face. Beatrice's contact with Abel, and that it was not just another person with the same name, was clearly conveyed in her bitter face. Because Abel was essentially incompatible with everyone, the obvious explanation would be that he was incompatible with Beatrice as well. Subaru's stomach churned just thinking about what kind of irreverent attitude Abel had subjected Beatrice to. But Subaru, of course that guy is here. It was inconceivable that Abel would not be in the middle of the siege in this great battle. But since he did not know the specifics of the composition of the rebel forces, he felt a different emotion when told clearly that this was the case. If Abel was here, then Subaru's antics would need to be given some extra thought. Subaru, then, should I leave the zombie fighting to them over there rather than me? Or would it be better if it was me with the cute and zombie-savvy Beatrice running in to deal with the ouch-ouch? What? Beatrice? I suppose. Subaru's face was a bit annoying, in fact. Subaru, why? This look in my eyes between charming and cheeky is from birth, you know. Beatrice, it was annoying how strangely relieved you looked when you heard Abel's name, I suppose. Subaru's mouth curved into a pout as Beatrice pinched his thigh along with an irrational accusation. Although it was hard to say by exactly how much, Beatrice's judgment of Subaru might have become stricter in the period of time that they had been separated. Certainly, he recognized Abel's excellence in terms of ability. But under the circumstances of this large-scale conflict, he was not taking any comfort in hearing Abel's name. By any measure, meeting Beatrice was a more joyous occasion than meeting Abel. Subaru, you're my number one, Beatrice, don't misunderstand. Beatrice, then prove it going forward, in fact. Subaru, oh, absolutely. In response to Beatrice's benevolent judgment, Subaru tapped Idra on the shoulder and made the Galewind horse stop at once. There were no signs of enemies or civilians in the surrounding area, but he wanted to decide on a course of action for the future. Tanza, Schwartz-Sama, if you are done flirting, what would you propose we do? Subaru, you're acting so thorny. I wasn't flirting, but Beatrice. Does that zombie magic stop when the user is defeated? Stung in the side by Tanza's blank expression, Subaru sought Beatrice's informed opinion. Beatrice, when asked, fiddled with her vertically rolled hair with her fingers, and the two of them, with the same expression on their faces, Beatrice. The types of magic that interfere with the bodies of others are predominantly yin magic and yang magic, I suppose. With either of these attributes, generally speaking, when the caster dies, the effects of the magic are cut off, in fact. So likewise, it would be nice to think that this is the case, I suppose. Tanza, that phrasing has some wishful thinking mingled within. Is it not certain? Beatrice, even Betty has never seen the sacrament of the immortal king realized, in fact. One cannot be so childishly irresponsible as to make a haphazard judgment on the basis of speculation, I suppose. Subaru, calm down, calm down. So you don't have any idea of the area of effect, or where the magic is being used from. Beatrice, it's regrettable, but it's dependent on the user, in fact. Beatrice looked at Tanza in frustration as she replied, as if thinking that Tanza might be dismissive of her again. However, Tanza did not criticize Beatrice for admitting her inadequacy. In that regard, Tanza did not demean even those with whom she did not have the best chemistry. Subaru, there's no time for squabbling. Besides, Beatrice, what you said helps. Thanks. Beatrice, it was not a very praiseworthy response, I suppose. Beatrice's cheeks puffed out as he patted her head while thanking her. It was tempting to poke her swollen cheeks with his fingers, but he also felt he was put in a difficult position. Given the circumstances, this zombie attack was clearly an unusual situation. Since the Imperial soldiers were being attacked, it was certainly possible that there was a necromancer in the rebel army, and that the unscrupulous and cold-hearted Abel might have resorted to inhumane tactics. However, something was off about the implementation and how the zombies had appeared out of nowhere. These zombies clearly gave off the impression that they did not invade the city from the outside, but rather that they had been created from within the city and were rampaging around. If this was Abel's strategy, the best course of action would have been to start a war of attrition from the beginning. It might have even been plausible that there were some military techniques being used that Subaru was unaware of. Subaru, as expected, if they start using zombies, I'll have to think about how to deal with them. Moreover, although it was ultimately a vague impression, he felt that Abel would not use the actual dead for military purposes despite resorting to death for political purposes. He suspected that Abel's view of life and death, or the general Valation one for that matter, would not allow for that. Therefore, Subaru, The existence of this zombie meister should be considered irregular. If the war doesn't end when we beat up the fake emperor in the castle, then, Idra. What now, Schwartz? We'll follow your lead. Subaru. Idra. Subaru put his hand to his chin as Idra turned only his head to him to utter these words of trust. That was not a sign of him tossing the responsibility to Subaru, but rather a reaffirmation of his willingness to risk his life together with Subaru in a situation that might lead them to death once again. Subaru achieved this position by his own will. He absolutely had to fulfill that responsibility. And thanks to Idra and the members of the Pleiades battalion, Subaru could reach out his hand even further than before. Subaru, not entirely sure what to do in this situation, but after all, oh wow. Ow ow, Beatrice, Subaru, Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Subaru nodded at the realization of his responsibility, but screamed in pain from Beatrice pinching his thigh and from another pain, to which Beatrice and Tanza widened their eyes at him. This time Subaru felt pain because his hair was being pulled, and the one responsible was not Beatrice or Tanza, much less Idra, but Subaru. What the hell, Louis? Don't pull my hair. It's a vital defense strategy to take care of it from a young age so that I won't suffer from baldness when I get older. Louis. Oh, Tilda. Subaru. What? Louis desperately pleaded something to Subaru, who was protecting his pulled scalp. She patted Subaru on the back, then pointed to the north side of the imperial capital, the direction where the Crystal Palace was located, but slightly off the beaten path, and continuously urged him. Head there. He knew that was what she was saying. Subaru, is there something over there? Louis. Oh, Subaru's question was answered by Louis in a high-pitched voice. It also needs to be stated that Louis seemed to be quite emotionally stable now that she managed to meet up with Subaru. Subaru himself was also genuinely relieved at her safety, despite their complicated relationship. On top of that, if there was something that Louis was calling for so desperately, then that would be Subaru. Beatrice, let me ask you one thing. Is everyone still together? Beatrice. Everyone is not, in fact. In response to Subaru's quiet question, Beatrice avoided making a clear statement. However, it was clear that Beatrice was not being evasive for the sake of putting on airs, but rather to spare Subaru from the shock. Understanding this, Subaru also realized why she had been ambiguous. So Subaru, Tanza, Idra, also Beatrice and Louis change of plans. Concluding on what needed to be done, Subaru called to the members around him from the Galewind Horse. Most likely, the battle centered around the imperial capital would not calm down, but rather intensify further. With the zombies and their Meister being unknown entities, preparations were in order. Of course, he could put together such a theory, but Subaru. First, we're going to where Louis is pointing at. Let me pick up something important there. Beatrice. If it's Louis then, she will be there, I suppose. Subaru's decision gave Beatrice a sense of the destination that Louis was indicating. Nodding at Beatrice's words, Subaru turned to Tanza and Idra, who were also looking at him, and continued. That was Subaru. Pick up Rem and flee the imperial capital with as many people as you can. We're racing against the clock. Thus, he mysteriously made a decision in the same direction as the man who was not present at this moment. Translation note. 1. Here Cecila says, Vincent would need to prepare a hanamichi, Chinese letter, for him, which in Kabuki theater is an elevated walkway that goes through the audience, and to the stage for actors to make dramatic entrances and exits. Cecilus essentially is asking Vincent to prepare a path to get to the grand stage. https://n. Wikipedia. org/wiki/hanamichi2. In this chapter, Subaru uses both the Japanese word for necromancer, Chinese letter, and the English word, Japanese letter, Arc 8, Chapter 2. Grudges. Machine translated by Archbishop Do Archbishop Brucef Kiln proofread by Archbishop 750 Blade Japanese to English checking by Rejasu GPM Senkel paper Archbishop Art Sources. Cover Nico 73,978,595 End. Antina Sasaru. Beatrice was at a loss as to how to handle the little girl known as Louis. When the magic crystal cannon fired from the Crystal Palace, Their relationship allowed them to cooperate in sending it to another space. Without Louis's mysterious teleportation ability, it would not have been possible to reach that place. Had they not arrived, many deaths would have occurred on the battlefield, starting with Zika's. This single act alone could not have dispelled the responsibility of Louis being the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. And yet, Louis, oh, Beatrice, Betty can trust that you have no animosity towards Subaru and the others, I suppose. Sitting awkwardly on the shaking saddle, although only the size of children, 3 people aside from the primary rider rode the running red Galewind horse. On the back of the Galewind horse, Beatrice and Louis sat with Subaru between them. Unlike Beatrice, who was held in Subaru's arms, Louis dexterously stood up on the horse behind him, tapping Subaru's shoulder and pointing in one direction. From Beatrice's point of view, the situation in the imperial capital of Lupugana was a crucible of chaos. Beginning with the clash between the regular army and the rebels, flying dragons that were being commanded and flying dragons that were not fought each other for the sky. A world of white and red trespassed on the normal one. A giant and a dragon rampaged, and finally the dead rose one after another to ravage the city from the inside out. Being inclined to isolate herself, not giving support to anyone, there were few occasions in which Beatrice had directly intervened. But this world's insane and inconsistent way of being reminded her of the chaotic times of 400 years ago. Beatrice. Witches. Thinking back to those bygone days, Beatrice naturally uttered that word. If there could have been one thing that symbolized that era of 400 years ago, it was unmistakably the witches. Echidna, Beatrice's creator, and the one whom she adored as her mother, was also one of those who were labeled as witches. Other than that era in which there were several witches bearing the deadly sins, that era when everyone was struggling to survive, was a dark period that was like a child's nightmare come true. The current situation in the imperial capital was a return of the same thing. She wondered what could have triggered it, and her heart skipped a beat. Beatrice held those frustrations in her heart. Subaru. Hang in there, Ram. Immediately behind her, she heard Subaru's panting, yet determined, voice. Louis, voice sounding like a growl, and Subaru, hurrying the galloping horse in the direction she pointed, had no doubt that there was the waiting girl he was searching for. As Beatrice thought of the results of the time that Subaru had spent with Louis, separated from her, her chest became a hazy mess, but she understood that there was trust between them. Beatrice, too, had no doubt that Rem was there, in the direction to which Louis was pointing. Looking back, Louis had spent a large amount of mana to extinguish the magic crystal cannon and went straight to Subaru to try to save the disappearing Beatrice. She had the power to locate those she was looking for. Whether that could be anyone or only someone she knew was unclear. Subaru, a huge mansion. Idra, what do we do, Schwartz? The walls are high. Do we go around to the front? Subaru, no, that would be a waste of time. Tanza. The exchange took place as they crossed a number of streets ahead of them and approached their intended building. It was a mansion that took up an imposingly large plot of land in the northern part of the imperial capital, and its surroundings indicated that it was the residence of a person of high rank. Naturally, the walls surrounding the mansion were high to ensure adequate security. But Tanza, I do not want to give you the wrong impression. Saying that, the dear girl, her voice as emotionless as her face, kicked the ground with the slightest hint of disapproval in her features and mutterings. Tanza, the young girl plunging straight into the wall in front of her, continued. Tanza, I am not Schwartz-Sama's tool for breaking down walls. Right after her declaration, Tanza's thick-soled shoes struck the mansion's wall, which was likely imbued with the divine protection of earth attributes. This impact caused the wall, which should have enhanced the mansion's defenses, to cave in, be penetrated, and ultimately collapse. Accompanied by a booming sound and a gust of wind, the small silhouette of a girl emerged from beyond the wall. As if diving headfirst into the billowing smoke, the Galewind horse carrying Beatrice and the others leaped onto the property. And then, Louis, Yuao, Beatrice, Subaru over there, in fact. Within the spacious mansion grounds, multiple buildings separated from the main house were lined up, causing them to momentarily almost lose their sense of direction. However, looking around just like Subaru, Beatrice opened her round eyes and searched for their target, before noticing a gathering of people. At that same instant, Louis also looked in the same direction as Beatrice and shouted out, reinforcing her conviction. Ahead of them, at the entrance of a separate building, there were several figures. In front of the firmly shut door, all that could be seen was a back sporting the ragged equipment of an imperial soldier, and facing it were two figures, one of which Beatrice did not recognize. The other was a girl whom Beatrice recognized as well. Subaru, Beatrice, Minya. A dull sword was raised, targeting the girl and her companion. As soon as they noticed it, Beatrice and Subaru, holding hands, raised their opposite hands and chanted magic. The ensuing deep purple arrow captured the back of the pale-faced men, transforming them into crystals. Enemies, Gah! A bitter cry leaked out, but no further action by the men was allowed. Accompanied by a high-pitched sound, similar to ice cracking, the men's figures shattered and crumbled away. The Galewind horse reached the girl, who, narrowly escaping death, widened her eyes in surprise as Beatrice and Subaru landed on the ground together, her hand pulled by his. And there Subaru kept you waiting, Rem. The real star has stepped on the stage. With one eye closed and teeth gleaming, Subaru made a pompous declaration. Despite his childish appearance, Beatrice looked at her partner from within his arms, proud of his unchanging bravery in scrambling to help someone else. The eyes of the girl whose life was saved widened as she met the gazes of Beatrice and Subaru. As it were, the excitement and emotion quivered within her throat. Rem, who are you? She asked in a dubious voice with an atmosphere that was not very friendly. Subaru, no, it's me, it's me. I'm a bit smaller, I'm telling you it's me. You can tell, right? Rem, I'm grateful for the help, but you ring no bells at all. Subaru, no way. Subaru waved his arms and sorrowed at that unexpected cold response from Rem. He felt dejected by this reaction, especially since he thought that, after going through a hopeless experience, then having been saved from a life-threatening predicament, a deeply emotional meeting was surely awaiting him. Of course, since Subaru, being Subaru, had gone and gotten himself shrunk while Rem remained unaware, he thought that asking her to be openly happy would also be unreasonable. Subaru, in that sense, setting aside Louis, who already knew me in this state, it's quite something that Beatrice would just accept it right away. Beatrice. It's not really that Betty thought nothing of it, I suppose. It's merely that whether you have shrunk or not, it will not change that you're Betty's partner, in fact. More importantly, Subaru, more importantly. Lowered to the ground from the arms in which she had been held, Beatrice looked at Subaru and Rem, comparing them. Then narrowing her peculiarly patterned eyes, Beatrice. That attitude is completely different from what Betty had heard from Subaru, I suppose. That girl, Rem, was supposed to have been gentle toward Subaru, in fact. Was that a lie, I suppose? Subaru, no, that wasn't a lie. It's just that she's forgotten a lot right now. Beatrice. Forgotten. Derived from Rem's cold treatment, Beatrice was made unnecessarily suspicious. Likely, it was the doubt about whether Subaru had led everyone who did not remember Rem in her sleeping beauty state to believe a story that differed from reality. It was an unthinkable misunderstanding. In the first place, something like lying about Rem's personality as she slept was beyond blasphemous, and it too also made Subaru miserable. In response to Subaru's explanation, Beatrice silently turned back to Rem. Beatrice, you don't remember Betty, in fact. Rem. No, I believe this is our first meeting. Beatrice, I see, I suppose. I understand now, in fact. Rem, it seems that's persuaded you, but in the end, who are you guys? I appreciate the help, but Beatrice's face showed that from Rem's reply, she accepted that Subaru had not just said whatever he wanted. On the other hand, Rem's doubts remained undispelled. Even if Subaru and Beatrice were unilaterally convinced, Rem's questions would only continue to pile up. Although his own internal sense of discomfort had relatively decreased, sure enough, Rem's attitude clearly conveyed that the large Subaru and the small Subaru were completely different. Subaru, be that as it may, I'm me. Rem, in any case, let's tar. Oh my, I was wondering who helped us, but it's husband Kun. It's husband Kun, right. Thanks for rushing in. Subaru, look, Flopsan understands. Flopsan. Saying that as Subaru was trying to somehow unravel Rem's incomprehension, he was taken aback at the sight of Flop, the blonde-haired young man that suddenly appeared from behind her. Having come to help Rem, he had not even considered that Flop would be with her. Subaru, why are you here? Were you kidnapped along with Rem? Flop. My oh my, it's quite daring to come to Wifesan's aid without knowing anything, isn't it? But on the whole, that understanding isn't mistaken. More specifically, it would be correct to say that since I suffered a fatal wound, Wifesan accompanied me to give me treatment. Subaru, a fatal wound. You're right. That's a terrible injury. Flop was as cheerful as ever. But ignoring that ridiculously bright personality, the skin visible through the gaps in his clothes was wrapped in bandages, and his complexion seemed somewhat pale. Judging from his experience from the Gladiator Island, Flop was seriously wounded to the level where standing would have been greatly difficult. It seemed like saying that he had received a fatal wound had not been an exaggeration. Subaru. But then Rem also, geez, you're too gutsy. Rem, please wait. You're trying to move the conversation along smoothly, but Flop-san, by calling this boy that. Flop. Perhaps this kind of thing is all the easier for a third party to notice. Like Wifesan is thinking, it's husband Kun, with just a bit more of a baby face. Rem. At Flop's words, Rem stared down towards Subaru once again. Faced with the doubt emerging within her pale blue eyes, Subaru adjusted the angle of his face to give her a better view and flashed his teeth. The hue of doubt turned to dismay, which then quickly turned to surprise. Rem, I thought you were a very strange person, but not only can you dress up as a woman, but you can even turn into a child. Subaru, that's wrong. This situation is out of my control. Isn't that right, Beatrice? Beatrice, Subaru, were you cross-dressing again in a place unknown to Betty and the others, I suppose? Subaru, don't get caught up on that right now. Both Rem and Beatrice looked at Subaru with doubt, overwhelming him. Flop, standing by the exchange, while holding up a finger to his own well-groomed face, Flop. Well, it wasn't only husband Kun who dressed up as a woman, myself and village chief Kun also did it after all. We really looked like girls all together, and our figures were lovely too. Subaru, that's because I put all my points into my charisma stat at that time. Anyways, I'm glad we were able to meet up. Patting his chest in relief, Subaru smiled at both Rem and Flop. Flop nodded frankly at the smile, and Rem, after contemplating every last possibility, Rem. You went through all this trouble to search for me. Subaru, well, of course. Now, I didn't know you had been kidnapped until I was en route, but the moment I found out, my selfish feelings surged up. The only thing that made me certain you were here was Louis. Ooh, and just then, while he answered Rem's question, the reason for his certainty burst in. Wedging herself in between Subaru and Rem, it was Louis who had jumped toward the latter. Louis's golden hair fluttered as she embraced Rem, and even though she was surprised and gave a yoo, Rem accepted the young girl's hug. With that face so close to her, relief emerged in Rem's eyes. Rem, Louis-chan, I see you're safe. I was worried that you might have been mistreated by him since you went off on your own following that man. Louis, ow. Subaru, no matter how you look at it, would I really treat her so poorly that you would be worried? Did I do that? I did, didn't I? I probably did do that. I regret that now, though. Stroking Louis's head as she hugged her, Rem made such a comment to which Subaru pouted his lips. In fact, if Rem and Louis separated at the time when Subaru and the others had set out to Chaos Flame, then that was the point in time at which Subaru and Louis's relationship had been the worst. It was not limited to the worry that along the way, Subaru may have taken the opportunity to abandon Louis in the fields. It could be said that Rem's worries were never-ending. But then again, Subaru, right now I'm not thinking about doing anything to Louis. We've made peace. Rem, is that true, Louis-chan? Louis, ooh, with a broad smile on her face, Louis nodded her head, and the question mark above Rem's head was finally dispelled by her response. Since his body had shrunk, the circumstances which had probably been his biggest predicament were proceeding peacefully, so Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. Then, while gripping onto Subaru's hand, Beatrice. Even though Betty intended on accepting it, it's still a scene that gives a very bad feeling, in fact. Such a thing like that girl and Rem being so friendly towards each other, it's a strange feeling, I suppose. Even though Beatrice muttered this, Subaru made a wry smile within his heart. However, considering that when he was first sent off into the Valetian Empire, he was viewed with hostility by the newly awakened Rem, and was together in a situation with Louis, whose aims were completely unknown to him, Subaru was also in complete agreement with Beatrice. After all, through some causality, a Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, the cause of Rem turning into the Sleeping Beauty, was now spending time with her in the same place in such a friendly manner. Subaru, I still haven't found the proper answer for that yet, but Rem's memory had still yet to return. Louis's origin, too, still remained unknown. However, they were able to stay alive and reunite with Rem in this way, and Louis had also demonstrated as much of a friendly attitude towards them as she could. Thus, they should be able to find a solution. Therefore, Tanza, Schwartzsama, I do not think we have much time to be so relaxed. Witnessing the atmosphere of that reunion, the young girl interrupted with good timing and a good reason. Upon hearing the intervention of Tanza, the little girl in a kimono, who had read the atmosphere, Subaru turned to her and said, "Yep." Then, keeping up a vigilant watch out on the surroundings from horseback, Idra also entered his field of view. And Idra, we found the person you're looking for. By the way, there isn't anyone else who has been taken, right? Beatrice, as far as Betty has heard, there shouldn't be anyone else, in fact. Rem, I also haven't noticed anyone else. Has Flopsan, Flop, I don't know of any other acquaintances who were brought in either. Unless, carelessly, Medium has been kidnapped or something. How's she husband can? Subaru, she hadn't been kidnapped at the time we were separated. She'd been shrunk, though. Flop, what's that? What did you say? To Flop, who was concerned about his sister's safety, Subaru withheld the fact that Medium had also shrunk. Other than a shrunken appearance, she was in perfect health. Surely Medium would have left Chaos Flame safely and joined the group at Garrel. There was no time to reconcile the details of the situation and to wrangle over this and that there. In order to guarantee such a lively and cheerful time, they needed to move. Subaru, so including Rem and Flopsan, I want to escape with as many people as possible, but is there anyone else in this estate? Rem, there is a woman named Katiasen whom I met here. Then there's this detached building, Subaru, here. With a nod, Rem's gaze turned to the tightly closed door beside her. He had to defeat the enemy quickly, so he did not check it properly, but it seemed that Rem and Flop were trying to open this building. Flop. It said that inside are black-haired crown princes from various places. Idra, black-haired crown princes, Schwartz's fakes. Flop answered Subaru's inner questions, and Idra frowned upon its content. The perception Idra expressed, that they were fake Schwartzes, was generally shared by everyone in the Pleiades battalion, and it was one of the big lies Subaru was telling them. The black-haired crown prince, who was talked about across the empire, was the illegitimate son of Emperor Vincent Valatia, and all of those who had taken the name for themselves in various regions were nothing but fakes. The real black-haired crown prince was none other than Natsuki Schwartz. Idra, the ones who were used as justification here and there to start a rebellion. To be blunt, I don't like this careless approach to things. Beatrice, Betty agrees with Beardy, I suppose. The originator doesn't like it either, in fact. Idra, be Beardy. Idra clearly expressed his displeasure at the impostor crown princes who seemed to be held captive inside the detached building, to which Beatrice nodded in agreement. To be blunt, Idra's words were painful for Subaru to hear as well. Beatrice's added comment seemed to support Subaru's guess as to whose scheme this was. Frankly, it was difficult to distinguish whether some of the fake crown princes were good guys or if some of them were bad guys. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, what would you like to do? Subaru, nah, isn't there really nothing to discuss? If they're left here, sooner or later the zombies are definitely going to kill them, so we don't have a choice but to help. Tanza, with a hushed voice, Subaru replied to Tanza, who was asking for his decision. Tanza's eyes widened at the answer in regards to the black-haired crown princes. She was the only one who had been told, ever since Gladiator Island, that Subaru's claim to be the successor to the Emperor was a lie spread for the purpose of creating a disturbance. A huge reason why the comrades of the Pleiades battalion trusted Subaru and were willing to participate in this battle for the imperial capital was because they believed that Subaru was the black-haired crown prince. If the captive false crown princes were released, the chances of that lie being exposed would increase. Subaru. But that is that, and this is this. Even though he was aware of Tanza's concerns, Subaru would not sacrifice human lives to protect a lie. Of course, one would hope that this act of compassion would be returned, and that the fake crown princes would be quietly appreciative of the efforts of Subaru and his friends. Beatrice, As expected of Betty's Subaru, I suppose. Beatrice looked at Tanza proudly while tightly holding Subaru's hand. For a moment, there was a tingle flowing between them again, but Subaru put it aside. Taking that into account, they faced the detached building's door. Subaru, does Rem or Flopson have the keys to the entrance? Rem, and no, I didn't know where the key was, so I thought I would pry it open by force. Flop, you can trust in Wifeson's strength. As you already know, my arms are as meager as they look. With Louis attached to Rem at the hip, Flop showed off his feeble biceps. Subaru scratched his cheek at the two's replies, and pathetically turning to face Tanza, Subaru, would you be the master key once again? Tanza. I am not sure what a master key is, but I understand what you are trying to say. Schwartz-sama, I would like to reiterate this to you, Subaru. You aren't a tool for breaking open walls, right, Tanza? Forgive me. Towards Subaru, who meekly bowed his head, Tanza released a deep, deep sigh. However, it was not just a sigh. With deep compassion, Tanza softly spoke, "Please step aside," to request that Subaru and Rem move away from the front of the door, and she gripped the large padlock hanging from it with both of her hands. Then, with a sudden and strong jerk of Tanza's slender hands, the lock twisted off. It was quite the shocking sight, but Subaru and Idra had grown used to seeing it. At Tanza's unbelievable display of superhuman strength, Rem and Flop stared in wonder, and as Subaru saw those reactions to his side, he took a light breath and slowly opened the door to the solitary building. And then, Subaru. I think that everyone has their own respective circumstances, but for the time being, why don't we put away our various grudges and work together to get out of this place? Like that, being careful not to alarm the cautious inhabitants, Subaru entered the solitary building inside of which were lines of narrow jail cells containing the fake crown princes which Subaru had greeted. Fake crown princes. At Subaru's call, the faces of 14 or 15 young boys turned towards him. As they had been called the black-haired crown princes, and counting backwards from Emperor Vincent's, or rather, Abel's, current age, it was to be expected that they would be around the same age as Subaru was presently. That said, the sight of the figures of these children that had been hidden from the gaze of the public inside of these jail cells was sickening. Tanza. However, each of their cells are spacious, and it looks thoroughly cleaned, so it does not feel like such a poor environment. Peeking inside of the solitary building from the side, Tanza added her own opinion on top of Subaru's impressions. As she had said, the space was cleaner than just the bare minimum. It seemed that the fake crown princes were being properly fed, and any who were suffering extreme weakness could not be found. Tanza, more or less, it seems like they were prepared in case one of them was the true crown prince. Beatrice, perhaps they also do not have a taste for taking the trouble to torment children. In fact, Rem, given the temperament of the homeowner, it seems like it could be either. From Tanza to Beatrice, and then to Rem, each took over to share their impressions of the inside of the solitary building. At that description, Subaru thought that the owner of this large mansion, most likely, they were an important figure in the imperial capital. Considering these circumstances, the fact that they had captured so many candidates for the black-haired crown prince like this also indicated a rebellious spirit towards the fake emperor, who understood there was no such thing as a fake crown prince. Subaru. That fact that his son is a fake, the man in question would know best to wait a second. Is it possible that the fake emperor doesn't know? If Abel was the type of guy to be careless with his relationships with women, then. Rem, I can't say this for certain, but I can't imagine that being a side of Abel-san. Subaru, I agree. That guy, doesn't he consider his own cross-dressed self to be the most beautiful woman in the world? Looking back on the time that he had called himself Natsumi Schwartz, Abel as Bianca, and Flop as Flora, Subaru spoke of such reminiscences. At any rate, Subaru, I'm going to open the jail cells now. It's going to be pretty busy outside, with all of the rumbling and shaking, you know. Let's throw away our grudges and all escape together. Fake crown prince. Escape, but all of the cells are locked. From inside, among the fake crown princes who came from different tribes and had different skin colors, someone said this in response, to which Subaru replied with an O. All of them had black hair and black eyes, which was not very common in this world, and so with their physical traits being similar to Subaru, while feeling a certain sense of kinship with them. Subaru, don't worry about the lark. We have a solution right here. Tanza, right here indeed. Subaru pointed his thumb towards Tanza, and the little girl bowed as she showed the broken lark in her hands to the fake crown princes. All of their faces looked surprised at this, their skeptical expressions disappearing. Instead, a sense of awe was directed towards Tanza, but Subaru. It looks like getting you out won't be a problem. Tanza over here will break you out. Rem, why yes. Subaru, where's that friend you met here that you were talking about just now? Rem, if you mean Katia-san. With her hand placed on Louis's head, Rem's expression stiffened as she turned around towards the outside of the detached annex. Judging from Rem's reaction, this Katia was probably in the main building. They had succeeded in crushing the 3 zombies in the vicinity of the selfsame annex, but others had likely gotten into the mansion. They had to find a way to somehow get the girl in question out before she was discovered. Subaru, does this Katia person have any distinguishing features? Rem, she has brown, curly hair and deep eyes. And then Subaru, and then Flop, Miss Katia has bad legs. Because of that, while Wife-san and I headed here, we had her hide in the other building. Subaru, her legs are... Subaru put his hand on his chin in response to what Flop had answered in Rem's stead. Fortunately, since they had the Galewind horse Subaru and the others had rode in on, it could be said that this was the perfect situation for carrying someone with bad legs, since their overall mobility would drop considerably anyway by taking the fake crown princes along. That would probably not be a problem. Subaru, I'm concerned that Tanza is our only decent fighter. Beatrice, the way Betty and Subaru are now, we would not be outdone by that dear girl, I suppose. Idra, although I'm not on the same level as Whites or Gustav Dono, I can put up a fight too. Subaru, concerned about their fighting strength, received reassuring answers from Beatrice and Idra. Of course, they could not be overly reliant on Idra since they needed him to hold the Galewind horse's reins, but Subaru's skill was to make full use of the cards in his hand to optimally adapt to the situation at hand. Subaru, if I assume the role of a fake crown prince and at least one person could ride on the horse. Rem, I'm worried about Katia-san, so if possible, Subaru, my bad, that's right. Looking impatient, Rem appealed to Subaru, who was trying to rack his brain. Subaru nodded back as he felt the need to quickly clear away the cause of her worries. For the time being, as long as Subaru and Beatrice were there, they could deal with the zombies. Subaru, just in case, Tanza should come along too. In order to reassure this Katia person, if Rem or Flopsang could also come, then Subaru was just about to say that they could get by without causing any unnecessary commotion. You don't need to worry about that. I already got Katia out safely. Subaru, like that, Subaru's words were cut off by a voice from outside the detached annex. No, merely being interrupted was not why his words were cut off. It was because Subaru's heart was pierced by something cold in that voice he had heard. Beatrice, Subaru. Since he held Beatrice's hand, she noticed something was wrong as his whole body instinctively grew tense. But without responding to Beatrice's words, Subaru quickly headed to the entrance of the detached annex before Rem and Flop, who were already standing there, even had a chance to turn around, to confirm who it was, and then to keep them away from Rem. The one who was standing there and had called out was, I really have to say, this is some peculiar coincidence. How else could we end up in this situation? Subaru. We probably all have our own respective circumstances, but, for the time being, why don't we put aside our troublesome grudges and work together to get out of here? Thus, the man repeated Subaru's statement from just before as if to ridicule it and shrugged his shoulders. And so, the adversary with whom Subaru grew the most troublesome and fateful bond during his stay in the Empire, Tad Fang. Arc 8, Chapter 3, 3 Reasons. Machine translated by Archbishop Jasmine Dachezem, Archbishop Kiln proofread by Archbishop #750 Alpha Dydra Japanese to English checking by Rejasu Senkel Ice Archbishop Art Sources. Cover Jack Brom. Jumping out from the entrance of the detached building, Subaru stood in front of a man who was giving a faint smile. That petrification was perhaps the most foolish choice he could have made before that man. However, even for Natsuki Subaru, who had experienced all kinds of hardships, even death, over and over again, The indescribable eeriness of this man made his mind go blank. A sense of fear that not even a Sin archbishop could bestow, and a sensation of being ensnared. In the face of Todd Fang, Subaru was made to feel that way. Subaru. Bewilderment had arisen around Subaru, who stopped reflexively in response to the voice he had heard. It was Beatrice, as she held hands with him, facing the same opponent as Subaru. Other than her, Tanza and Idra were also casting a dubious gaze upon Subaru, who was standing still. Although his mind raced to the thought that he should immediately warn them to be cautious, but Rem, Katia-san. And before Subaru could move his trembling lips, Rem shouted in a high-pitched voice. When he looked, Rem's pale blue eyes, which had turned back towards Todd by the door now, they were directed not towards him, but directly behind him. It troubled Subaru to take his gaze off Todd and shift his attention to that direction. But once he did, he understood the target of Rem's shout. There was a wheelchair-bound woman hiding behind Todd's back. The woman peeked at them as she grabbed the hem of Todd's clothes, with suspicious eyes that overlooked the world beneath curly brown hair. She was a perfect match for the features Rem had described. That in itself was joyful now. The fact that she was beside Todd would mean, Rem, please stay away from her. Louis. Ooh. Rem, who seemed to have come to the same conclusion as Subaru, raised her voice and glared at Todd. Louis, who was always close to her, also growled while looking at Todd, roused by Rem's fighting spirit. Despite losing his trademark bandana and letting down his orange hair, Todd's cruelty and dangerous creativity had probably not been diminished. Even in this situation, it was not difficult to imagine that he would try to use the woman Katia as a shield to manipulate Subaru and the others into doing his bidding. Of course, it was obvious from Subaru's previous hostile encounters with Todd that the outcome of giving in and doing as what was told would ultimately result in death. Subaru. From this point onwards, if I were to die, I can't be sure of how far back I'll return to. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how one looked at it, during the entire series of events of intervening in the siege of the imperial capital, breaking through the city walls, and riding into the city, Subaru had never once lost his life. Regardless of whether that was to thank or to blame, Subaru did not know the starting point of return by death. He was able to meet up with Louis and Beatrice, and was also able to reunite with Rem and Flop. Honestly, the situation had been going well, almost too well. It was impossible to calculate how many retries it would take to reach this point. However, Subaru, I'll do what I must. If he had decided whom to save, whom to let survive, and whom to move forward with, Subaru had decided with a steadfast heart to firmly grasp that outcome. For that reason, he was able to rescue all the gladiators concerned with the Gladiator Island and fight alongside them as members of the Pleiades battalion until today. He would never give up, no matter what. Not even if the obstacle he needed to overcome for that purpose was the very embodiment of a fear that caused his heart to freeze over. Thus, Subaru moistened his dry lips with his tongue, and with a determined action, Katia, please wait. You've got it wrong. I haven't been captured, Rem. Rem, Katia-san. Katia, misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Todd-I isn't your enemy. Katia tried to move forward, turning the wheels of her wheelchair while loudly insisting that it was a misunderstanding and that Todd was not their enemy. However, Todd put a hand on her thin shoulder, preventing her from moving forward. Katia, pitching forward with vigor, glared at Todd with teary eyes, and Katia, wait, what are you doing? You're putting yourself in danger. Todd, you're the one in danger. Don't move forward on your own. Katia, who do you think I'm saying this for? Todd, of course it's for my sake. But that doesn't mean I can overlook the woman I love putting herself into danger. Katia, ugh, red-faced, and having snapped at him forcefully, Katia was silenced by those words. That was not because of embarrassment or shame, but mainly because his objection had conveyed that he was concerned about her. Subaru found it difficult to believe that it was a perfectly honest statement without the intent of deception. Rem, Katia-san, could it be that person is? With a small gasp, Rem asked Katia this with a fearful look. Although she did not clearly state the question, the intended point of the question was clear. Whether it was a sign of her hesitation and anxiety, but Rem had put her slender hand on Louis's shoulder. In response to this question of Rem, Katia nodded her head while biting her lip. Katia, I told you this several times already. He is, my fiancé. Katia, yes. After her initially hesitant declaration, Katia responded clearly to Rem's question as such. Rem's eyes wavered when she was told this, and she clearly was agitated. Subaru was just as shocked as Rem and was also shaken to his core. Subaru, fiancé. While not having the fondest memories of Todd following the events since their first encounter, the story of his fiancée had left a different impression apart from his insanely cautious and unforgiving nature. Todd, who had been deployed as an imperial soldier to the encampment near the forest where the Shadrakian village was located, frequently spoke of his desire to return to his fiancée. But after a series of bloody encounters with Todd, his expectations for his humanity had faded, and it became a distant memory that merely lingered in a corner of his mind. Subaru, she really did exist, and the words were so incongruous with Todd and his lovely fiancée that he had to let it slip. Despite probably not even hearing Subaru's monologue, Rem looked at Todd with suspicion in her stern eyes. Rem, are you really Katia-san's fiancé? Todd, yeah, it's true. Like I said before, it's an unconventional arrangement. I never thought that Katia and you would be getting along so well during your confinement in the Prime Minister's mansion. Rem, Todd, don't look at me like that. Of course, I'm not saying we had a good first encounter or a good relationship either, but this is the situation we're in. We both have to let go of our grudges, don't we? Shrugging his shoulders at Rem's silent gaze, Todd spoke up brazenly. Then his gaze turned not to Rem, but to Subaru. Holding his breath, Subaru met Todd's gaze. Cold sweat ran down his back. However, Todd, what the kid said is true, right? Subaru, ah. There was no hint of hostility in Todd's demeanor as he closed one eye and winked at him. Staying true to his words, Todd had let go of his hostility and caution and was extending a hand, as if it was the obligation of the person proposing to cooperate with each other to get out of this situation. Flop, husband Kun, wife son, who is soldier Kun. At the sight of both Subaru and Rem going silent, Flop's soft face took on a serious look. In response to his question, Subaru could not speak carelessly, partly due to his current appearance. Instead, Rem continued with that man, Rem. I've had several encounters with him before, and in every one of those times my life was in danger. Katia. While she looked at Katia, Rem tried hard to choose the right words while also telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Katia's eyes widened and she looked at Todd, who stood beside her. Her lips trembled as she questioned her fiancé from his side. Katia, is that true? Todd, what Rem said. Todd, if it's about that young lady, it's true. You said it earlier that there are some grudges. I'm an army man. Sometimes I have to turn my weapon on someone. That kind of thing, I guess it's just one of those unwanted situations. Rem, to think it was unwanted. You went out of your way to. Todd, if you mean the fortress city, it was because I saw your companion as a threat. If you mean the time before that, I was just following orders like any other soldier. I have nothing personal against you. As he said this, Todd took the axe worn on his waist. For a moment, a tension ran through Subaru and the others, but Todd, keeping one hand outstretched, heaved it away without getting worked up. A parabolic arc was drawn as the axe slid across the ground and came under the feet of Subaru and his team. Louis, ow. Louis picked up the axe and alternated between looking at Subaru's face and Rem's. It did not seem to be an axe-shaped bomb, but it appeared to be a pure act of disarmament. Todd raised his hands and waved at Subaru and the others who had recognized that fact. Todd, as you can see, I'm not your enemy. Only it would be regrettable for all of us if we wasted time glaring at each other like this, right? Flop. Wife-son, I too think we should talk constructively. What do you think? Rem. Squeezing her own arm, Rem glanced sideways at Subaru. Only Subaru and Rem were able to share their wariness of Todd and the level of threat that he posed. As for their acquaintances themselves, Louis was also there when Subaru, Flop, and the others were attacked by Todd in the fortress city, but none of that danger was shown on either of their faces. Therefore, Beatrice, Betty will follow Subaru's decision, in fact. As she held hands with Subaru, Beatrice gave him only the courage to make a choice, without influencing him either way. She was not alone. Both Tanza and Idra left the future to Subaru's choice. Just the fact that these two and Todd were in the same place was enough to make his heart freeze. If possible, he would have liked to get Todd's presence far away from them as soon as possible, but Subaru, Katia-san is Rem's friend. I want as many of us as possible to get out of here unscathed. We don't have the time to squabble here, that's what I think. Rem. I understand, but Subaru hung his head and bit his lip, and Rem also stiffened her cheeks in frustration. But he also did not know what kind of action Todd would take if he refused him poorly. That was a concern that Rem also shared. Now that he was here, he could not let him go. It was the same reason one could not leave a bomb unattended, not knowing when it may detonate. Katia, D, don't worry. T, this guy is outrageously tenacious. I'm sure he'll be useful to help me and all of you escape. Todd, hey, come on. You shouldn't compare your fiancé to something like a Zada bug. Seeing Subaru and Rem's state of unease, Katia clumsily backed Todd. With a wry smile at Katia's defense, Todd then ran his hand through his own hair, and Todd, well, since you've accepted me, I'll have to return the favor. Thanks, I'll also have to prove myself to Katia, who has treated me so gently. With that, Todd spoke like a reliable young man, and ignoring the feelings of Subaru, who had an inescapable sense of tension that made his throat growl, he joined the others. There were 3 reasons why Subaru could not reject Todd Fang's presence in this situation. The first was the presence of Katia, Todd's fiancée. Having apparently developed a friendly relationship with Rem during her time in the mansion, she appeared to be a good person, despite her sharp-tongued nature, having properly shown Subaru and company that she was not a nefarious sort of person. From all appearances, she did not have the slightest idea of who Todd was at the root of his character. But no matter what Subaru and company accused him of here, betting on whether she would believe her fiancé or them was a poor gamble. If so, should they choose to part ways with Katia due to their dislike of Todd? Comparing her wheelchair to the one Subaru had made for Rem, it was not inferior. Her leaning her weight on it looked so pitiful that he could not leave her behind. As long as Katia and Todd were intimate to the point of seeming to be one being, it was only logical that they could not refuse Todd. The second was that Todd's actions had all been undone in previous attempts, due to return by death. With his ruthless nature and cool-headed judgment, Todd had on numerous occasions cornered Subaru, taking his life, not just that, sometimes taking the lives of Subaru's cherished friends. Flop, Tanza, Idra, all of whom were accompanying Subaru right now, among others, had once been killed by Todd. Subaru's strong feelings of hatred and fear toward Todd were probably due to the fact that Todd had taken the lives of his friends right before his eyes more than any other person Subaru had ever encountered in this world. However, since these events had not actually occurred as a result of return by death, even if Todd were to turn his blade against them, he would not have done any harm beyond that. Neither the great fire in the Shadrakian forest, nor the unrelenting attacks in the fortress city, nor the massacre of gladiators on Gladiator Island, none of these had happened. It was possible for him to perpetrate them, and just that. And the third and final reason, Todd, aim from the chest up. Anything below the waist will only buy you some time. Subaru, Tusk, Beatrice. Beatrice, understood in fact, Minya. At the sharp voice's instruction, Subaru and Beatrice simultaneously held their hands out in front of them. Ahead of their palms, several pale-faced enemies, zombies, were knocked down to the ground as the purple arrows were shot at them, causing them to crystallize and sending up a cloud of dust. Some of them escaped being critically hit, however, Subaru. Sorry, but even if their torso is in that state, Tanza, even if the head is intact, it will just be shattered. The zombies that were not immediately incapacitated were hit by the heel of Tanza's falling leg. Their crystallized torsos were shattered, leaving them unable to do anything after their 4 limbs were blown away. The head of the zombie rolled away, and without its regeneration process beginning, eventually, the still intact head lost its color and crumbled away like sand. Though it was not as though he did not feel heartache at the sight of it. Todd, we've probably eliminated the obstacles in the back streets by now. You guys' magic is working extraordinarily well on these guys, thank you. How much power can you spare? Beatrice. Plenty more, in fact. 10,000 or 100,000 to spare, I suppose. Todd, that's reassuring. But don't try anything too rash. You guys are my lifeline. Being praised for their successful elimination of the group of zombies that was blocking their way left Subaru and Beatrice with mixed feelings. Unilaterally defeating the zombies was a sound choice, mentally. On the other hand, it was somewhat unpleasant that Todd was the one praising it. Putting aside the sentiments of Subaru and the others, Todd, I had many encounters with those pale-faced guys before I reunited with Katia at the mansion. They didn't seem to be on either side, the regular army or the rebels, and you can't communicate with them. Flop, oh really? But we seem to be able to talk to the ones that Husband Kun and the others took down in the mansion, though. Todd, being able to talk and being able to communicate are similar, but they're not the same thing at all, are they? They won't listen to you, and they won't die if you crush their heads or cut them off. They're troublesome enemies to deal with. Tanza, soldiers who do not die, just as Schwarzsama's companion told us. After being told of the zombies' formidable characteristics, Flop and Tanza contemplated. However, they were considering Todd's opinion, and this was also a highly accurate analysis that Subaru could not ignore. Todd, to summarize, they can't be defeated by honest means. Swords, lances, and other weapons are only a temporary measure. The best way, Flop, is husband kuns and dress jans, Tanza, magic. Todd, I've also roasted some of them to charcoal with a spirit I had in my care, and they didn't get back up. I haven't verified if ordinary fire is effectively much like magic fire, though. Subaru, Todd. Well, in case you're wondering, it takes longer for them to revive if you hit them above the neck than if you hit them in any other part of the body. The legs regenerate surprisingly quickly, so don't expect to take away their mobility. Even Subaru, who knew his true nature, was impressed by Todd's willingness to give out such advice. As soon as the matter of accepting them into the group was settled, Todd generously shared information about the zombies, giving out information as they went along. Naturally, he, like Subaru and his group, had moved through the imperial capital, where numerous zombies roamed, to join up with Katia. Having done so, Todd likely had effective strategies against the zombies and knowledge that would help them escape. This prospect was the third reason why Subaru had welcomed Todd. Subaru. That said, I had no clue how far it went. The zombie outbreak occurred shortly after Subaru and his group had climbed over the city walls. For a moment, Subaru thought that they might have been the ones to trigger the zombie outbreak, but they decided to trample that down and move forward, as it was an unanswerable fear to consider. Regardless, from the zombie outbreak to the present, even though the time for investigation had supposedly been approximately the same for both Subaru's group and Todd, the depth of the information Todd had gathered for survival was incredibly ahead. It was that attitude of his, not just toward zombies, but toward anything, anyone, anywhere that propelled Todd's extraordinary decisiveness and ability to get things done. Rem, Katia-san, are you all right? Katia, why yeah, aside from being a little shaken up by all the strange people, what about you, are you fine? Rem, I'm much more afraid of the likes of Priscilla-sama and Madeline-san. I don't have any chance against them. Katia, those kinds of people have nasty tempers. Rem and Katia slowly lagged behind Subaru and his battle group, trying to make their way ahead. Rem was pushing Katia's wheelchair, and Louis was escorting the defenseless girls as they looked around restlessly. Because of the poor footing and choice of route to bypass the group of zombies, combined with the speed of the fake crown princes led by Idra and the Galewind horse, the speed of travel was not fast. Still, steadily, they approached the ramparts of the imperial capital. Flop, husband Kun, why the long face? Are you still concerned about Soldier Kun? Subaru, Flopsan, the complicated expression on Subaru's face, which was both happy and bitter at the same time, was seen through by Flop, who was still watching his surroundings closely. Being the astute man that he was, Flop could see that Subaru was more wary of Todd than necessary, at least. More than was necessary with the amount of information he had at this point. Of course, he could not reveal the fact that Flop had been killed before, because it would run afoul of the rules of return by death. Subaru, Flopsan, as I said before, Flop, pay attention to what Soldier Kun is up to, right? I know that, and that's why Miss Tanza stays with him as much as possible, as you had requested of her. Subaru, Flop, although you've become smaller and your face younger, your way of thinking has grown more mature and cautious, husband Kun. You always do your best to worry, and that's a virtue. But you know, suggesting cross-dressing in order to conquer the fortress city. I also like that side of you. Seeing Flop's soft and gentle smile, Subaru looked embarrassed and then gave a wry smile. Even without his current appearance, when compared to his original body, Subaru felt like he realized the older Flop's proficiency as an older brother. It was no wonder that Medium had so much respect for Flop. Beatrice, HK, Subaru, looked down at our feet, I suppose. Subaru, our feet. Ha, you were. Once the conversation came to a close, Beatrice led Subaru by the hand, and at their feet soaking the soles of their shoes, they saw water flowing on the inclined ground. Beyond the Crystal Palace, the reservoir that held large amounts of water had been breached, and the volume of water flowing into the city was beginning to rise in earnest. Their enemy were not only the Imperial soldiers and the zombies, but the water as well. If they took too long to withdraw, they would eventually be swallowed by the rising waters. Todd, if we don't get out of here before that happens, it's over for all of us. Todd, who walked over to them, clearly verbalized Subaru's sense of crisis. Subaru stiffened slightly, and whether Todd realized his alarm or not, he pointed the tip of his returned axe toward the Crystal Palace. Todd, it looks like General First Class Meguro doesn't stand a chance against the Cloud Dragon. It's only a matter of time before Meguro loses. It'd be better if it were one-on-one, but two-on-one is fatal. After the General First Class is defeated, how will the enemy proceed? Subaru, how they will proceed, do you have an idea? Todd, the Cloud Dragon aside, the Flying Dragon Rider cooperating with it looks to be a corpse. So far, all the corpses have been attacking as soon as they see us. In other words, Subaru, the zombies are trying to kill the living. Todd, it's irritating, but that's how it is. Todd tilted his head in contemplation, and Subaru understood what he was trying to say. The objective of the zombies was to exterminate every last living person they came across. For that reason, if there was a way to kill a lot of people, it would not be surprising that they would choose it. With a stone giant clashing against the white dragon right in front of the castle to lose, the zombies would completely destroy the walls of the reservoir, causing the water to flood without end. If that happened, Subaru's group and the people of the imperial capital, along with the soldiers of the regular army and the rebel army who were fighting outside, would all be swept away. Todd, that's irritating. But I do like the way you call them zombies. We need some kind of name for them. Let's just call them zombies from now on. Beatrice, what do you think about those zombies, in fact? Suddenly, Beatrice, who had been silent, asked Todd that question. Todd, muttering the word, zombie, several times to familiarize himself with the word, made a puzzled face at Beatrice's question. Todd, what do I think? Beatrice, so far, the majority of the zombies we've encountered were Imperial soldiers just like you, I suppose. I can tell by their appearance, in fact. How do you feel about killing your own allies? Todd, first, they aren't my allies. They just wear the same clothes. If they're dead, they're not soldiers or anything. They don't need to be recognized as anything other than troublesome obstacles. Beatrice, Todd, talking about whose pawns they are and what their goals are, I don't think that's important for survival right now. That's something for the big shots to think about and solve. He gave a composed response, and Beatrice silently agreed to end the conversation. Todd shrugged his shoulders at her attitude and looked at Subaru again. Todd, you've got a reliable partner, but it would be better for you to talk it out with her if you're feeling worn out. Contrary to expectations, even just spitting out what's on your mind can do some good. Subaru, I'll keep that in mind. In response to Subaru's gloomy answer, Todd left him with the words, "Do it," and proceeded forth. Acting as a scout for the road ahead, Todd would find the positions of the zombies and make a plan for how to drive them back, to which Subaru and his team would then review and implement in order to secure their escape route. Currently, it was going quite well. However, Beatrice, Subaru, if you're worn out, you can talk to Betty about anything, I suppose. As Beatrice looked into Subaru's face, he looked to be mentally worn down. That was partly because he continued to devote strong vigilance towards Todd, and partly because Beatrice's magic was using his mana. But the greatest psychological burden of all was taking down the zombies. It was painful to destroy zombies that could speak and had something close to the will they had during their lifetime. How much better it would be if, like Todd, he could simply dismiss them as scarecrows blocking the way. Flop, I think that's also one of the virtues of husband-kun, though. Subaru. I don't know. Rem's going to kick my butt for hesitating again. Flop. Wife's-en wouldn't do such a thing. Subaru. Flop. I don't think she would. Strangely, Flop's repeated words were persuasive. Flop had survived in this merciless empire with neither physical strength nor magic, but with words alone. Perhaps the single greatest weapon he possessed was his humanity. Subaru. Thanks to Flop-san, I'm feeling a bit better. Flop. Thank goodness. I'm useless, so if husband Kun were to get depressed, I wouldn't be able to find a way to save us. Oops, but Subaru, but... Flop, thanks to me, I think I may have hurt Dressjan's feelings a bit. When Flop pointed that out, Subaru turned around and said, Ha! There was Beatrice, holding hands with Subaru and glaring at him with her cute, round eyes. Subaru's cheeks stiffened at her reaction, and Beatrice's cheeks flushed. Beatrice. Neglecting Betty when she's worried about you, lucky you, in fact. Their Subaru goes again, immediately befriending a handsome guy and ignoring Betty, I suppose. Subaru. What incredible misinformation. No, I'm not ignoring you at all, okay? In the first place, though guys like Flopsan and Sesai are exceptions, Idra and Whites are nuanced while not necessarily handsome. Hein is quite charming, though. Beatrice, there's no need to make excuses, in fact. She suddenly turned her face away from him, and Subaru moaned in pain as if his chest had been brutally gouged out. Beatrice was also worried about him. Although Flop had phrased his words more skillfully, he felt regret towards Beatrice from the bottom of his heart. No matter what, after escaping from this place, he had to entirely devote himself to making it up to Beatrice. Subaru, for now, all I can do is caress you earnestly with my... Rem, what do you think you are doing in a situation like this? Subaru, wah. Subaru was surprised when someone called out to him from behind. Rem, who cast Subaru a dubious look, still had Louis clinging to her waist as she looked around the vicinity warily and said, Rem, even when your form changes, your personality surely doesn't. Subaru, oh, does that mean that you know my nature well enough to understand who I am? Rem, correction. Now that your body has shrunk, your restraint has become non-existent compared to before. Subaru, that's the part I'd really like you to laugh at and let slide, blaming it on the wild nature of a child. Even Rem's harsh opinion was a pleasant stimulus for Subaru after having been separated from her for some time. Subconsciously, Subaru tightened his face and appeared to be happy, being careful not to make Rem uneasy. In addition to that, speaking of someone that he did not want to make anxious, Hey, is Todd bothering you? Is he properly being of use? Subaru. Katia, pushed in a wheelchair by Rem, hesitantly asked. Compared to the fake crown princes who had been released from confinement and followed Subaru and his group on their own as they retreated, Katia was experiencing a considerable sense of helplessness in not being able to move on her own. She seemed to be terribly worried about Todd as well as herself, and it was clear that she had a shy affection for Todd, her fiancé. Seeing Katia's genuine concern, Subaru turned towards the end of the alley where Todd was headed. Subaru. Yeah, he's being useful. He has a good nose and good eyesight. His precise directions have really helped us avoid trouble. Katia. I see. That's good then. Katia, her eyes downcast, patted herself on the chest in relief. As aggravating as it was, those were not thoughtless words said just to reassure Katia, but a fair assessment of Todd's work up to that point. In fact, as a soldier, Todd's work had been impeccable. His scouting and route selection had contributed greatly to their survival in this current situation of having to flee, even with the hindrance of having to move a large number of people. Todd did not have an effective way to strike the zombies, but he was outstanding at exposing them to the attacks of Subaru and Beatrice, who did have effective skills. Except for Subaru suffering more mental, where due to the higher amount of loss than necessary, there were no disadvantages to Todd's presence. Subaru. No, Rem, whose interactions with Katia seemed to be complicated, was also under the same mental strain due to Todd's presence as Subaru. Subaru. At this rate. Would they really all be able to escape out of the imperial capital together without incident? While Subaru struggled with unanswerable questions about how he wished for things to proceed. Katia, I told you to stay farther back, didn't I? Don't catch up to us. Todd, who had been away scouting, returned and found Katia with Subaru and the others, and gave caution to his fiancée. At Todd's words, An expression of relief for Tard's safety rose on Katia's face. Then it quickly turned into a look of opposition towards the words, and then her expression changed once again. She seemed to be a bit worried about Tard's appearance. Katia, Tard, did something happen? Tard, good grief, she's so intuitive only at times like these. As he said this, Tard ran a hand through his bandana-less hair and revealed what he had seen as he looked towards Subaru and the others. That was Tard. There's a rather tough-looking zombie just ahead from here. A member of the Cyclops tribe, he was probably the one who stood out the most in today's battle. So he spoke. Arc 8, Chapter 4, Warrior's Instinct. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 3-2, Machine translated by Archbishop Jasmine Datchism Kiln proofread by Archbishop #750 Alpha Dydra Blade Japanese to English checking by Rejasu Paper GPM's Archbishop Art Sources. Cover, Rakaroka. The giant Eye Ismail was a valiant warrior of the Cyclops tribe and the hope of his clan. In the center of his valiant face, a large blue eye fixed its gaze clearly on the future without hesitation. Nay, it had once done so. Now, Ismail's single eye was as if a golden moon had emerged in an otherwise moonless night, the very manifestation of an evil omen. Ismail. In order to bring fame and prestige to his tribe, Ismail resolutely threw down the gauntlet in the battle for the imperial capital, entering the battlefield as a rebel aiming to take the head of the Emperor Vincent Valatia. True to his reputation, he quickly broke through the defenses of the regular army and reached the city walls. However, that was as far as Ismail's advance had gone. The hellfire that had then been unleashed had burned Ismail the Giant Eye down to cinders, alongside all the warriors of the Cyclops tribe who had followed him. Despite surviving on the border between life and death, he had ultimately lost his life by a follow-up dished by the dagger of an emotionless assassin. Indeed, he had lost his life. That was what ought to have happened. Ismail, his body, having been blown to shreds by artillery fire, certainly ought to have died. Nevertheless, Ismail's body, hideously burned and blown asunder, had grown new limbs and risen. While carrying his weapon, his battle-axe on his shoulder, he walked through the imperial capital, ravaged by war as it was, moving his cold, lifeless body with nothing more than fervently surging emotions of abhorrence and hatred. Ismail, where are you, you damned repulsive beast? Tard, up until now, we've only faced small fries and haven't come across anyone on the level of someone who used to be a general, but the opponent ahead of us will be more than a match for that. As such, he is quite troublesome. Subaru, when you say general, Tard, there may be exceptions who are evaluated for their military tactics and strategic acumen, but in most cases, it's their own skill that counts. This guy is one of those. Not comparable to a general first class, but he definitely has the potential to become a general second class. Subaru, Tard, if we were to compare by simple ability, he could probably kill all of us by himself. With a nonchalant attitude, Tard wrapped up his hopeless report with their annihilation, thus pointing out how deadly the formidable zombie that awaited them was to the group, and that the dumb luck that had protected them until now had run out. Katia, B, but you're a cunning guy. You can figure something out, right? You've done so well so far with the help of these kids. Katia said. Her voice had risen while her eyes clung to Tard. The kids she referred to were Subaru and Beatrice, who were crystallizing zombies via magic, and Tanza, who was destroying enemies who had possibly slipped through. Fortunately, Louis had not had to step in to protect Rem and the rest of the followers so far, and the two main attackers, together with Tard's good judgment, had paved the way for the team's success so far. However, Tard, when there is a certain level of parity in strength, brute force can be effective. However, when facing an opponent with a significant power gap, it becomes meaningless. No matter how hard the wind blows, it cannot bring down a castle. Katia, ugh, flop. So you think it's going to be tough going down this road, soldier Kun? Tard, yes. Say that, but we can't change our path so easily. He nodded halfway through Flop's words, and then he shook his head. He then turned his head to the path they came from the Crystal Palace. Tard, what's more, the battle those guys were in has ended. The water will be arriving soon. As Tard emotionlessly pointed out, a roar dominated the sky in the far distance. As they looked in the same direction as him, they saw a huge humanoid figure that clashed with the dragon near the Crystal Palace. Both of its knees had been destroyed, its crumpled body falling to the ground, breaking the castle's perimeter. Behind the dense plume of smoke, the white dragon that had defeated the colossal guard unleashed a battle cry. No creature, zombies included, would be unable to comprehend that the sound that echoed loudly was that of a battle cry, given that scene. Todd, if our earlier guess is correct, Subaru, I don't know if we can make it in time to go back the way we came and find another route. Beatrice, I suppose. It was a conclusion that could drive them further and further into a corner, but as they put into words the course of events that they had no choice but to consider, Beatrice, who had joined hands with Subaru, also affirmed Subaru's thought. Todd pulled back his chin in response, and Tanza raised her hand modestly with a "Well, Tanza, then we are at a deadlock, correct? We have a powerful enemy in front of us, but even if we went back, time would not allow it." Flop. Haha, Miss Tanza, that's a very scary conclusion. It's true that if we only consider the information we've been told, then it does feel like a deadlock, which is really anxiety-inducing, but I'm sure there are moves left that we can take. Tanza, for example, what? Flop, that's not for me to know, though. I'm sure someone is here who might write. In response to Flop's statement, Tanza, who had had difficulty changing her emotions, furrowed her round eyebrows and turned her gaze. In situations like this, it made Subaru happy and grateful that people thought of him when the topic of someone they could rely on came up. There was pressure, too, but it also made him feel like he had to meet their expectations. Furthermore, Rem, can you manage it somehow? Indeed, Tanza was not the only one who had high hopes for Subaru. Subaru. Rem, who was pushing the wheelchair holding Katia and clutching the handle to the point that her fingers had turned white, asked him this question with shaking pale blue eyes. Compared to the total trust that Katia, who was just in front of her, had for Todd, it was something as fragile as a sandcastle or thin ice. Even so, Subaru's heart was roused. Having been vigilant towards Todd, who was accompanying them, Subaru was able to pull his attention back to the task at hand and utilize his mind to its fullest. Todd, if we don't decide quickly on whether to go or return, we won't make it in time. While Subaru was brainstorming, Todd had added requirements as if to remind him. If they went, all they needed was strength. If they were going back, all they needed was luck and time. If he assumed he would return by death, the latter might have a better chance of success. Subaru, no, I can't say that for certain. If he kept repeating return by death and eliminated the wrong routes, they might eventually reach another way out by the shortest route, assuming that there was a goal. If they could not make it in time by whatever route they took, they could not choose the latter option. On the other hand, if the option to fight was chosen, Subaru, whether we can fight a strong enemy or not. Among the group fleeing with Subaru, only Beatrice with Subaru, Louis, Tanza, and Todd could have been counted as having decent fighting strength, with Idra as a backup. Of these, Subaru was like a bonus for Beatrice, and wanted to entrust Idra with escorting noncombatants such as Rem and Katia, Flop, and the fake crown princes. In effect, there were 4 people who could serve as combatants: Beatrice, Louis, Tanza, and Todd. Magnificently, the only people he could trust were young girls, and he did not have the time to laugh it off. That was what Subaru had just been thinking. Subaru. Subaru looked up with his hand on his chin in contemplation, and his gaze met with Todd's, who happened to look in Subaru's direction at the same moment. At that instant, lightning flashed in Subaru's head, and the electrifying feeling of it felt very reliable and bitter. The reason was Subaru and Todd. Let's beat that zombie. Because Subaru was acutely aware in his soul that they had both intuited their mutual conclusion at the same time, and that what it would take to accomplish it would be a combination of strength and wisdom. Ismail turned himself around the moment he heard a loud noise, one unlike the others in his environment. Ismail. His old, burned body was replaced by a brand new, cracked one. Ismail, hero of the Cyclops tribe, took a wide stance and lowered his posture to capture the approach of a large shadow in his single eye. As Ismail stood in the street, flying parabolically above his head was, as if by some joke, one of the houses that made up the imperial capital that had been pulled out of the street in its entirety. It was forcibly torn from the ground and thrown, spilling pieces all over the ground and walls, scattering like crumbs from a loaf of bread. In reality, it was not that cute, and most people would certainly be crushed to death. Even still, Ismail, how slow! The giant eye Ismail was outside the realm of most people. The flying house was on a trajectory to land in the center of the street, leaving only in front of and behind him as escape routes, since the left and right sides were tightly blocked. But that they had purposefully provided an escape route meant he would have to play right into their hands. Therefore, Ismail did not flee forward or backward, but raised his battle axe instead. It was a huge axe that would even be difficult for two strong warriors to lift, but Ismail easily maneuvered it, able to cut through any obstacle with ease. On this occasion, the same fate befell the throne house. At the moment of contact, the blade of the axe slashed directly up from below, entered the front edge of the house, and sliced the large house into two vertical sections with a slash like cutting a large man all the way across from the groin. The severed house could no longer fulfill its role as a home as the furniture, dishes, and clothing left by the homeowners smashed into the streets, all without dealing any damage to Ismail's physical body. However, Ismail, HK. Immediately after unleashing his spectacular move, a rock came right for Ismail's face. Of course, this would not work against the Cyclops tribe, whose eyesight was unparalleled compared to that of other races. As he tilted his head, dodged the flying projectile, and ducked into the swirling dust left by the house, Ismail squinted his eye. The enemy was in the same direction from which both the house and the stone had been thrown. The pupil technique of the Cyclops tribe allowed Ismail's view of the world to be switched. Ismail's eye, capable of using color to capture the emotions of a target, saw multiple flickers of red coming from the direction of the thrown attack. The color of one's will to fight. That in itself was desirable, and Ismail's whole body became filled with strength. During this siege of the imperial capital, or in a battle against bandits or any other race, there was nothing more degrading than fighting those who did not bear the color of a warrior. Warrior against warrior, fighter against fighter, it was only in such battles that there was value in a contest of skill. The source of the animosity that drove Ismail's supposedly dead body towards those that had defiled the honor of such universal martial art was great. Ismail, it's a fight stepping onto the dirt-strewn streets. Ismail's body advanced toward the enemy. Stone projectiles, similar to the ones from before, were hurled to intercept him, and then followed a subsequent massive projectile house, describing a parabolic trajectory, although he did not think it was cowardly or a weak man's tactic, only that it was a fine tactic, that he held respect for and needed to destroy. Ismail, a warrior's death must come at the hands of a warrior. The speed and accuracy of the incoming stones were quite high. Although he responded with a minimal amount of ducking and parrying with his raised battle axe, it would be inevitable that his bones would be shattered if he were to receive a proper hit. Needless to say, the massive house that had been thrown into the air was a projectile with such force that it would immediately render its target incapacitated. However, Ismail, don't think it's your exclusive right to send something flying. The howling Ismail swung his battle axe, blowing away the second house cannonball, and drove the edge of his weapon into the street with such force that it ripped away the ground of the imperial capital. Continuing to rip up the ground, Ismail swung his long leg around and launched a kick that blew it forward like a buckshot. Naturally, he did not expect this to be an effective strike against the enemy across the street. Ismail, it's just a distraction, but... Unlike the Cyclops tribe, other races that did not possess special eyes would be unable to see through a curtain of dust that danced around them. Within the dust and shattered street debris Ismail hid, which clearly lowered his chance of being hit by the stones being thrown at him, and had a reprieve to advance further. Ismail, a big man and a little girl, as Ismail peeked through the curtain of smoke, he could clearly see the other side, and could make out that there was a man and a girl. The man took the role of keeping Ismail in check with stones, and the small girl beside him pulled entire houses from the ground and threw them into the air as massive projectiles. It was a well-coordinated effort, but at the same time, what was disconcerting was the inexperienced way in which they acted. Ismail, who had honed his skills on the battlefield, understood. Neither of the two, who had gone on the offensive, were genuine warriors. Nevertheless, they had somehow developed a warrior's spirit, which Ismail, who was the target of the attack, indeed respected. Sometimes, the battlefield could transform a non-warrior into a warrior in an instant. The same thing was happening with that man and the girl. Ismail, magnificent. Voicing his praise, paying them respect, he must kill them no matter what. With absolute perfection, with no hesitation whatsoever, without even the slightest of errors, he must thoroughly slaughter them. Eradicating every last part of their lives, he must choke the very life out of them. He must tear them limb from limb, rip off their heads, and drink in the blood of their eviscerated hearts. Ismail, he could feel the fierce craving for death, blood, and lives flaring up within his own mind. At the same time, as Ismail tore through the third house cannonball, a shrill noise resounded as the window glass shattered, and he saw himself reflected therein. Ismail was smiling. The corners of his mouth contorted as if to applaud the malevolent heat flowing through his cold body, in which no real blood circulated. It was a heinous smile reeking of naught but blood, one that had never once been worn on his face when he was still alive. Ismail, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Instead of feeling repugnance at that smile, a vehement exhilaration boiled inside of him and erupted with the sound of laughter. As he laughed and kept laughing, he struck down a lucky shot from the stones that were flying in his direction. Plunging towards the next house cannonball, he tore through it with his battle axe as he made his suicide attack. They continued to hurl things at him while they retreated back, and he leapt towards the two warriors. No, he leapt towards his prey. Slamming his battle axe towards the fifth building, which seemed to be their final resistance, Ismail would try to bless the applause of his boiling blood with real blood, and as expected, only having one eyeball really confines your vision, doesn't it? Ismail. The house flew in a parabolic arc, and tearing down its front door with his axe, he would propagate that destructive power and cause the entirety of the bending building materials to burst like a bubble. Just before that could happen, somebody's ridicule struck Ismail's eardrums. No, 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 absolutely not. That was not the ridicule of just somebody. For Ismail, that voice was the utmost abhorrent, a symbol of malevolence, a target of detestation. Ismail, you! His raised morale from just before had vanished, and a chilly bloodlust dominated Ismail's entire body. The one seen by Ismail's widened, black-stained, golden eye was a single orange-haired imperial soldier lying flat on the floor of the destroyed house. Undoubtedly, he was the sworn enemy who had brought about Ismail's death. Ismail, rah! That instant, twisting his body in a burst of rage, Ismail's battle axe changed its trajectory. It changed from a vertical axe strike, which would have split the house right in half, to a slanted trajectory in an instant, and was about to strike down upon the prone imperial soldier, Ismail. Oh! Just before he could drive all his might into his sworn enemy, the imperial soldier suddenly vanished from Ismail's field of view, as the latter rode the motivation of his own war cry. It was not something of this dimension, like moving at an intense speed. Quite literally, he had vanished. Ismail. The next moment, Ismail's thoughts were completely painted over by black and white. The hatred that had burst out towards his sworn enemy had lost its destination, and his mind was dominated by the blankness caused by such a strange phenomenon. But just before that moment, Ismail's giant eye had perceived a discrepancy. It had perceived a young girl of long, golden hair, clung to the leather belt of his prone, sworn enemy's detestable form. Ismail. The reason for that, and the intent behind it, were unclear. However, he did not think that information was irrelevant. Even though they had come across each other only for a short time, there was no way that the imperial soldier would thoughtlessly carry unnecessary things. Such was the negative trust that stole Ismail's thoughts away. Thereupon, Ismail. Gah! Piercing impact bore through Ismail's left shoulder, and he released a cry of pain. What had pierced through the walls of the house, whose destruction had been interrupted, coming to strike Ismail no matter if it had been aimed precisely or merely a lucky shot, was a stone fired at a high speed. He thought his bones would break if struck by that, and in accordance with that belief, that force caused Ismail's left shoulder to violently explode, and as a result, Ismail's body began to scream, but that did not come to pass. Ismail's body had lost the color of blood, and cracks had formed in several places on his skin. When the stone struck him, a terribly short sound rang out, and it shattered. It was just as if Ismail himself was the same as the window glass of the destroyed houses. Ismail. For a moment, as his left arm shattered, Ismail's thoughts came to a standstill. However, while surprised, the absence of the pain he had expected prevented his thoughts from being shredded to pieces. Consequently, he was able to be at ease without overlooking the next change. Ismail, my arm, his arm, shattered at the shoulder and fallen to the floor of the inclined house, regenerated through inexplicable movements as if time was turning back. Cracks were filled, shattered fragments returned, and it was restored. In less than 2 seconds, it was as if the shattering had never even happened. Ismail, ha! He promptly switched the battle axe from his right hand to his freshly repaired left hand, and with the intention of ascertaining the feel of it, Ismail fired off an axe strike, this time blasting the half-destroyed house cannonball. Destroying the building constructed with a mix of stone and wood, Ismail bathed in the debris as he broke through to the outside then. He reached out his right hand towards the approaching sense of hostility. He caught a flying fist-sized stone head-on with his right hand wide open. If he were to go without avoiding the impact, the bones in his right hand would obviously be painfully demolished. But Ismail's body deviated from how a human body would be broken, instead breaking down like inorganic matter. Then, it had been restored to its original state, with a regenerative ability more powerful than a human body's ability to heal. Ismail, this is, this is the true nature of this body. Unconsciously averting his attention from the unnatural situation in which he had been placed, Ismail moved with a burning hatred. Granted to him via an incomprehensible resurrection, this repulsive body distanced Ismail from the concepts of blood, pain, and even that which was indispensable to life, the very concept of death. In that case, Ismail, ha! Exhaling, Ismail saw below him the sight he desired. The man and young girl who had been resolutely attacking Ismail for some time now, the one standing right behind them, was his cowardly sworn enemy who had vanished just before his attacks could reach him. With an unknown technique, the moment he vanished from Ismail's eye, he had appeared behind those two, and the warriors joined forces with the coward. At that moment, his admiration for the warriors from just before reversed and transformed into a thick hatred. Ismail, all of you, pay for this mockery of war with your lives. Kicking off the fragments of the house that had been blown away, Ismail's body flew like an arrow. As his body headed straight towards the villains, the young girl decided that there was not enough time to get to the next house, and so she began throwing stones like the bearded man standing next to her. However, Ismail, it's no use, no use, it's no use. Without wielding his battle axe to hit them away, the stones caught Ismail at high speed. However, neither could they stop Ismail's actions, nor could they discourage his heart. Even if a part of him were to be struck by a stone and shattered, it would be instantly restored, and he would suffer no damage. With a new body that had relinquished the true feeling of life, Ismail attempted to attain the true feeling of life from others by bathing in their blood, and so, towards the stiffened faces of his enemies, Ismail, trying to reach his hand out, he became aware of something. The bearded man, the young girl in a kimono, the imperial soldier whom he had decided was his hated archenemy, none of their expressions had died. The bearded man and girl appeared red, while his sworn enemy appeared blue once again. It happened at the moment he ascertained those colors. Ismail sensed the arrival of a presence behind him as he leapt toward his enemies. Ismail, HK. Ismail's warrior instincts sounded an alarm, and he spun around in midair to look up at the presence. With his giant eye opened wide, reflected in his golden eye was a person who had somehow managed to get behind him in an instant. No, it was not just one person. There were three figures. A young boy with black hair, and held in his arms was a young girl in a dress. And the young blonde girl, who should have just been by his sworn enemy, was clinging to the boy's back. All three were small. However, burning with bright red fighting spirits, they raised their hands. At the murmured incantation, Ismail's warrior instincts immediately tried to react by kicking off the debris. However, restraining those instincts, Ismail stretched his arm in order to swing his battle axe. Without dodging the attack of his enemies, without stopping it, he would bask in it as he performed his counterattack. An attack that would have been impossible with his former body was now a possible slashing attack that could slaughter his enemies, and Minya. An amethyst glow was fired, and Ismail dared to catch it as it flew straight towards him. He, who had planned to start his counterattack with that, had not even realized it. He had not realized that the hero of the Cyclops tribe, the giant Eye Ismail, would have never made such a foolish choice. Arc 8, Chapter 5, Forgiveness. Machine translated by Archbishop Jasmine Datchesum Do Archbishop Kiln proofread by Archbishop Hash 750 Alpha Didra Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Rejasu GPM's paper Archbishop Art Sources. Cover Rakaroka Section 4, Rakaroka Section 5. Humana S. Tard. They've only recently turned into zombies. Some of them were alive just a few hours ago. Those who died in this battle are coming back to life one after another. But we can't say for sure yet. Subaru. But I understand what you mean about them having just turned into zombies. It's like they don't know what their own weaknesses are. We aren't the only ones who don't know much about zombies. Tard. They themselves are the same. However, if they have a head to speak, they probably have a head to think as well. The more time we give them, the more they can fill in those unknown parts, and the more their possible weaknesses disappear. Subaru, that's why we need to strike before the enemy becomes fully prepared. Oh. Tard, what? What did you notice? Subaru, Tard, don't be coy, out with it already. Subaru, I'm not being coy. It's just that zombies don't really understand their own bodies, so if we inform them instead. He let Louis cling to his back and squeezed Beatrice tightly against his chest. The same basic position as when they were riding on the back of the Galewind horse. However, the situation they were placed in was quite extreme, and he did not have time to worry about the girls. The surrounding scenery changed in an instant, and soon after, beside a house that was shattered by a furious blow, Subaru and his allies had appeared from thin air, taking the back of the hostile zombie. Tanza, who threw houses, and Idra, who threw rubble, attacked in waves. It was a pretty funny battle strategy when put into words, but it was not only the words that were funny, but the picture as well. Not because the child was throwing the larger ones, rather than the adult. In the first place, the tactic of throwing a house itself was ridiculous. Nevertheless, Tanza, since I am receiving Yorna-sama's love, then I have to do at least this much. Since she had accepted it in such a reliable manner, the impact of the scene could be shelved for now. In fact, the mysterious enhancement of the entire Pleiades battalion applied to Idra as well. But it was not as good as Tanza, who had stacked Yorna's as well. It was all about being the right person at the right place. From that perspective, their opponent's attention was drawn by the wave attacks, using big and small tools, once their focus was on Tard. Subaru and his allies made a surprise teleport attack. Subaru, the zombie, twisted in midair. The enemy, with his distinctive one-eyed face, blackened the white part of the large eye in the center of his face, while his golden pupil glowed brightly. A terribly cruel, blood-scented evil sneer was etched upon his mouth, sending shivers down Subaru's spine. Had he always been the type of person who would smile hysterically in the midst of battle? Or perhaps he had changed since he became a zombie. They did not know which one it was. However, Beatrice and Subaru. Quickly, Subaru and Beatrice simultaneously held up their hands and pointed them at the enemy in front of them. If their opponent showed a move to avoid Subaru and Beatrice's attack with the utmost effort and no hesitation, then their strategy would fail. In that case, perhaps they would not be able to surpass this enemy, even with their best efforts. But that would not happen, because Subaru and his team forced them into this situation. Ismail, HK. Sure enough, the zombie turned around with a startling gait, and catching Subaru and the others in its large single eye, took a posture of swinging his battle axe in his grip instead of taking evasive action. It was a strategy that involved taking Subaru and crew's attack, then defeating them with a counter, the traditional tactic of incurring damage so as to inflict greater damage on one's foe. But the desperation put into the attack here was different. The zombie's body regenerated inflicted wounds in little to no time. That was why the enemy had believed himself able to take Subaru and his team's attack with no risk, and then use it to launch their own counterattack. Unfortunately, Beatrice and Subaru, Minya, unbeknownst to them, that was the path to defeat that Subaru and his allies had carved out. With his battle axe swung to riposte, the enemy took a serious hit from the purple arrows released from the hands held up by Subaru and Beatrice. 3 brightly shimmering amethyst crystal arrows pierced the left half of the Cyclops' body. Ismail, brilliant tactic, But without paying attention to the purple arrows that had pierced him, the enemy bared his teeth and howled at his prey, Subaru and his friends. A zombie's body, oddly enough, broke in a brittle manner upon being shattered, much like pottery cracking, even though it retained some strength. His broken body would then be repaired like a video played backwards, and the zombie would attack as if nothing had happened, Ismail, WH, at. But he could not do it. The amethyst arrows that had pierced the zombie's body did not shatter its body from there, but rather remade the body into the same amethyst crystals as the arrow. The crystallized part of the zombie's body then cracked, and this time the zombie's body shattered, but the parts did not regenerate. The particular effectiveness of yin magic against zombies that was the enemy's weakness that had been identified during their retreat up to this point. Although there had not been an abundance of opportunities to check over a long period of time, several common characteristics were observed in the zombies. For example, a zombie's fatal wound was closer to the heart than the head. However, since piercing their chest would not kill them, fatal was perhaps not be the right word. Nevertheless, it was a fact that zombies, their bodies regenerating wounds with abnormal resilience, healed more slowly when the wounds were close to their heart. Since blood did not flow when an arm or leg was lost, it seemed that the heart probably no longer served to pump blood to the body, but it had not lost its function as a vital part of the human body. As those characteristics of zombies that could not be beaten were revealed, Beatrice's yin magic came to be recognized as effective at defeating zombies. Beatrice had explained that Minya, a spell of yin magic, had the effect of freezing the time of the target, which was a kind of instant death magic, and it seemed to be especially effective against zombies, who relied on their regeneration. According to Todd, if one were to burn a zombie's body down to ashes, they could stop the enemy from regenerating just as if they had hit them with Minya, but there was no use in asking for something they did not have. Subaru, this is the strongest use of the hand we have. Regardless of the strength of the enemy zombies, they could be defeated if hit with Beatrice's Minya. In that case, the result of thinking about a strategy to hit it was to make the enemy, who continued to demonstrate the ability it had possessed in life, understand the merit of becoming a zombie. Beatrice, they aren't damaged by attacks. If one gets attacked and finds that they can heal quickly, anyone would contemplate relying on that power, I suppose. Subaru, I'm sure he would have easily avoided that before being turned into a zombie. Louis, oh. It was a declaration of victory for Subaru, Beatrice, and Louis, or rather, both admiration and pity for their enemy. This warrior who had come back to life as a zombie had been, undoubtedly, quite the skilled warrior in life. Even as a zombie, there was no discernible change in his fighting ability, but there was a distortion in the ideology with which he approached battle. If only he had not been so arrogant as to think that receiving an attack would not be a problem. Subaru, there was no way he could have seriously taken that shot. Ismail. The zombie's eye widened as it spun with the shock of the magic he had been subject to. The look in his eye was a whirlpool of mixed emotions, a mixture of astonishment and understanding as he realized his defeat. Subaru bit his lower lip and cursed the unreasonable fate that had befallen this warrior. Even if Subaru was cursed at for crystallizing the left half of his body and making him taste death for the second time, Tanza, Schwartz-sama. It came to pass immediately after a moment of sentimentality washed over his heart. Subaru was called by Tanza in an urgent voice, and he suddenly realized the truth of the situation. Spinning in the air, turning away, and then turning back to face him, the look in the enemy zombie's eye had changed color. It was not as if the color of the dead's distinctive golden eye had changed, but the astonishment and understanding that had been floating in it had faded, and it had been replaced by an intense hostility. At one point, the enemy had almost accepted his defeat along with the impact. That had changed the complexion of his eye. Perhaps Subaru's last words had been the catalyst. Ismail, not yet. Subaru, he's not dead. In front of Subaru, gasping at the sight in front of him, the enemy, whose crystallization was advancing across the left side of his body, kicked something into the air. It was a fragment of a shattered house cannonball. Albeit merely a fragment, it was as big as a person's head. Kicking it into the air, the impact shattered the zombie's left arm from the shoulder down, blowing it away. In return, The flying debris instead flew straight at Subaru's face. Louis. Yo. Just before he was hit, Subaru had a vision of his skull being shattered by the fragment. It would have been a fatal blow, but it did not reach Subaru, because a figure, Louis, had intervened before it hit Subaru and took his place. Subaru, Louis. Clinging to his back, Louis forcefully pushed Subaru's body down, moving him out of the path of the debris and into the line of fire herself instead. As a result, Louis took an unguarded hit from the debris, detached from Subaru's body and sent flying. Beatrice, Subaru, don't look away, in fact. As Louis was blown away, Beatrice called out to the distracted Subaru. Keeping her body in Subaru's arms, she reached out her hand to attack the enemy. However, the opponent was not so simple-minded as to be fatally struck twice. Ismail, HK. With fragments of his arm flying through the air, the enemy skillfully read Beatrice's follow-up with Minya and used what little remained of his left shoulder area to receive it. He took on the damage in areas that were already crystallized, minimizing the progress of damage caused by the progression of the cracks. It was truly the skill of an exceptional warrior. Subaru, you were. As soon as he was awed by his skill, Subaru's collar was grabbed by an outstretched arm. He had abandoned his battle axe now. After losing the ability to wield the battle axe, he displayed his obsession to not let Subaru escape. Ismail, Subaru, Ga. Subaru's body, holding Beatrice, was forcefully sent to the ground by the pull of the enemy's arm. Choking from the pain of his back hitting the hard surface, Subaru saw the form of the enemy up close and attempted to raise his hand with haste. But however, the opponent's determined form met his gaze, and his movement stopped. The way he looked, full of ambition and the will to fight, it was hard to believe that it was from a body that was already dead. Subaru, HK. Beatrice, Subaru. Tanza, Schwartz-Sama. His neck being constricted, desperate voices struck Subaru's eardrums as he gasped. Hearing those frantic voices and the sound of the bones in his neck fatally creaking, Subaru's arms still did not rise. It was not that he was deprived of strength, but rather that his heart was no longer invigorated. Even though he knew that if he did not do it, he would die. Even though he knew that if he did not kill, he would be killed. Beatrice, Minya. Subaru, unable to move, was supplanted by Beatrice, who had leaned in and fired her magic at the enemy. Covering Subaru resulted in also covering Beatrice, who was in his arms. Naturally, the magic reached the target from a distance that ought to have been called point-blank range. However, the enemy endured. The right arm that had tightened around Subaru's neck was defended to the death, the enemy attempting to at least to take him along with them, even if his torso were to be crystallized. It's because you are being strangely merciful. Immediately after such nonchalant words were spoken, the head of the enemy, the blazing sparkle in his eye trying to kill Subaru, was severed at the neck. Instead, emerging on the other side of the vanished enemy's head was a stone-cold-looking Tard. Subaru, with a swing of the axe in his hand, Tard had decapitated the zombie. The head that had been lopped off by Tard attempted to turn its hatred toward him. Tanza, how dare you? And then Tanza's diving kick ruthlessly blew its head away. As it was, the Cyclops' head continued to bounce down the street like a soccer ball. Then the torso, having been left behind by its head, slowly crumbled, turning entirely into deep purple crystals. Tanza, are you all right, Schwartz-Sama? Subaru. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Sorry, thanks for the help. Shaking off shards of the enemy's collapsed torso, Subaru lifted his hand to Tanza running toward him, assuring her that he was unharmed. Tanza was relieved to hear Subaru's response, and then Subaru's face turned into an expression of sudden realization. Subaru, Louis, where's Louis? She covered me and Idra. It's nothing serious, it seems, although it looks like she got hit by a piece of debris and has a concussion. The hasty Subaru received an answer from Idra, who was crouched a short distance away. At his feet lay Louis, her upper body propped up, blood streaming from her forehead, her head swaying unsteadily. Subaru, her head isn't looking good. Beatrice, please. Beatrice. Of course, I know, I suppose. Subaru, please. Subaru took in Louis's condition and rushed to his feet, pulling Beatrice's arm. For a moment, there was hesitation in her demeanor, but Subaru did not notice it. Beatrice was the only one currently present who could use healing magic. The other user, Rem, had been asked to go with the non-combatants to bypass the area of battle toward the inner city in order to avoid an all-out battle against a strong enemy. The more they were able to pull the strong enemies away from beside the ramparts, the more likely it was that they would be able to get out of the city safely. But that was where the impact of the lack of possible healers came into play. Subaru, Louis, you're going to be okay. Subaru crouched down beside Louis with Beatrice as she held her hand over the wound on her forehead. While Beatrice activated the healing magic, Subaru held Louis's hand. Subaru's tight grip was returned weakly as he uttered a repeated "I'm sorry." All he could do was apologize, for it had been entirely his fault. Tard. So that girl can use healing magic too. You've sure got a lot of people with rare powers around. Tard then called out to Subaru, who was watching over Louis's treatment. He carried the axe that had decapitated the enemy's head on his shoulder, fixing his gaze on Subaru's slightly tense figure. Tard. And yet, if you keep being like that, their talent's going to go to waste. You're aware of that, aren't you? Subaru. Tard. Tard. Those who place confidence that they won't die in anything other than their own strengths are weak. Subaru. Tard. This applies not only to the Cyclops we just killed, but to you as well. The reason why he could not respond to those indifferent words was because they had unmistakably hit the mark. That moment of weakness that had passed through Subaru's mind as he saw his enemy shake off his looming defeat, grasping at victory. It was, as Todd said, the result of being overwhelmed by a thirst for life. Subaru was not so naive as to dismiss it as a matter of course, but, Tanza, is it not rude to speak like that? Todd. Tanza, Schwartz-Sama is someone who was of great contribution to the current battle. The way you talk about him, pointing that out is, Todd, don't snap at me. I acknowledge his contributions. It's just that I think they're insufficient. That and the person who was of greatest contribution was either you or the girl that's collapsed over there. Tanza's cheeks stiffened upon that statement from Todd, pointing his chin towards the girl. The girl who had taken a major role against such a strong opponent upon herself did not seem to care about the praise directed at her, but was rather worried about Subaru, who had been struck with those heartless words. She was a girl whose facial expression would scarcely be altered, but the feelings she kept hidden inside were rather strong. Ever since the Gladiator Island, she had considerably deepened her relationship with Subaru, and so she would understandably display an attitude of anger on Subaru's behalf if he were to be insulted. The absence of Todd's fiancée, Katia, from this situation also added to the intensity of her tone. Tanza, do you consider yourself to be correct no matter what? In that case, Todd, I said, don't snap at me. What I said is just a fact. There are monsters out there so incredibly strong that they can be sure they won't die, and there are others who think they won't die for an external reason to that. Neither you nor I are either of those things. Tanza, that is, Todd. If the former is an ally, things go easily, but I wouldn't want the latter to be an ally. If they're an enemy, you'll be able to take advantage of them, like we did just now. Your friend's plan was spot on. Tanza, HK, you do not. Speak for Schwartz-Sama. Had she tried to snap at him with such words? With her face slightly flushed with anger, Tanza tried to snap at Todd. But quicker than Subaru could stop her, Idra intervened. While he was supporting Louis's body, he called out her name. Tanza, Idra, that's enough. This isn't like you. Your distinctive characteristic is that you always keep your cool, right? Tanza. It is just that I am unskilled at managing the fluctuations of my emotions. Moreover, Idra-sama, you should also understand. Idra, by understand you mean, Tanza. After all, Idra-sama, you and I are both connected to Schwartz-sama. Whatever Schwartz-sama is feeling, it should be transmitted to us in no small amount. Idra. Idra frowned and kept his mouth shut at Tanza's complaint as she kept her back turned. Seeing Idra's expression directly in front of him, Subaru unconsciously gulped. Although the Pleiades battalion was graced by the exceptional strength they received from the effects of Subaru's core Leonis, the members with whom Subaru had a close relationship, Idra, and the others who had originated from the same unit, and Tanza, who had a closer relationship with Subaru than the others, received his deficiencies. Subaru felt a sense of relief that Tanza and others did not see that as Subaru's failure or lack of virtue. On the other hand, he felt sorry. He felt that he was still lacking. And thus, when Subaru had thought just that, Louis, Suddenly, Louis squeezed Subaru's hand back and let out a weak voice. As usual, the details of what she meant, not having formed words, were not known. However, it was clear that she was concerned about Subaru, even though she was in a situation where she was more injured than he was. Beatrice, if she can talk, there's no need to worry, in fact. If the treatment is over, it would be best to take her outside and have Rem give her a checkup, I suppose. Subaru, I see. Yeah, that's right. With great trouble we've cleared the way. If we linger here, it's not unlikely that other zombies will gather, making sure not to get those priorities backwards. It happened at that moment. Whoosh, he heard a strange sound, cutting through the wind. Subaru. It sounded like the swinging of a rope with something light strapped to it, but the events that occurred immediately after he heard the sound of cutting wind were not light whatsoever. Tanza. Car's short groans spilled out, and Tanza's body trembled. Then, as she looked down at her shivering body, her round eyes widened. Having pierced through her back and abdomen, something akin to a tentacle with a sharp tip protruded. The tentacle, having pierced Tanza's small body, extended from the direction of the street that had been destroyed in the aftermath of the battle, a long way from where Subaru and the others were. Extended like a writhing serpent, the origin of that tentacle had been Subaru. Ha! A grotesque torso growing from the head that had been kicked away, extending tentacles outwards, was the figure of the zombie from just before. Subaru. A momentary standstill, Subaru's thoughts were dyed white by the figure that trampled upon his imagination and understanding. But in order to avoid that moment from becoming fatal, a voice spoke up. Beatrice. Subaru. Beside him, Beatrice's face had turned pale as she screamed, bringing Subaru's attention back to reality. A sound like blood rushing through his head echoed in Subaru's mind, and he once again took in the scene before him, a one-eyed zombie standing on the destroyed street, its grotesque appearance caught in his gaze. Their head had the same black eye with a golden pupil as before. However, below the neck was not the sturdy body of a warrior, but a monster that could only be described as grotesque, with different thicknesses and lengths of paired left and right arms and legs. From one of its arms, the monster extended a tentacle. No, that was not quite right. It was not a tentacle, but a finger, and it pierced through Tanza's body. Tanza, ugh. The moment he saw it, the monster withdrew its long finger that had pierced through Tanza's body, and her body trembled again. Her body, pierced through the torso, spurted blood, and she collapsed onto her knees with a powerless thud. Subaru, Tanza. Idra, HK, this is bad. Schwartz. Immediately after his shout, Subaru, having reached out and began a sprint, was forcefully pushed by Idra's palm, thrust out from beside him. Subaru's body flew through the air without resistance due to Idra's enhanced push. However, through his inverted vision, he quickly realized that Idra's push was the correct decision. The monster's shriveled fingers had struck the position where Subaru had been until just before. The pavement and buildings along the way had been sliced vertically with terrifying sharpness, destroying the city. Were it not for Idra's push, Subaru's body would have been sliced as well, possibly. As it was, Subaru's body continued to fly through the air with great momentum. Tard. TCH. Don't tell me it regenerated from its decapitated head. Tard grabbed hold of Subaru with his arm, reaching up from below. Stiffening at the sound of Tard's voice coming from overhead, Subaru was shocked by the meaning of his words to regenerate from a severed head. You gotta be kidding me, he muttered. Tard. Even though we crushed and crystallized its torso, it's still moving. How is this possible? Subaru. I don't want to admit it, but we've got to face the reality that it exists. That eerie appearance of theirs, Beatrice. That's because the formula for regenerating its body is bugged, in fact. Beatrice was the one who provided an answer to Tard's question, holding Subaru. She was wearing a look of frustration on her cute face, staring at the grotesque monster, Beatrice. Perhaps it's the result of rejecting death from damage that should have killed it, I suppose. Tard. In other words, it clings to its life even more than other zombies. No, since they already died, it might be more appropriate to say that they more stubbornly clinging to death. Subaru. Ugh, Beatrice. Idra, hurry and save Tanza. Idra, I know, but in response to Subaru's desperate plea, Idra gritted his teeth and raised his voice. He shared the same concern for the injured Tanza. However, if they acted recklessly, they would draw the attention of the monster. It was already evident that the monster's attacks could reach the Pleiades battalion. If even Idra were to fall, their chances of winning would vanish. That was Subaru. I mean, in the first place. Louis had been injured by the fragments, and Tanza also had suffered serious injuries that were clearly life-threatening. The zombie that they thought they had beaten not only had not been completely defeated, but they had also transformed into a grotesque creature that stood in their way. This situation seemed as if they had entered a dead-end loop. Subaru, don't be ridiculous. Subaru cut off the foolish thought that had briefly crossed his mind. A dead end of fate, there were loops that could not be resolved no matter what one did. Todd, who carried Subaru, had even brought about such a situation before. However, Subaru was there. Moreover, Subaru had been saved. Even if he had given up on himself, he could not give up on everyone else. Todd, you have a disgusting look in your eyes. Subaru, eh, Todd? That's the look of someone who treats their own life and the lives of others differently. Subaru switched gears with a loud sound in his mind. Todd muttered those words while looking closely at Subaru's expression, but Subaru could not understand what was going through his mind. There was no doubt, however, that disgust must have been seeping through. Todd, let's go. After saying that briefly, Todd kicked the ground strongly while holding Subaru. And then, unbelievably, he turned his back on Tanza, Beatrice, and everyone else and made a beeline for escape. Subaru, wah, what are you doing? If we separate from everyone, Todd, you're the one who needs to look closely. That thing's aim is the two of us, both you and I. As he said that, Todd leaned his body and jumped into a side road. In that moment, Todd's afterimage was grazed by a finger that seemed to pierce through the pavement, and the smell of burning air tickled Subaru's nostrils. For a moment, something flashed before his eyes. It was that monstrous creature, its single eye glowing ominously, chasing after Subaru and the others. Todd, that thing's target seems to be me, who killed it first, and you who killed it the second time. Subaru. HK, so you lured it away from everyone else. Todd, when others are involved, you don't think straight. With that declaration, Todd looked down at Subaru with his green eyes. Held by him, Subaru was shaken, and as he was stared at by those icy eyes, he felt a fear equal to or greater than the approaching grotesque figure. Even in this situation, Todd's gaze towards Subaru was nothing more than appraisal. Todd, can you think of a way to take it down without your partner? Subaru, what if no way exists? Todd, in that case then, although I hate it, we can do nothing but leave things to chance. Subaru understood that Todd did not really mean what he said. Since they shared the same conditions of being targeted, Todd would use Subaru as a decoy and make a run for it if the situation turned unfavorable for him. He was not doing it right now because the plan of using Subaru as bait to escape had a low chance of success. Conversely, Subaru, if there's a way you'll lend me a hand, right? Todd. In response to Subaru's question, Todd's expression tightened again. Todd skillfully used the obstacles to hide from the monster's line of sight and evade his attacks. Meanwhile, Subaru, while being carried by him, kept scanning his surroundings looking for a particular building inside the imperial capital. It was the building that Idra had mentioned as they escaped. He had come up with a plan besides the one to hit with Minya, but since he had no way to lure the enemy to the building, he had eliminated it as an option. Todd, can you do it? Subaru, I'll do it. Todd. As soon as Subaru answered the question, Todd raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, and then sneered with a cruel twist at the corners of his mouth. And then, Todd, all right, I'll follow your plan. As he chased after his fleeing targets, the giant eye Ismail's thoughts had shattered to thousands of pieces. Ismail, with flickering vision and scattered thoughts, his boorish movements were far from refined. With limbs of varying lengths scraping against the ground, with instability akin to a newborn beast, as he was crashing into walls and against the ground, he stretched his hands, his fingers, out towards those backs that were growing distant. The reason for his obsession over those two fleeing enemies was something Ismail could no longer recall. With the fact that it had once been Ismail already fading into oblivion, the grotesque monster grew new limbs from the cracks that it sustained every time it fell, continuously furthering its repulsiveness. That was undoubtedly the obstreperous behavior of the regeneration ability that Beatrice had pointed out. However, after being resurrected by the will of another, those mutations occurring in Ismail's body, which had been exceptionally estranged from the concept of death, were something that not even the caster would be able to control. Achieving its goal, slaughtering the two targets of its obsession, what would become of the monster thereafter? Ismail. Ah, ah, ah. Eerily letting out hollow roars that was something of no interest whatsoever to this monster. Ismail, the larger of his two targets, was carrying the smaller one as they fled, and as soon as it seemed like he could seize their backs, they would pull away, and so the situation that forced him to repeat his unsuccessful strikes continued. However, his opponents could not keep fleeing forever. Through continuing his unshapely sprint, limbs had grown all over his fallen body, to the point that Ismail could no longer fall. And since he would not fall, it stood to reason that the one with more limbs would run faster. Therefore, to his targets trying to escape, little by little, little by little, by little by little, Ismail shortened the distance, shortening it and shortening it and shortening it. Ismail, blah! With a short roar, Ismail's finger gouged his fleeing target's back and shoulders. Blood spurted, and a heinous smile appeared on Ismail's face as he heard the screams of his enemy. It felt good. With incredible enjoyment, more and more blood, more and more screams he wanted to hear. Recklessly taking a turn onto another path, his opponents, unlike how they had been up to this point, gave off a sense of desperation. Chased by Ismail, being caught up to by the monster, hating the idea of being torn to shreds, his targets desperately fled. Aiming for their limbs, especially those on their upper bodies, he would wound them. If he aimed for their legs, his targets would no longer be able to escape. If that happened, then this would come to an end. If it ended, he would be lonely. If it ended, he would be disappointed. That was why, forever and ever, in order for it not to end. Ismail, and raising a low war cry that caused the air to tremble, Ismail smashed into buildings and trampled the streets, kicking off the flooded ground in pursuit of his targets. He closed the distance in an instant. Perhaps the stamina of his fleeing enemy had finally been exhausted, and shedding blood, they clicked their tongue as they leapt into a nearby building. With nowhere to run, they made the foolish choice to dive into a dead end. Sensing the end of this hunting period, Ismail, no, the monster that had ceased to be Ismail, tore down the closed door and slipped inside. His limbs had multiplied, his body had swelled, and with a frame incomparably larger than his original body, he became unable to easily open the door and enter the building. Then, entering the dim building into which his targets had fled, the monster looked around inside. The sources of light were meager, but even if he had transformed into such a grotesque state, his special eye alone remained unchanged. With a blink, he switched the way he saw the world and searched for the figures of his hidden prey. As he searched, the monster realized. Ismail. In the building it had entered, there was so much flour fluttering around that it was enough to stain the monster's entire body white. The darkness was not the only reason for his hazy vision, but also because the air inside of the building was filled with scattered flour. Looking around, he saw that the building was lined with shelves, and that each shelf had been lined with sacks filled to the extent of bursting. Those sacks had been torn open, and a large quantity of flour had been scattered throughout the building. The thing that beats you isn't gonna be magic or a killer technique. At the same time the flour-covered monster had noticed the situation inside of the building, he heard that voice from behind. The monster turned around, and in his field of view there was a small, bright red silhouette. It was one of the fleeing targets now. At some point, the fleeing target had become just one person. Separated from the larger one, the smaller one that he had lost sight of now stood there. And then, "Eat this, the soul of science," dust explosion. Right after that shout, the small figure's surroundings were also all dyed red in one fell swoop. A tremendous explosion blew away the flour mill, and the monster was engulfed by a bright crimson lotus. Idra, Schwartz, look, let's use that flour mill as a landmark. It's the building with the water wheel beside it. Idra, taking the non-combatants with him and staying vigilant of his surroundings while spurring on the gale-wind horse, was the son of a miller before he had been sent to the Gladiator Island. Subaru had not known exactly what role a miller played, but he had been told that they used the power of a water wheel to grind wheat into flour. In other words, Subaru, if we use the ingredients in that mill, we can make a dust explosion. A dust explosion was a phenomenon in which flammable powdery materials were scattered in the air, and when kindled, fire would spread in a chain reaction, igniting and exploding all at once. In addition to the enclosed space of the flour mill, with a large amount of wheat flour fluttering about, if an incendiary material were dropped in with definite vigor, Subaru. I had no idea it would end up being this powerful. Leaning his back against the battered wall, Subaru muttered while coughing. In front of Subaru's eyes was the flour mill that had been blown to grains by the dust explosion that was triggered, and the charred remains of the monster that had been engulfed in it. The plan that had come to Subaru's mind, at a time he and Todd needed to bait and defeat the monster together, had been to make a dust explosion using the flour mill. Of course, a dust explosion was not something that was easy to pull off, and he had no confidence that he would be able to successfully lead his opponent there in the first place. Therefore, it was not just Subaru's strength that had made the plan so successful. Subaru, are you alive, Todd? Blown away by the impact of the explosion, Subaru stood up, blinking his eyes while shaking his head. After the division of roles, Todd had taken on the duty of drawing the monster's attention and running away until the flour mill was ready, while Subaru snuck into the mill and spread the dust aptly through the building. Then, upon seeing that the time was right, Todd would burst into the mill and throw an incendiary at the place where he had guided the monster to. Todd had also been the one to prepare that incendiary. Subaru, Todd. You don't have to call out to me so pathetically. I'm still alive. Subaru, HK. Subaru, who had been calling out to the area around the epicenter of the explosion, evidenced by the many embers that remained, heard a slightly hoarse voice. Then he turned to face in that direction. Looking over, he spotted where the wall of the mill had exploded onto the destroyed street, coming to lay eyes upon Todd on one knee. Once he saw Subaru walking towards him, he spat out the saliva in his mouth and said, Todd, you nearly got me killed there, man. Subaru, you're making me look like the bad guy. After all, I told you it'd be very powerful, yeah. Todd, an accident like this does happen from time to time, but when I heard the principle behind it, it made sense. As expected, Todd was breathing with difficulty as he fell back onto the street. Then, as he looked toward the blown-up mill, Todd, what happened to our opponent? Subaru, he was blown away. Completely, look. With that, Subaru pointed to a part of the blown-up monster that was just visible from their position. Then, a part that was seared by the embers crumbled like sand and lost its shape. Like the dispersal of the other zombies, it was the result of completely crushing its regenerative abilities. Subaru, how are your injuries? Confirming that they had defeated the formidable zombie this time around, Subaru asked Todd a question. In the division of roles, Todd had no choice but to play the role of decoy, as he was able to keep running for a while longer, since they could not afford to be caught by the enemy. However, he had volunteered for the role himself. It had defied Subaru's expectations that Todd would absolutely avoid any plan that would endanger his own life. Todd, it wouldn't make for a good story if I lost my life that easily while being unwilling to suffer fresh wounds. We both just did our required roles. Although, Subaru, Todd, I was gouged out pretty much everywhere. I feel like I'm missing a lot of blood. As he said this, Todd raised a hand, and it was clear that his injury was quite severe. Although he had no wounds that could be called deep, his shoulders and thighs were soaked with blood, and his face was pale from the amount of blood that he had lost. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly endanger his life. Subaru, I'll immediately go and call Beatrice. Subaru tried to move with such intentions. With Subaru and Todd's separation, Beatrice would have surely been left in a panic, but he was sure that she would prioritize Tanza's treatment. Louis and Tanza's safety was also a concern, so they needed to hurry to meet up with Beatrice and the others. And then, Todd. After all, if we've done this much, Katia won't be able to complain. Subaru. Todd. We talked about this at the mansion, didn't we? Because she seems to think I'm lazy. I helped us escape, defeated a really strong enemy, and even suffered honorable injuries. Don't tell me you're also going to take all the credit for yourself, huh? Todd said that with a shrug of his shoulders and a pale face that was drained of blood. For a moment, Subaru was taken aback before letting out a ha, exhaling a weak breath. Despite being in such a battered state, the one that still weighed on his mind was Katia. Perhaps he had also planned to untie Subaru's mental tension, but either way, Subaru, Katia-san truly is important to you, huh? Todd, that's a given. She's my fiancée. Katia is my very life. Todd declared this without any shame. Upon hearing that response, Subaru took a deep breath, held it momentarily, and then by saying, "All right," he fired himself up. Even now, he was afraid of Todd. The things that man had done had left deep scars on his heart. Still, the fact remained that they had cooperated to defeat that monster here. Even to the extent of getting completely battered, Todd had devoted himself to ensuring everyone, including Subaru and his friends, could get out of this alive. If that was the case, then now it was Subaru's turn. Subaru, wait here, no. Someone who heard the explosion might come here. For now, just return with me along the way. Once we find a suitable place, wait for me there. Todd, I understand. I'm counting on you, so please don't leave me behind. Subaru, I wouldn't do that. Todd made Subaru think that it may have been possible to finish things without doing that. However, even if Subaru's position towards Todd had been a hostile one, he was unsure of whether he could have left him there on the verge of death. Subaru, no, if I overthink it, I'll get stuck in a rut. Anyway, even if he were to lend a shoulder to Todd, their height difference would make it difficult. Subaru looked around the blown-off mill, hoping to find something he could use as a makeshift cane. Then he found a support pole for a shelf that had been blown into the midst of the embers. Subaru. At that moment, a hard sound rang out. Subaru, why? The moment the hard sound resounded, Subaru cast his eyes down and tightly clenched his fist. As his lips trembled, shoulders trembled in fear, and black eyes trembled, he muttered, Subaru, why? Todd. His question receiving no response, Subaru turned around as he exhaled. Having turned around, before Subaru's eyes was the blade of an axe that had been swung down, stopped just a hair's breadth away from crushing his skull. For it was restrained by that which was visible to none but Subaru, the unseen hand. Todd. TCH, my bad, my bad. With a small click of his tongue, Todd released the axe from his hand and jumped backwards. His swift movements showing no signs of blood loss or injury, Subaru grit his teeth. Even that had been an act. The pain from his injuries, the plea for help from Subaru, speaking of his feelings for Katia, which had softened Subaru's heart, all of it had been just an act. Subaru, why? 3 times. Subaru had fired off the same question, glaring at Todd with a face that looked like it was about to cry. While glaring at him, he felt tears welling up from the overwhelming frustration. Subaru, up until now you haven't done anything. You haven't killed anyone. I could have even forgiven you. Todd, quietly, you've slowly damaged my trust in you. Listening to Subaru's screams, drawing a knife in place of the axe he had released, Todd readied himself. That had been the declaration of the irreparable separation between Natsuki Subaru and Todd Fang. Arc 8, Chapter 6, Won't Beg for Forgiveness. Machine translated by Jasmine Datchezam Archbishop Kiln proofread by Archbishop #750 Alpha Dydra Japanese to English checking by Senkel GPMs Rejasu Bell Vinikayan Art Sources. Cover Shibanu 63868 Section 1 Y0 Sen 0 P Section 1 BC Section 3 Ro Ka. As blood was gushing from his gouged shoulder and thigh, the rough breaths filled with a feverish heat, and his blood-drained complexion made it evident that the countdown to his death was ticking. Unless he received treatment immediately, his life would be in danger, as the countdown could not be stopped. However, if healing magic were to be cast, he would definitely be saved. It was an absolutely treatable injury. Subaru. Even so, why, next to the pulverized mill, amidst the lingering smell of burnt wood from the remaining embers, Subaru faced off against an enemy in the increasingly flooded, even if slowly, imperial capital. And yet, it was someone who no longer could be called an enemy, Todd Fang. Calling Todd an enemy was not something Subaru wanted to do anymore. Ever since their very first meeting, Todd had continuously subjected him to all sorts of grief. Subaru had been targeted and killed numerous times, with death and fear etched into his memories that fostered a deep-seated grudge. Each time Subaru had dealt with Todd's attacks and returned by death, he had ultimately undone each and every tragedy that occurred. The forest that the people of Shudrak lived in had been burned down, leading to their annihilation. In the surprise attack on the fortress city of Geralt, Flop had been killed numerous times. During the operation to capture the city hall of Geralt, Subaru had experienced the feeling of walking on a tightrope that had been set ablaze. The pinnacle of it all had been the massacre on the Gladiator Island, on Jinnenhive. where Tanza, Idra, Hein, Whites, Gustav, Old Man Null, and many other companions on the island had all been killed. However, Subaru had even managed to overturn that outcome. Subaru had no intention of pretending like Todd's actions had never happened. It was just that through Subaru's struggles of protecting what was dear to him by returning by death, these actions by Todd had gradually been erased. The reason why Subaru regarded Todd as an enemy was something that existed only within Subaru's mind. And finally, now that an unprecedented disaster had struck the imperial capital and they were forced to retreat, Todd showed a willingness to cooperate with Subaru and the others to protect his fiancée. Indeed, without Todd's cooperation, it would have been difficult to find effective countermeasures against the overflow of zombies, and it would have taken numerous retries to achieve an outcome where everyone escaped. The same was true for the battle with that zombie, with the one-eyed warrior. In order to defeat that twisted enemy who had transformed into a monster, Subaru had also required Todd's cooperation. They both knew that without each other, their lives would be at risk. That was why they had needed just one more step. If only he had taken one more step, Subaru could have walked alongside Todd while bottling up his conflicting emotions. And yet, Subaru, why? Todd, don't speak so hypocritically. You averted this just now because you also had a slight hunch. It's not like you reacted to my intent to kill. You were just wary the whole time, right? Todd closed his bloodshot right eye as Subaru spoke with a trembling voice. With a face that seemed like he was dealing with an unreasonable child, Todd's gaze fell on the axe floating in the air, or that was how it would have appeared to him, as the weapon was grabbed by a black hand. In Subaru's mind, the axe was synonymous with Todd. Subaru had experienced being struck in the head with Todd's axe more than once or twice. Even though he had taken it away from Todd's hand, just seeing it at the corner of his vision was enough to make Subaru's teeth grind in unease. Todd had hit the nail on the head. Subaru had been wary of him all along. So, once he had turned his back on the injured Todd, Subaru had activated invisible providence to protect his head, as that would have been the surest way to kill him in case he was targeted. However, he had certainly not wished for it to happen. Nothing that occurred should have ever happened. In that case, Todd, my bad, my bad. I fell right for your trap. Subaru, that's not true, Todd. We're separated from the others, so right after we took care of the enemy, I thought that was my chance, but you're quite the actor. Subaru, you're wrong, Todd. Did you plan to blow me up with that explosion earlier? If that was the case, it's too bad that your aim was off. Subaru, no, I really wanted to cooperate with you. Todd, spare me with your lies. Subaru's throat gulped as Todd's cold voice hit. With one eye closed, Todd looked into Subaru's eyes with a gaze devoid of heat and humidity. His gaze did not contain any hint of evaluating Subaru, which it had just moments ago. Todd had already finished appraising Subaru, and that was why he was like this now. Todd, you should get it deep down as well. We just can't understand each other. Subaru, Todd, I am outwardly suspicious of others, and you believe others to a fault. No matter how many words we exchange, our values are different. Slowly changing position, Todd cautiously watched Subaru, especially his axe that floated in the air. Subaru also bit his lip and glared at Todd with sorrow over the hovering axe. They could not understand each other, Todd had said. Subaru continued to wonder if that was really the case. He wondered if there really was no way to make it work. Subaru, if you kill me here, how will you handle the zombies? And Todd, you don't know when to quit. As long as I get out of the Imperial capital, it's all good. Thanks to your help, we were able to get Katia to the city walls. After that, I'm better off without you. Subaru, why? I have no intention to hurt Katia-san. I didn't even intend to fight you. And yet, Todd, but you were willing to choose whether to save Katia or not, right? Subaru, huh? Todd, standing in front of Subaru, who was raising his voice, said one cold comment. Subaru's cheeks hardened as he felt like he had been doused with cold water by Todd's words. He had no idea what he had meant. To begin with, that was at odds with what Subaru was claiming. There was no need to choose, as Subaru had no intention of harming Katia in the first place, so such an accusation was misplaced. And yet, Subaru's thoughts were frozen. Todd did not miss that moment. Todd, I won't beg for your forgiveness. Slipping through the opening of Subaru, stumbling over his words, Todd lowered his stance and lunged at him. The feeling of the shrinking distance between the two sides was so great that every cell in Subaru's body screamed. Subaru immediately commanded his unseen hand, which was extended in the air, to throw the axe he had seized back at Todd. However, Subaru, Jaya Ga. Instantly, Subaru's vision was dyed bright red by a burning sensation that pierced his right thigh. A knife was sticking out of Subaru's right thigh. It had been in Todd's hand just a moment ago. Right before he leapt, he had thrown it into Subaru's thigh while Subaru was unable to think, and he unfortunately took the brunt of it. Then, while he was distracted by the pain, the unseen hand that was supposed to have thrown the axe was disrupted. The floating axe was snatched back, and Todd's forward kick smashed into Subaru's chest. Subaru, oof! Subaru's body fell backward with a cry of pain, unable to put weight on his stabbed leg. His back was struck. The back of his head was struck. Thus his scattered thoughts became even more fragmented. His legs, chest, head, back, and then the blade of the axe falling in front of him. Subaru. Ah! He frantically shouted and forced the black hand to stop the axe in the midst of swinging down. The overused unseen hand protruded from Subaru's chest to stop the axe that approached the tip of his nose, and he mobilized his own two hands to keep the trembling blade from falling, resisting the murderous intent with his three arms. Then Todd, holding the axe, also pushed in with all his might to force down the jostling blade. His leg that was stabbed hurt. His chest where he was kicked hurt. His back where he was hit hurt. His head hurt as well. If this axe were to go through his face, it would hurt more than all of that and would furthermore hurt to the point of death. Todd, you're too tenacious. Give up and die already. Subaru, no way, absolutely no way. With his hand on the ridge of the axe, Todd used his full weight to try and kill Subaru. Subaru resisted with his three arms, the unseen hand included, but the child's two hands and authority, which had little advantage other than being invisible, could not push Todd away. From the outside, it would appear to be a very absurd and miserable death match. The battle between Subaru and Todd was crude and unceremonious at such a critical juncture in the battle for the imperial capital of Lupugana, where a multitude of soldiers and warriors competed with their well-honed skills and weapons. They had no trained skills, no special weapons, nor trump cards that could overpower others. By the standards of the Valetian Empire, this was a low-level battle of life and death, the decisive battle between Natsuki Subaru and Todd Fang, two people who could not understand each other. Todd, you're too damn inconsistent. Your eyes say that you're willing to die at any moment. You're willing to put other people's lives on a scale selfishly. But when it comes to this, you're desperate to resist. It's creepy. Subaru, don't say something so unreasonable. Like hell, I think I'm ready to die whenever. I've also never put anyone's life on a scale. I don't want to die. Todd, die. Subaru, no. Todd's eyes, chilled with a black, murderous intent, were about to freeze Subaru's racing heart. While the grinding struggle of the blade of the axe that was locked between the two continued, their fierce battle could not go on forever. Because Subaru. Subaru stifled a grunt in the back of his throat as blood trickled from his earlobes. It was the backlash due to the heavy use of the authority of unseen hand. This was a screaming warning signal from Subaru's eroding body. However, he had no choice but to rely on it. Otherwise, the falling blade would cleave Subaru's face in two. Todd, that strange trick seems to be nearing its limits. The ghastly look on Subaru's face and the outpouring of blood helped Todd understand the repercussions of using the unseen hand. He knew that if he kept on going at this pace, Subaru would reach his limit first. Before that happened, no matter what it took, that was what he thought at that moment. Both, HK, Subaru and Todd, vying for the deadly axe, were momentarily distracted by a tremendous roar. It was something far away from the center of the imperial capital, far away from Subaru and his companions, the reservoir at the edge of the city, beyond the Crystal Palace, which held back a large amount of water, had reached its limit and was starting to crumble. With a roar, cracks burst open through the entire retaining wall, and a tremendous amount of water surged into the imperial capital. It was like a giant wave was advancing into a world without any oceans, and as the surging wave swept through the imperial capital, the aftermath reached all the way to Subaru and Todd's deadly exchange. And then Subaru. Tard. HK. For a brief moment, Tard's attention was diverted to the roaring sound, and Subaru gathered all the strength he could muster. As his body laid on the ground, forgetting the pain of the knife buried in his leg for the moment, he turned over onto his side and pulled the axe blade with all the might of his unseen hand so it struck the ground next to his head. Even Tard, who had been putting all his strength into the axe, could not defy such momentum. The axe dropped right next to Subaru's head, and Tard fell to the ground with it. Subaru. Phew. Subaru continued to roll sideways with his momentum, as to create distance between him and Tard and the axe. The knife in his leg repeatedly struck the ground and caused him severe pain. He cried as he rolled over, enduring the agony since getting away was more important to him. Eventually, after what felt like 10 or 20 rolls, Subaru's body hit the remnants of a building, forcing him to stop. There he somehow managed to get up onto his arms, bleeding from his cut forehead, and then he spotted it. Tard. This guy is just utterly infuriating. Tard rose to his knees, mumbling in anger. As he turned to face the distanced Subaru, he noticed the axe deeply embedded in his left shoulder. Subaru. When Subaru had managed to avoid the axe in his desperate attempt, Tard had fallen on top of it. The blade of the axe was buried deep, splitting his collarbone so far that it looked like it had reached his heart. But Tard, wiping his mouth and spitting out blood, showed none of the weakness of a dying man. It was like he was almost too tough. His body had been cut in various places due to his role as a decoy for the zombies. He had received collateral damage from the dust explosion. And to top it all off, he had an axe sticking out of his body, but he did not seem to be concerned about it. The reason for Tard's nonchalance finally became clear to Subaru. That was, Tard, you noticed it. My bad, my bad. There was a clear irritation in Tard's tone that lacked frivolity or leeway. It was a voice full of excessive anger at himself, rather than at his opponent for his own failure of letting something be seen that no one ever was meant to see, and that he never wanted to reveal either. While fully displaying his anger, Tard violently ripped the axe out of his own shoulder. The badly mangled wound spurted blood, just once strongly, then stopped bleeding right away. That ability to recover was something that would have evolved in a species in order to prevent negative effects of injuries from being too great while in combat or while hunting. It was the kind of recoverability that Subaru had witnessed several times in this other world. Although there was no discernible difference from Subaru in terms of appearance, there was definitely different blood flowing in his veins. He was demi-human, and Subaru, are you half-beastman? Tard, correct. But that's not all of it by itself. In front of the puzzled Subaru, Tard narrowed his eyes and affirmed only half of his suspicions. Tard answered Subaru's question with half an answer. His cheeks contorted inhumanely, his eyes lit up with blood-colored fury. Tard, I'm a werewolf. In this world, there were certain things that were considered abhorrent just by their mere existence. Half-elves stood out preeminently among such abhorred beings, possessing the disadvantage of being tied to the witch who had once nearly destroyed the world. That reputation was shared across all countries. Elsewhere, hairless demi-humans were considered to be an unlucky thing in the Kararagi city-states, and in the holy kingdom of Gustico, the closer the hair and eyes approached to black, the more alienated one would be, as they would be considered to be disliked by the spirits. Similarly, within the Valatian Empire, where various demi-human races coexisted, there were two races whose existence was frowned upon: the Mole People and the Wolf People. In ancient times, these two races, the Mole People and the Wolf People, were said to have been condemned for betraying the most beloved woman in the Valatian Empire and putting her to death, a crime for which they would never be forgiven. As a result, the Mole People had abandoned their homeland and escaped out of the country by digging into the earth. And the Wolf People, who did not know how to escape, had been hunted down to the point of extinction. The wrath of this empire extended to neighboring lands, and if any Mole People or Wolf People were to be found in another country, they would be deported across the border to the empire to be executed. This was the history of the Mole People and Wolf People hunts, as they were commonly called. In modern times, it was said that the Mole People used their abilities to burrow under the earth to hide from the outside world. As for the surviving Wolf People, they disguised their origins as Dark People in order to hide their true identities, and only one person in the world, Halibal, the admirer, the strongest in the Kararagi city-states, did publicly advocate himself as a wolf person. An empire that relentlessly hunted wolf people, whose national crest was ironically a wolf pierced by swords. The sword wolf was the most revered symbol in the empire, whereas the wolf that ran away for fear of being pierced by a sword was the most despised. Therefore, in this world, both the existence of wolf people and half-beastmen of wolf people blood, werewolves, continued to bear a curse that could never be forgiven. Subaru. Werewolf. Subaru was absolutely stunned upon that declaration of Todd's, twirling the axe he had pulled from his own shoulder in his hand. Knowing about the little-known secret of Todd, who was someone who had often clashed with him, and not knowing which emotion to feel, positive or negative, was one thing, but what he felt more than anything else was fear. It had been an instinctive aversion to the sound that had reached his ears. Werewolf. Subaru had no knowledge of the history of the ostracization of werewolves in this world. He knew nothing of the fact that both wolf people and mole people were abhorred in the empire, that the reason for this was the betrayal of a woman named Iris, that her true identity was Yorna Mishigia, or that her beloved emperor was not Vincent Valacia. He knew nothing of any of the underlying circumstances. Even without knowing anything about them, Subaru's soul understood how alien the existence of werewolves was in this world. Todd, that look of surprise is a little different than I expected. You look surprised that I was half beastman, but not surprised that I'm a werewolf. Todd looked at the silent Subaru and furrowed his eyebrows with a face that looked as if he was throwing away his expectations. Todd, but now we can do this without any strange reservations, right? Werewolves are meant to be hung. It's a curse that runs in their blood. You too, Subaru. Why? Todd, Subaru. Why does it come to this? I've never. He could not say that he had never thought about killing Todd. But this was not because of Todd's blood or his origins, but because his own actions were incompatible with Subaru's, and he had no choice but to clash with him. And yet, the way Todd spoke now, Subaru, don't act like your blood is the reason you became my enemy. Todd, Subaru, you ran into me many times because it was a problem between you and me, not because of what you are or because your blood provoked me. Gritting his molars, Subaru pressed his fist into the ground and raised himself up. The intense pain from the knife in his leg raced through his body at great speed, but it also clarified his consciousness. It clarified the anger seething in his chest. Subaru, and you have the nerve of saying it's because you're a werewolf or something of the sort, because that's what's convenient for you. Todd, oi, it's convenient for me. I won't listen to this, coming from you, Subaru. Shut the hell up. Why are you like this? Not a single thing had gone Subaru's way. When he had positive feelings, it would cause negative actions, and when he had positive thoughts, it would cause negative problems. After helping Katia, saving Rem and Flop, and joining forces to defeat that formidable zombie, he had now tried to kill Subaru, rebuking his thoughts, and to top that off, he was a werewolf. Subaru, why? Todd, don't go off and talk about the circumstances of people's birth. It's just how it is. My mother might have slept with a dog. Come to think of it, there was always a big dog living in the back of the house. Maybe that was my dad. Subaru. No, I'm not the one talking about it. You're the one who's talking about your birth. Todd. Subaru. I'm not the one who's looking at you like that. Subaru had no idea what kind of life Todd had experienced as a werewolf, nor did he even want to know. If he knew, he would probably search for a reason to forgive Todd. Therefore, he did not want to know. Subaru did not want to forgive Todd for some unavoidable reason. That was why, Subaru, I've made up my mind. Subaru muttered, his voice strained, his head jumbled with anger and pain. Hearing Subaru's muttering, Todd's eyes narrowed. Even without words, the silence prompted him to wonder what he had decided to do. So prompted, Subaru announced his decision. Subaru, I'm not going to kill you. It's not going to go the way you want. Todd, at Subaru's quiet declaration, Todd had nothing to say in return. However, he did not remain silent. He laughed. Todd, ha 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 ha. Ruffling his hair with the hand not holding the axe, Todd opened his mouth and laughed. Not caring that his hair and forehead were being stained with blood, Todd opened his mouth wide and burst out in laughter. Then, after laughing for a while, he gently shook his head. Todd, you're a monster. Much more so than that zombie. More clearly than ever, he glared at Subaru with emotion visible in his eyes. Subaru understood what it was, the emotion that was hidden behind that black, murderous intent. This was the first time it was revealed. Many times before he had seen it in the mirror. It was fear. It was the fear of incomprehensible things that brought death. Tard, lack of self-awareness is a bad trait. You're choosing between lives. Who to save, who to let die, you're deciding as you please. You show favor towards those who butter you up, but don't care about those who don't. Me, I wouldn't hesitate to butter anyone up but Subaru. Tard, how could I go along with someone who decides who lives or dies based on his own fickle whims? That was Tard Fang's ultimatum. Subaru. Having spat that out, Tard's bones creaked as his form changed. The wounds peeking through the tears of his imperial soldier's uniform closed. His skin was covered with animal hair that matched the color of the hair atop his head. His nose protruded, and his mouth grew wide, as if it were ripping open. Newly grown white teeth began to sharpen, transforming his appearance into that of a ferocious beast. He looked just as he had declared, a werewolf. He stood on two legs, handled his weapon with two arms, and would bite the life out of his opponent with his ferocious fangs. He had transformed into that type of existence now. His true nature had been revealed. Tard, die. Briefly, Tard stepped towards Subaru once again with that intention in his words. His steps were large, and he kicked the ground with his hind legs with speed such that it exploded. His aim was to kill Subaru, the object of his unknown fear, was to not permit the survival of an opponent privy to his true identity. Subaru's fighting spirit exploded as he realized this. Subaru, invisible providence. Tard, now a werewolf, leapt at Subaru with an axe in his hand. Before the axe could reach him, Subaru picked up debris with the black arm that extended from his chest and knocked the axe away to the other side, past Tard's head. Tard, HK. But even if his axe was gone, Tard now had another weapon, his fangs. Subaru had also utilized the unseen hand to block the axe, thus being unable to rely on his authority to block Tard's fangs. Instead, Subaru pulled out the knife stuck in his leg with his own hand. Subaru, Jigar. Screaming from the intense pain that he had never gotten used to, Subaru held the knife he had pulled out in both hands, and he clamped it in the gap between Tard's fangs as he bit down on it. The closing, sharp fangs were stopped by the knife, and Subaru's face was pushed down again as drool spilled from the knife-biting werewolf's mouth, dripping onto his cheeks. Tard. Oh, Subaru. Ah. Like that, his fangs pushed forward, closing in on Subaru's neck. While desperately trying to hold him back, Subaru screamed in pain. Subaru, I'm not going to kill you. He screamed as he was about to be killed, just before the tips of their fangs gouged into his neck. The one who was about to take a life was being chastised by the one whose life was about to be taken. As things stood, he would be overcome, even though his head about to be bitten off, thus being dispossessed of his life, even though he was about to return to somewhere during the battle. Feeling grief, resentment towards the world for reasons unknown to Subaru, the man known as Tard, and it happened at that very moment. That's enough. The sound of that voice caught Subaru by surprise, plucking resoundingly at his soul. Every one of the beast's breaths, every little rumble of the earth, every bit of ongoing chaos in various parts of the imperial capital, it all was a noisy hell, in which every sound rampaged as it pleased. Even in such a world, nothing could impede that voice. It was as if the very existence of Natsuki Subaru had been created to resonate with that voice. Tard, go immediately after, as Tard's body pressed down on Subaru's, trying to bring his fangs down to end his life. It was blown away by a tremendous impact, slamming him from the side. Subaru, right before Subaru, Tard, having become a werewolf, was propelled into open view, and reflected in the former's eyes were shining, gleaming shards of raining ice, and what had scattered them was a hammer fashioned from ice. With a full power blow using a sizable ice hammer, Tard had been sent flying. And the one who had swung that ice hammer with both hands, making her long, silver hair dance, was a girl in a white outfit with a stunningly beautiful figure, Subaru, Emilia. Subaru's mouth unconsciously moved to trace the name that had suddenly flashed through his mind. The girl looked back, her amethyst eyes blinked, and they met Subaru's black ones. Subaru, captivated by the beauty of her eyes, involuntarily gasped. Emilia, you there, come here. Subaru, ha! He had forgotten to breathe, or perhaps he had been holding his breath, but it was forcibly interrupted. White fingers, reaching out with great strength, pulled Subaru's body up into her arms with a strength that one could not have imagined from her appearance. Without hesitation, the girl, Emilia, picked up Subaru, who was muddied with blood, bending her knees with an "all right, Emilia." Ha! With a shout, Emilia jumped and kicked the wall of a nearby building and leapt even higher onto the roof of a building. Subaru, wrapped in her embrace, was dumbfounded, but he soon understood. Below them, the street below the building where Emilia had landed with Subaru in her arms was swept away at a tremendous pace by a muddy stream, engulfing everything in sight. Emilia, that was dangerous. You almost got swallowed by the water. At that overwhelming sight, Emilia patted her chest in relief. Emilia's reaction did not convey much urgency or sense of tragedy, though the despairing scene was overwhelming, as both the ruins of the grain mill that had been blown up by the dust explosion and the street where Todd had dragged the zombie around until the grain mill was prepared were engulfed in the flash flood alongside one another. Had she been a little slower, Subaru would have been swallowed by the current, just as Emilia had said. If that had happened, there was no way he could have survived. Emilia, HK, who was that guy? Todd, who had been on the verge of biting Subaru to death, had been sent flying by Emilia. Supposing Todd had failed to escape, would he have been swallowed by the flash flood as well? If he had been swallowed by the force of the water, there would have been no way for Todd to have survived that strong of water. Forgetting the pain in his leg, Subaru quickly looked around and searched for Todd in the muddy streets of the imperial capital that had been swallowed up by the murky water. Subaru did not even know the answer to the question of whether he wanted Todd to be found or not. Emilia, hey, relax. Who are you looking for? Oh, looking closer, I see that you're badly hurt. I need to get you treated right away. As Subaru looked around frantically, Emilia noticed the wound on Subaru's leg and moved to sit him down on the edge of the rooftop. Emilia, hold on. A user of healing magic will be here soon, Subaru. There's no time for that. Leave me alone and, Emilia, you're the one who needs to get on your feet. Emilia raised an eyebrow at Subaru as he tried to stand up, brushing off her words of advice. However, her scolding was interrupted before it reached its conclusion. Her large, amethyst eyes opened wide, and he could see the scene behind him reflected in her beautiful eyes. As Subaru sat on the edge of the rooftop, the werewolf came out from behind him as it broke the water and opened its gaping mouth to bite Subaru's nape. Subaru. Either the bite would pull him into the water, or it would mercilessly clamp down on his jugular. It was a moment that even Emilia, right in front of him, would not be able to stop in time. Todd's dogged determination defied even the flash flood, attempting to gnaw Subaru's life away. At that moment, "Don't touch!" The sound of a strong wind rattled as he heard footsteps treading on the rooftop. Neither the exhausted Subaru nor the too distant Emilia could stop Todd's attack. Instead, it was a girl with angry, pale blue eyes who leapt in. Him! At the same time as that yell, an axe was unleashed, swung with all its might. Subaru had knocked away the axe as the werewolf pounced towards him. Somehow, it had landed in the hands of the girl and returned to its owner, who was trying to bite Subaru. Todd, gah. A second strike, overlapping with the wound on his left shoulder where the axe had once deeply pierced, occurred. The impact threw off the werewolf's momentum, and his huge body was knocked away, thrown into the muddy waters. With a loud splash and a column of water this time, the werewolf Todd Fang sank below the surface. Ha ha ha! The girl who had swung the axe, breathing heavily with her shoulders heaving, held Subaru's head to her chest. As she did so, she dropped the axe from her trembling hands into the water and knelt down on the spot. Then the pale blue eyes of the girl of Rem met with the black eyes of Subaru. Rem, it seems like you're fine. Subaru, I'm not really fine, but... Subaru replied in a wavering tone to Rem as he lowered the corners of his eyes with a faint sense of relief. Then he looked behind him for Todd, who had been thrown into the water by Rem's blow. He was nowhere to be found. There was no way he could be found, and even if he were to be found, Subaru, HK. With frustration and bitterness welling up inside him, Subaru put his hand on his chest. Subaru and Todd could not understand each other in any way. What Subaru had wanted him to understand, and that Todd had not wished to be understood, none of it. That was what frustrated him. It was so frustrating and disappointing. With that feeling of helpless frustration, Emilia, Rem, thank goodness, heal this boy's wounds. Then quickly to Subaru, Rem, wait a minute, this is the child, this boy is him. This is the one that calls himself Natsuki Subaru. Emilia, that kid is Subaru, but he's so cute. Slowly, little by little, Subaru's strength slipped away on the edge of the rooftop, and right in front of him, the two women who had helped him, Emilia and Rem, were shouting this and that about Subaru. Then, with those two in front of him, the thought of how long it had been since he last had seen them talking to each other passed through his mind and faded. Subaru, Tard, you goddamn idiot. With this sense of frustration and defeat as the final straw, Subaru's consciousness abruptly faded. Arc 8, Chapter 8, Future Prospects. Machine translated by Archbishop Datchesem Archbishop proofread by Seal Archbishop #750 Japanese to English checking by Paper GPM's Bell Vinikayan Art Sources. Rokumama. When the cloud dragon flew into the imperial capital, leaving Madeline behind, Emilia had decided to follow Cecilus, who was chasing after it, but upon falling behind, she had chosen to hide herself within the city. Emilia, hey, you there. Take this girl and step back. I've frozen her limbs so that she won't struggle, so please handle her gently. She did not forget to entrust Madeline, frozen white, to a rebel carefully examining the situation. Madeline showed no signs of waking up, being encased in ice, and since her limbs had been glaciated potently, there was minimal concern about her causing a disturbance in the headquarters. Emilia, the atmosphere feels really unpleasant. After leaving Madeline in someone else's care, Emilia created an ice staircase and climbed over the city walls. She felt a sense of unease from the atmosphere that pervaded the imperial capital. The air itself should not have changed between inside and outside the city walls, but there was certainly a prickling sensation on the skin which threatened to unsettle Emilia's heart. However, she could not afford to be defeated by the prickling sensation in her heart. She could not afford to back down. Emilia, Meserair, and Cecilus have both gone towards the castle. The battle with the cloud dragon Meserair would have ended in Emilia's complete defeat if Cecilus had not intervened. Thanks to Cecilus, Emilia had managed to hold on, but she was constantly reflecting on the fact that she had almost been defeated. Emilia, even though I asked everyone to come all the way to Valatia. Of course, everyone was worried about Subaru and Rem, who had been blown all the way over to Valatia. If she were to say something like that now, no one would blame Emilia alone. Nevertheless, Emilia had a responsibility as the most important person in the camp. Emilia had to be aware of Roswell's importance as her supporter, as well as another, different kind of importance. She needed to acknowledge the importance of everyone's efforts in order to fulfill her own wishes. Therefore, Emilia, I have to work really hard to fulfill what I said I could do. After climbing over the tall city walls, Emilia finally entered the streets of the imperial capital, witnessing the cityscape. Though quite different from the atmosphere of the royal capital of Lugunica, being the capital city of a major nation, the orderly and tidy layout of buildings, as well as its functional areas, could be perceived as the result of well-thought-out urban planning, even from Emilia's viewpoint. The emperor of the empire had certainly had a clear vision for the future, endeavoring to make this city and country a better place. Emilia, even if you try so hard, this is how it turns out. The impression someone would get from the cityscape of the imperial capital and its current condition, however, was strikingly distinct. Regardless of what intentions the emperor held when it came to governing the empire, the answer that a part of the people of the empire had come up with laid within this rebellion of theirs. A rebellion on whose side was Emilia as a supporter. While one could say that it had happened gradually or as a result of circumstances, Emilia had not sided with them thoughtlessly. She had listened to them, discussed it with her comrades, and thus made the decision. Of course, she did not think it would be best to take the emperor's life, as was the wish of many traitors, but rather to capture him and negotiate with Abel and others. However, Emilia's hopes and wishes were betrayed in a way she could never have imagined by the events that occurred in the imperial capital. Emilia. What? In the far distance, near the magnificent building called the Crystal Palace, located at the very back of the imperial capital, one could see a gigantic figure colliding with the cloud dragon that had taken off from the battlefield. The collision between two giant entities further increased the danger of the siege of the imperial capital by 1 or 2 levels. But there was something else that had surprised her even more. At the Crystal Palace, where a fierce battle was raging, and all over the imperial capital, pale figures attacking the fleeing people were appearing in large numbers. Emilia, oh no, HK. The moment Emilia came to see their existence, a chill ran up her spine. The sensation that Emilia felt was not just a physical disgust, but it was probably her nature as a spiritual arts user that caused her to be repulsed by them. Spirits were natural entities that emerged into existence, desired by the world. On the other hand, what had caused her to shiver were unnatural entities, impure beings that the world did not recognize, a fact Emilia intuited as a spiritual arts user. At the same time, Emilia had realized that the internal conflict of the Empire, painful and sad as it was, had transformed into a fierce competition for survival between not just humans, but also non-human entities. Emilia, the moment she intuited such, the significance of that battlefield changed within Emilia. To make the most of what was available, Emilia lifted both arms and created ice stairs haphazardly within range of the star-shaped city walls surrounding the imperial capital. By creating ice stairs wherever she could, Emilia turned the situation of being unable to enter or leave without passing through the city gates into a situation where it was possible to enter or leave from places other than the gates, thereby increasing the escape routes. Emilia, everyone, run to the wall. You don't have to go to the gate. You can escape from there. Calling out in a loud voice, Emilia descended from the city walls into the city. As soon as she did, a pale being appeared as if growing up from the ground, reaching out to Emilia. With a blow from a sword of frost, Emilia struck it down without mercy. Emilia, I think you guys also have your own goals, but Emilia could not be persuaded to sit down for a dialogue that meekly when being attacked by others without explanation. The ones who stood in her way were all dressed in the military uniforms of the imperial soldiers, and upon being struck by Emilia's attacks as she broke through them, their bodies shattered and collapsed like pottery. However, their broken bodies immediately began to stick back together, and they returned to their original state, unable to be fully defeated. Emilia, if that's the case, then. Even at a disadvantage, Emilia showed her boldness by not retreating there. Against an opponent who would get up even if crushed, Emilia steered towards icing the opponent with sword blows, rather than smashing them with sword blows. Emilia, tear, ta, aria. Against one, then two, then three, then four enemies that rose up, Emilia kicked the walls, the ground, and the streets of the imperial capital in all directions as she jumped around and laid waste with her assault. The enemies who were attacked by Emilia and had their crushed parts iced over were, as one would expect, unable to have their wounds repaired to their original state. However, there were also some enemies who destroyed the ice parts themselves and overwrote it with regeneration. Emilia, well then, I'll take that approach away from them. If the opponent responded, then Emilia would further surpass their response. If freezing a part of the body did not work, she assailed the enemies by freezing the entire body. Of course, the strength employed against one enemy would be greater, but there was nothing she could do about that. Her missing endurance was made up for with determination, and Emilia cleared the streets of the whole area. Emilia, go, quickly. If you go now, they won't get in your way. Run, run. Emilia guided the people of the imperial capital, who were slow to escape, by making the streets she had cleared easy to navigate. In the meantime, she herself ran in the opposite direction of those running toward the city walls, running full speed on the road deeper into the city. Emilia, someone is committing all this badness. The enemies, appearing one after another, were caused by an unnatural phenomenon, meaning that someone's will, like magic or curse arts, was involved in raising them. If the caster was there would basically be no resolution unless they were stopped. There was a limit to the extent of what Emilia could freeze. Fortunately, Emilia, possessing a freakishly large store of mana, was still able to move. But after fighting Madeline, with Mesorea partaking as well, plus creating the stairways to the inside and outside of the city walls just a moment ago, and then battling the enemies that appeared one after another, she was still feeling tired. Emilia, even though being a little bit more energetic than others is supposed to be my strong point. As she felt pity for her lack of strength, Emilia ran up the streets of the imperial capital. She could move faster if she aimed straight for the Crystal Palace, but she had to protect the people who were being attacked by enemies along the way. This was the limit to her speed as she was helping them. While she was thinking about this, she saw another group of people struggling to stay out of sight of the enemy on the street. Emilia, I'll make a path right away. There were 4 enemies who seemed like they would get in the way of the group going out into the street. The moment they turned their back, Emilia leapt down from the roof of the building, and before they could turn around to see her, her ice blade flashed. Emilia, the bluish-white, glistening ice sword cleaved the atmosphere, transforming the 4 enemies who were hit by the slash into frozen statues. After making sure her enemies, frozen with a look of surprise on their faces, were properly iced, Emilia converted the ice sword in her hand to mana and turned toward the other side of the street. Emilia, you're safe now. If you use the ice as a landmark, then you can make it out of here. Thank you very much. You saved us. Emilia called out to them, and a voice answered from the other side. Emilia raised her hand in response to their thanks and thought about resuming going to the center of the city once the people had crossed the road safely. That was what she had thought, but Emilia, wow, that's a lot of children. Opening her eyes wide, in Emilia's field of view, a group of nearly 20 people had slipped out from the other side of the street. Moreover, most of them were children about 10 years of age, all sporting dark hair. Emilia blinked her eyes at the very unusual group, as black hair itself was rare. There were too many kids whose faces did not resemble one another for them all to be of the same family, which made her think that maybe that was not the case. Then one of the few adults in the group waved at Emilia. Hey, you really saved us. At any rate, we've got our hands full just trying to run and hide. I was having trouble deciding whether to play the decoy myself or not. Emilia, is that so? In that case, I'm glad you didn't. It should be fine from here on out, so everyone should work together and not be impatient. Understood. Miss, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Well then, wife-san, Miss Katia. Katia, dee don't call out so loud. It'll be bad if those guys show up again. It was a woman at the end of the line who thus answered the call of the blonde, young man with a cheerful smile. Upon seeing a small woman riding in a wheelchair, Emilia was slightly surprised. Emilia, besides the one Subaru made, this is the first I've seen. Wheelchairs were useful for transporting people with impaired legs, but that kind of tool was rarely seen. Emilia also knew about them because she had seen the actual wheelchair that Subaru had gone to the trouble of designing and assembling for the sleeping girl. Now that Subaru and Rem had been sent flying, that wheelchair too had been left at the Roswell mansion. But, Katia-san, please don't be so angry. I understand your unease after being separated from your fiancé. Katia, don't you go saying unnecessary stuff. You've been worried about those kids this whole time too. Don't only talk about me. That wasn't my intention. Emilia, whose eyes had been fixed on the girl in the wheelchair, was slow to recognize the sight of the girl standing behind her that was pushing the wheelchair. Holding the handles on the back of the wheelchair and pushing it was a girl with blue hair, Emilia. Ram. Ram. Involuntarily, Emilia's lips uttered that name, and her eyes met with the girl who looked up in surprise. Emilia stared fixedly at the face of the wide-eyed girl who was looking back at her. It was the first time Emilia had seen her with her eyes open, but she looked exactly like a girl Emilia knew very well. That, too, was expected, as Emilia had heard that this girl and the girl that she knew were twins, from none other than Emilia's trustworthy knight. Ram, do you know me? Raising her brow, the girl Rem looked at Emilia with a questioning look. Emilia gasped at that question from the girl with one hand on her chest. Stuck in the middle of the pair's conversation, the girl in the wheelchair looked back and forth between Emilia and Rem's faces. And then, Katia, another one of your acquaintances. Just how many people are looking for you, Wah? Emilia, Rem. Leaping over the woman muttering something with a sour look, Emilia closed the distance between them and took Rem's hand. Rem's eyes widened at her movement, but Emilia was not composed enough to show consideration for her surprise. Still clutching her hand, Emilia teared up at the sight of Rem in front of her. Emilia, awake. Rem's awake. Amazing. This is huge. Quick, I have to let Ram and Subaru know. Rem, W8 please, just who are you? Emilia, there was a message from Ram saying to meet up outside, so maybe she's already outside. Geez, why Subaru missing at a time like this? Ram, please listen to what I'm saying. With so many surprising incidents, Emilia's head was a complete mess, and it was Rem who put the brakes on her thoughts. She stared angrily at Emilia, still clutching her hand. Rem, you also called me Rem. Are you someone who knew me from before? Emilia, no, that's a bit tough to answer. Don't remember you from when you were awake either. So it's weird, but it feels like we're meeting for the first time. Rem, I don't know what you mean. Emilia, I'm not very good at explaining things, so I'm not sure I'll be able to get this across properly. Emilia felt sorry and thought about what to say to the puzzled Rem. It was a great feeling to be able to talk to Rem while she was awake. But to Emilia, she was Ram's younger sister, and a girl who had been asleep for more than a year. She was also someone who'd had her memories from her time awake stolen by the power of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. If not for what Subaru had said, and for Rem's resemblance with Ram convincing her that her memories with Rem had truly been stolen, Emilia herself would have held no particular feelings. However, there were some things that could be discerned from Rem's account, and from what Emilia herself knew. That was, Emilia. Rem, is it possible that you don't remember what happened before you woke up? Rem, well, I don't really know how to feel about there being a before and after I woke up, but yes. Emilia, right, so that's how it is. She had harbored a hope that perhaps, once Rem woke up, she would have the memories of her time with Emilia and the others, and that she might be able to tell her about their previous relationship. Unfortunately, that hope was not realized, but still, Emilia. But you don't have to worry about anything. You may be really worried because you don't understand a lot of things, but I will help you, and Ram and Subaru will both be there for you. Ram, what are you to me? Emilia, if I were to just state our relationship, I would say that we are guest and maid. But I don't think that's the only type of relationship I have with Ram, so I guess I want to have more than just that with you as well, Rem. Emilia, lending each other help when we need it, thinking together when we have problems, and facing difficult things side by side. Maybe I can't explain this kind of relationship very well. When asked who she was to Rem, Emilia was unsure. The reason for that was that her relationship with her had been brought down to zero and had to be reassembled from that point once again. So she would only be able to convey how she wanted to reassemble it and her prospects of it. Emilia, I want to get along with you. Rem, let's do our very best together. That was Emilia's honest belief and her future prospects. Rem. Upon hearing Emilia's answer, Rem's eyes widened, her lips opening and closing several times. However, her thoughts were not so readily put into words, and her lips opened and closed over and over again. Just like that, the moments slowly seemed to slip away, but Flop, wife-san, I have a feeling she's on your side. Rem, Flop-san, Flop. I've met many people as a merchant, but it's rare to meet someone so straightforward. I'm sure she can be trusted. It was the blonde-haired young man named Flop who said this to the stammering Rem at his bright and cheerful affirmation. Rem raised her eyebrows and then turned to look at Emilia again. Emilia met that gaze with pride in her chest. Faced with Emilia's attitude, Rem let out a small sigh. Rem, I believe that you are someone who knows me and that you have no ill will. Rem's hesitation to say so made Emilia's heart ache for a moment. Emilia's eyes widened, and Rem's pale blue eyes narrowed slightly. Rem, you mentioned the name Subaru earlier. Emilia, yeah, I did. Subaru is someone who really worries about you and has always treasured you. Rem, if that is true. Rem's eyes lowered at Emilia's answer, and her gaze glanced toward the end of the alley, the direction from which Rem's group had just come from. It was not quite a glance into the alley, but more like a glance back along the path they had just taken. Emilia thought about what it might mean and leaned forward with a by any chance. Emilia, were you with Subaru? Is Subaru okay? He's not doing anything reckless, is he? Rem, so that's your perception too. That man is often reckless. Emilia, yeah, he's a difficult boy and oh, come to think of it. Rem, what is it? Emilia, my name's Emilia, just Emilia. Since you've forgotten, I should probably start by introducing myself. Even though Emilia remembered Rem's name, Rem did not know Emilia's, and no matter how much time passed, if she did not tell her, Rem would never be able to call her by name. After hearing Emilia's name, Rem's eyes slightly opened in surprise. Rem, Emilia-san, Emilia, ah yeah. So Rem, about Subaru, is he over there? Rem, they're over there, I'm pretty sure of it. Then, upon hearing Rem speak ambiguously and seeing her expression darken, Emilia raised her eyebrows with a bad feeling. Looking at the state of the imperial capital and the fact that Rem, Flop, the girl in the wheelchair, and the children were the only ones on the move, it was not very Subaru-like for him to be separate from them. Still, if Subaru was moving separately from Rem and the others, Emilia, well then, he's being reckless again. I've got to get to him quickly. Rem, since you know what to expect right away, then he is that kind of person after all. Emilia, yes, Subaru has a habit of showing off, so I'm always worried about him. Rem, so he is that kind of person after all. Rem nodded her head in agreement with Emilia's assessment of Subaru. Emilia was happy to exchange words with Rem like this, but the urgency of this situation did not allow for a lengthy chat. What made that sentiment even more urgent was that Katia, HKW, what? What is that? Suddenly, a rather loud explosion echoed in the distance. The woman in the wheelchair, her shoulders jumping at the sound, looked around restlessly. While it was hard to make out from her location, Emilia could see a red pillar of fire rising from the far side of the imperial capital, followed by a plume of black smoke. It had been a very big explosion. The atmosphere did not seem troubled, so it did not seem to be an explosion caused by magic. Perhaps it had been ignited by fire magic stones or something. Ram, over there. Emilia, by any chance, is that the direction where Subaru is? Rem. Yes. Looking toward the direction of the explosion, the choked-up Rem nodded to Emilia's question. The moment Emilia saw the explosion, she could not help but think that Subaru had something to do with it. She wanted to rush over there right now and join Subaru. But it was also a very difficult choice to leave Rem here alone, considering how Ram and Subaru would feel, and Emilia was almost overwhelmed with wanting to do both this and that. Katia, are you going toward the explosion? Then, take that girl with you. She's useful. Emilia, Ram, Katia-san. The confusion in Emilia's mind was brought to a stop by Katia, the woman in the wheelchair who had been extremely startled by the sound of the explosion. She timidly looked at Emilia, repeatedly making eye contact, and then averting her gaze. Katia, look, she can use magic to heal wounds. They'll be okay if they have that, even if they were a bit reckless. Besides, it's been on your mind this whole time. Rem, I think it's Katia-san who's concerned about these things. Katia, I'm fine. And Todd, you see, that guy, he stubbornly clings to his life. He's bound to come back with a calm and collected look on his face no matter what. But those kids, you know, aren't as tough as Todd. Rem, yes, but Katia's faltering speech, while blunt, was sympathetic toward Rem's feelings. Perhaps it was because that thoughtfulness was conveyed well. Rem was unable to nod at Katia's words. Upon witnessing Rem's reluctance, Katia raised her voice and said, "Forget it, Katia. From here on, this person, you know, she took care of it already, right? This, what's with you, silver hair and long ears, that's a bad omen, isn't it?" Emilia, oh, I didn't want to bring it up. It might trouble you, so don't look at me right now. If people were to find out that Emilia was a half-elf, it might scare them away, even in the Empire. So she hid both of her ears with her hands so that they might forget about it. Katia looked at Rem again, wondering about Emilia's reaction. Katia, if it's about me, you worry too much. I'll let the nice, scraggly guy over there take me. You do what you want to do, and do it properly. Rem, Katia, and while you're at it, make sure Todd hasn't screwed things up. That's all I'm going to say. Come on now, don't dawdle. With that, Katia spun the wheels of her wheelchair and moved away from Rem. Rem let out a small ah at Katia's decision to go without her, and then cast her eyes down. However, while she closed her eyes tightly, Rem, Flop-san, can I leave Katia-san in your care? Flop, yeah, she's in good hands. Let's just get through this last push with the fake Crown Prince guns we have worked so hard together with. Rem, yes, Katia-san, thank you very much. Rem bowed deeply to Flop, who thumped his chest and was ready to take over. Katia's cheeks reddened as she turned away with a HMPH. While smiles were exchanged between Rem and Katia, Emilia looked at them fondly. Emilia, when we get out of here, please tell me what you've been doing up until today. Ram, Subaru, and everyone else would really like to hear it. Rem, I don't even think it's going to be an interesting story, but I understand. When Emilia held out her hand, Rem hesitated slightly before grasping it back. Emilia smiled at the touch and then gently pulled toward herself. Unexpectedly, Rem's eyes widened, and she stumbled and fell onto Emilia's chest. Then Emilia picked up Rem's body and said, "All right. Emilia, sorry. We can't afford to take our time, so let me carry you so we can go a little faster." "Rem, why, you're quite strong, aren't you?" "Emilia, yes, I am. Take care, everyone. We will meet again." With Rem in a princess carry, Emilia called out to Katia and Flop and the others around her. Then, with a yah, she leapt from that spot and ascended onto the roof of the building. "Flop, wife San, Miss Emilia. Please be careful out there as well. Katia, why you better come back to us." With those cheers, Emilia looked down at Rem, who was in her arms. "Emilia, hold on tight. I'm going to run a little fast." "Rem, what kind of relationship did you and I have before?" While tightly clinging, Rem muttered words as if ringing them out. At those words, Emilia did not have a clear answer to give, but Emilia would like to know about that as well. With that strong declaration, she started running again deep into the imperial capital with Rem in her arms. Continuing on, Emilia ran and ran and ran, with the feeling of Rem's arms clinging tightly to her. And then, "Emilia, that's enough." At that moment, the reunion had been made complete.